Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Ravage by Jessica Prince, narrated by Alexandra Shawnee and Chris Chambers. Chapter 1. Lila, 13 years old. I could still remember the very first time I laid eyes on Mace Keller. The way my heart threatened to beat out of my chest, the goosebumps that broke out across my skin, the blood rushing to my cheeks and setting them on fire. That day, that moment, had been burned into my brain and would remain there for the rest of my life. I'd been 10 years old at the time, and everything in my little world changed the moment he stepped into it. At that age, my sense of romance was inflated thanks to the standards set by every princess movie ever made. I firmly believed that a handsome prince would appear one day and I'd fall madly in love. I went as far as to act out elaborate wedding ceremonies with my Barbie and Ken, when I still played with dolls, of course. I wore the cheap metal ring I got out of the machine at the grocery store on my left hand like a badge of honor, even after it turned my skin green and the plastic diamond fell out of the setting. I was totally going to be Drew Barrymore in Ever After, just without the evil stepmother and all that jazz. The second I laid eyes on Mace, I knew he was it for me, my one and only, my true love. My heart swelled, and I knew without a shadow of a doubt that I'd never feel for any other boy the way I felt for him. Unfortunately, while I was quickly falling head over heels for the first time in my young life, the boy holding my heart in his hands looked at me as nothing more than his best friend's annoying little sister who had a habit of embarrassing herself on a regular basis. For 3 years I harbored those feelings, my unrequited love slowly crushing me with every girl he brought around. And there were many. My brother had been part of a garage band with 3 friends he'd grown up with, Garrett, Declan, and Killian. When Mace moved to our town at 15, it hadn't taken long for his talent on the guitar to outshine my brother's mediocre musical skills. Will had been happy to step back, more interested in building cars than making music. They shuffled and Mace found his place as lead guitarist for their band, Civil Corruption. I used to sit and watch them for hours, entranced by the way his fingers plucked at the strings of his prized Gibson with incredible speed, creating the most enchanting melodies. He cherished that guitar, given to him by his grandfather, like it was the most valuable thing he'd ever have the privilege of owning. Word eventually got out. The guy's talent became well known, and the girls practically threw themselves at them. Of course, my brother's friends were all too happy to take advantage, bringing random chicks over to show off in our garage. The only one I'd bothered getting to know during those years was Declan's best friend turned girlfriend, Tatum Valentine. She was kind and funny. It was obvious she was in love with Declan, and he was just as crazy about her. Despite the 5-year age gap between us, she never made me feel like a pathetic little girl trailing behind them. True, I was only 13, and they were all set to graduate high school soon, but she'd quickly become a close friend, taking me under her wing and giving me a feeling of belonging in their little circle. Will might have been the typical big brother at times, picking on me whenever he was in the mood and being a general pain in the butt, but he never made me feel unwanted. It was because of him and Tate that I became an official part of the Civil Corruption family. I grew to love each and every one of them in my own way, but it was always Mace who held the largest chunk of my heart. However, being a 13-year-old in love with a boy who was quickly becoming a man meant I'd already been dealt a fair share of heartache. Still, I was a glutton for punishment. I couldn't get enough, and that day as I sat on the crate that had become known as my seat over the past 3 years, I listened to them talk about their plans for after graduation, and a little piece of me died inside. Tate sat on the taped-up box beside me that held all our Christmas decorations and bumped my shoulder with hers. "Hey," she said, speaking loud enough to be heard over the song the guys were playing. "You've been quiet today. What's the matter?" "Nothing," I replied with a shrug. My lie made obvious by the pouty look on my face. She chided, giving me another bump. You've been sitting here moping for the past hour, so don't bother lying. Tell me the truth. I turned and looked up at her, feeling inferior as I took her in. I adored Tate, but I couldn't help but feel self-conscious whenever she was around. With the swell of her hips and her round behind, the way her glossy, fiery hair draped over her full breasts, she was everything I wasn't. She was built like a woman while I was still in that awkward, bony phase between child and teenager. I can't wait until I look like you, I whined. I can't wait to get boobs so I don't look like an ugly little boy anymore. She let out a tinkling giggle that reminded me of wind chimes. Is that what's got you all sour-faced today? Why, babe, you're beautiful just how you are. You're 13. Give yourself some time. Don't be in such a rush to grow up. That was easy for her to say. She was the same age as the rest of the guys, which meant that when they left in a few months, she'd be going with them. Yeah, well, you aren't the one being left behind, I grumbled, my melancholy growing worse and worse. Oh, I get it now, she murmured knowingly. You're all gonna graduate and take off, and I'll be left here alone. Crap, I was going to cry. The last thing I wanted to do was cry in front of Tate and the guys. If Will or any of the others suspected how I felt about Mace, I'd most likely die of mortification. I might have been young, but I wasn't stupid. I knew I didn't stand a chance with him until I was older, so until then I had to keep it a secret. We won't be gone forever, Lai, Tate stated sympathetically. It's only for 6 months. It'll be over before you know it. And who knows, maybe by then you'll have met a boy you really like and you won't even notice we're gone. Not likely. There was no other boy but Mace. Not for me. And those 6 months they planned to be gone, touring up and down California, were probably going to be the most miserable months of my life. Tate would be gone, the guys would be gone, and Will would be working. Everyone was growing up and moving on. Everyone but me, that was. If you say so, I muttered sullenly. I do, she replied, trying her best to sound cheerful, because I'm right. It was then that Declan called for a break, pulling Tate and me from our conversation. She might have been convinced that everything she'd just said was true, but it hadn't done anything to make me feel better. 4 months later. The music and laughter filtered up from the backyard through my bedroom window, driving the knife deeper into my chest. My brother had asked me to come down and join the party. Even Tate and Garrett had knocked on my door, asking why I was locked in my room instead of downstairs with everyone else. I gave them all the same excuse. I had a headache and just wanted to sleep it off. The truth was, I couldn't bring myself to join the celebration. To me, there was nothing to celebrate. They were leaving. My parents had grown into a second family to all the guys in the band, so my mom planned a big going-away party for them and all their friends to, in her words, send them off the fame the right way. But I couldn't do it. I hated having to say goodbye to all of them, but especially to Mace. Instead, I laid in my bed, writing in my diary and doodling random nonsensical patterns while wishing everything could be different. I didn't hope the guys would fail on their trip. Honestly, I wanted them to succeed. I knew how hard they worked and how talented they were. I wanted them to end up rich and famous, to get everything they wanted. I just wished I was old enough to go with them. A knock on my bedroom door startled me out of my melancholy. Lifting my head, I turned to find Mace standing in my open doorway, and my heart immediately lodged in my throat. Hi. What are you doing up here? Came looking for you, Goldie. He'd taken to calling me that about 2 months ago, and the nickname never failed to create a riot of flutters in my belly. My whole body began to tremble with nervous energy as he moved into my room and took a seat on the edge of my bed. Suddenly remembering what I'd been doing before he interrupted, I slapped my journal shut and shoved it beneath my pillow. "How come you aren't at the party, darling? We boring you?" Was he joking? "No," I cried, sitting up and folding my legs under me. "No, I didn't. You aren't—" "Relax, lie," he said with a chuckle, bringing his hands down to rest on my knee. The touch made my skin crackle and burn, and I couldn't drag my eyes away from those long, calloused fingers until he finally pulled them away. "I was just teasing you." "Oh," I somehow managed a weak laugh that sounded more awkward than anything. "Well, you're kind of missing your party." I pointed out the window where the crowd sounded like it was beginning to swell. "Yeah, but I wanted a chance to talk to you." In the past months, Mace had started acting like another brother to me. All the guys did, really, but it was more with him. Every time they practiced in our garage, he made an effort to take time out to visit with me. We shared our own private jokes, and he was the only one who'd given me a nickname, but there wasn't anything romantic lingering beneath the surface. It felt more like a familial bond than anything, which only made the ache in my chest hurt that much more. "I got you something, Goldie." "A present?" I chirped excitedly, sitting up straighter. "Always so damn greedy," he chuckled. And he was right. It wasn't the first time he'd given me a present. He had a tendency to show up to hang with Will with a gift in hand for me. Sometimes it was something as small as a candy bar he got in the vending machine at the high school and kept in his backpack for me, and sometimes it was more, like the time he brought me a little pewter picture frame with flowers etched into the design. But no matter what it was, I got excited, and I loved it more than all my Christmas and birthday presents combined. I'd never let him know, but I still had every candy bar and bag of chips he'd given me stashed in my nightstand drawer, all of them unopened. "What is it?" I asked, my voice going high-pitched as I bounced in place. "Gimme! Gimme!" Mace's laugh grew more prominent as he reached around his back and pulled something from the waistband of his jeans. "It's nothing big or anything," he explained, handing over a crinkled plastic shopping bag. "I just saw it at the mall the other day and thought of you." I snatched it out of his hands and ripped the bag open. All the air whooshed from my lungs the second I reached in and pulled out the thick, gorgeous journal. The leather binding was stamped with a beautiful fleur-de-lis pattern and a leather cord wrapped around the middle, keeping it closed. "Mace," I breathed, looking up at him with wide eyes. "It's not a big deal. I just noticed you're always scribbling in a journal, so I thought you might like this one. It's pretty big, so you shouldn't have to replace it for a while." I'd been keeping a diary since I learned to write. I'd gone through countless little spiral-bound notebooks, most of which my mom would buy in packs from the drugstore, but I'd never had one this nice. I had to bite my lip to keep the tears at bay. It was the most thoughtful gift I'd ever received, and it made me fall in love with him even more. I couldn't find the right words to express how much his gift meant to me. "I love it," I whispered, hugging the journal to my chest as my eyes grew misty. "This is just—" I swallowed down the lump in my throat. I can't even— I let loose a sniffle just as a lone tear broke loose and slid down my cheek. His face stretched into a gorgeous smile. "So I take it you like the present?" I love it," I answered brokenly, the floodgates on my emotions bursting open. I couldn't hold it back any longer, and the words started pouring out with barely a breath in between, while tears trailed down my cheeks. "I love it so much, and it sucks that you guys are leaving. I'm so happy for you, and I want you to be super successful, but I hate that you're leaving. I'm gonna miss you. I wish I could go, and I'll miss you guys. I'm excited for you, but I'm sad. I don't want to be sad, but I am. That's why I wasn't down at the party." Mace pulled his bottom lip between his teeth and bit down, drawing my attention in that direction as he examined my face. Ah, Goldie, come here, darling. He pulled me into a hug, our very first hug, and the subtle smell of his cologne wrapped around me, settling like a warm, comfortable blanket. I never wanted him to let me go. I'll miss you too. We all will. But it's not like you'll never see us again. This is our home. Always will be. You're a part of our family, sweetheart, and that's never gonna change. I managed to get my tears under control, pulling in a heavy sigh as I turned to press my cheek against his chest. As I held tight to the hug, all I could do was hope with all my heart that he was right. Chapter 2. Lila. 4 years later. I stood in front of the full-length mirror in the dressing room, my hands trembling as I brushed the non-existent wrinkles from the jade-green jersey knit dress I'd just tried on. I wasn't sure I'd ever been as nervous as I was right then. The guys and Tate were coming home for the first time in over 4 years. The band had blown up faster than anyone anticipated, becoming huge stars 2 years earlier. Because of that and their grueling schedule, coming back to visit had been impossible. What was only supposed to be a 6-month trip had turned into a permanent relocation for them from San Francisco to Los Angeles. I ached to see them all, but at the same time I was so happy for their success. One thing that had made it all right was the fact that Mace had done his best to keep in touch through text, email, and the occasional call. He even mailed me fun little gifts from time to time. When he'd let me know they were all coming home for Christmas, I had squealed so loud my dad freaked out and came busting into the room, thinking someone had snuck through my window and was attacking me. Will was picking them up from the airport later today, and they were going to come over to our house for an elaborate pre-Christmas dinner. When I found out, I'd immediately called my friend Bethany and begged her to come to the mall with me to pick the perfect outfit. It hadn't been an easy task. Nothing I tried on was right. It either looked like I was trying too hard or not trying hard enough, and I was really starting to freak out. Blowing out a deep breath, I pressed my palm against my belly in an attempt to quell the butterflies flapping around like crazy. Chill out, Li. This isn't a big deal, I muttered to my reflection. It's not like you're seeing the love of your life for the first time in 4 freaking years. This visit was important for so many reasons. When Mace left, I'd been a clumsy 13-year-old girl. Now I was only a handful of months from turning 18. After being jealous of Tate for so long, I'd finally developed a woman's body of my own, and I needed him to see that because I was finally going to tell him the truth. I couldn't keep living with a secret any longer. I had to know whether or not there was a chance for us. I'd spent my entire high school experience trying to remain invisible to the opposite sex, not open to the possibility of a relationship with any of the boys my age because I'd been pining after someone else. The time had come to act and take charge of my life. It was now or never. For God's sake, Bethany cried from the other side of the curtain. Will you just find a freaking outfit so we can get out of here? It's been 5 hours, Li. I never thought I'd say this, but you've made me hate shopping. I puffed my cheeks out and crossed my eyes at her dramatics. Bethany would never get sick of shopping. It was pretty much the only thing she lived for. Will you stop complaining already? I called back. I brought you here for moral support. What's your deal with finding the perfect outfit? Have you finally decided to pull that stick out of your ass and give Nick Bishop a shot? Just the mention of the quarterback of our football team and his incessant habit of asking me out was enough to turn my stomach. But I couldn't tell her the truth. At least not yet. Fortunately, I was saved from having to lie when she continued on. Oh, and just so you know, I'm super pissed at you right now. I can't believe you didn't tell me civil corruption was coming to town. Do you know where they're staying once they get here? And most importantly, can you introduce me? Looking at myself in the mirror, I chewed on my thumbnail as I considered what to say. No way in hell was I going to tell her I was looking for something to wear for my family dinner with the guys from the band. The whole town knew of my family's connection, but having also known them before they hit it big, most of the people around respected their privacy and didn't hound us. Bethany wasn't always so considerate. She'd moved here at the beginning of our senior year, and the second she found out I knew them, she'd gone nuts. She was as bad as a dog with a freaking bone, but I kept my mouth shut about the guys. I just couldn't bring myself to talk about my personal relationship with them. It felt too much like giving up a piece of something that was just mine. I'm not sure. They're more Will's friends than mine, I said, replying with the standard answer I'd been giving for years as I tugged on the hem of the skirt in an attempt to make it a little longer. I liked that the dress made me look more grown up, but I wasn't sure I'd be comfortable with how much of my legs it showed. Oh, come on, that's such crap. You know something, you're just not telling. You've already refused to hook me up with that hot big bro of yours. You owe me. My lip curled up in disgust at the thought of Bethany with Will. Ew, Beth, stop talking about my brother like that. He's not interested in a high schooler. We're graduating soon, and 18's legal, babe. That's what I was counting on. Not that I'd ever admit it to her. Deciding a change of subject was necessary, I whipped the curtain open and stepped out. So? I held my arms out, spinning in a circle. What about this one? I came to a stop once I faced her again and chewed on my bottom lip. Damn, girl, you look hot. It's not too much? I asked nervously. You kidding? She scoffed, standing and coming toward me. She pulled the fabric at my waist, drawing the skirt back up to its natural place about an inch above mid-thigh. There is no such thing as too much, especially when it comes to Nick Bishop. He's gonna swallow his tongue when he sees you in this. A huge part of me wanted to tell her everything so I wouldn't be alone in the chaotic storm swirling inside me, but I didn't. Instead, I bit the inside of my cheek to keep quiet. Bethany was someone I considered a friend, but I hadn't known her long enough to open up and tell her everything. The only one I had ever been close to like that was Tate, and she was closer with the guys than she was with me. You are so getting that dress, and don't you dare argue with me. So help me God, if I have to sit here while you try one more thing on, I'm gonna lose my freaking mind. I giggled and finally agreed, taking pity on my friend. Fine, let me change and get this rung up, and then we can grab a bubble tea. Sound good? Then I needed to hightail it home, so I had enough time to get ready. I needed to look my absolute best for tonight. She held out her hand to shake mine. It's on, and you're totally buying. Pulling into the driveway, I noticed Will's car parked in front of my parents' house. Yanking my keys from the ignition, I hopped out and started up the front walk with my shopping bags in tow. Will, I called as I pushed the front door open. Aren't you supposed to be heading to the airport? If you're here to raid the fridge again, Mom's gonna be pissed. She said once you moved out, it wasn't her job to feed you anymore. Surprise, Goldie. I jerked to a stop, dropping my bags and purse on the ground. Holy crap, I breathed, staring up at Mace in shock. You're here? Why are you here? Wow, he said, with a smooth, warm chuckle. Good to see you, too. I gave my head a shake to try and organize my jumbled thoughts. No, that's not... What I meant is, what are you doing here now? I thought you guys weren't getting in until later. My stomach started doing Olympic-style gymnastic flips. I wasn't sure what to do. I wanted to throw myself at him, wrap my arms around his neck, and never, ever let go. I wanted to kiss him. I wanted to burst into tears for some insane reason. But I couldn't do any of that. Mace propped a shoulder on the wall, blocking my path. Will didn't tell you? That was a trick to throw off reporters. Fewer to deal with when we get in several hours before our scheduled arrival. It blew my plans to get all dolled up before he saw me for the first time in years, right out of the water, but I couldn't find it in me to care. He was here, close enough for me to touch. The only thing I felt was pure elation. I just can't believe you're here," I whispered, my voice ragged with a whirlwind of emotions. His mouth quirked up in a grin that made my skin tingle and my knees quake. "So you just gonna stand there, or you plan on giving me a hug? It's been 4 fucking years, Goldie." I didn't have to be asked twice, launching myself at him so fast that he was forced to rock back on one foot. "Whoa there, Tiger." He laughed at the same time his arms closed around me. I wanted to melt into him and live there forever. The desire to cry grew even stronger when he lowered his head and whispered, "Christ, I missed you, Lai." The hug was unlike any hug he'd ever given me before. Nothing about how he was touching me right then felt brotherly or friendly. It was like my skin was the only thing holding me together. I was moments away from opening my mouth and blurting out the truth. However, before I had a chance, footsteps echoed from the kitchen into the hall. Mace's arms fell and he stepped back like my touch had burned him. "There she is," Declan crowed, scooping me up and spinning me in a circle as Killian, Garrett, Tate, and my brother crowded into the hall behind him. "Damn, Lila Bug, you've grown up. What happened to the little girl we said goodbye to?" 4 years passed, I answered, once he put me on my feet, giggling at his antics even though Mace, jumping away from me, was like a white-hot fire poker piercing my lungs. "I'm almost 18 now," I added, feeling it necessary to point out my age for everyone around me to hear. "Not exactly the same little girl you guys left behind." "Out of my way, out of my way." Tate shoved Declan to the side and pulled me into a hug so tight she squeezed all the air from my lungs. "Oh my God, you're so pretty. I've missed you like crazy." The guys laughed while Garrett pulled the wild redhead back. "Easy there, Tater Tot. You're gonna break the poor kid." Kid? God, I hated that he still thought of me like that. But worse, I hated that Mace probably thought the same thing. I chanced a peek at Mace over Tate's shoulder and lost my breath at the look in his eyes as he watched me closely. I wasn't sure if it was just my mind playing tricks on me or not, but what I saw lingering in those aquamarine pools made me feel like he wasn't seeing a kid when he looked at me. And I liked that feeling a whole hell of a lot. Chapter 3. Lila. Tate and the guys left shortly after to go visit their own families for a few hours before coming back in time for dinner. Usually I helped my mother in the kitchen for big family meals, but she'd convinced my dad to shell out the money to have dinner catered so she could, in her words, spend time with my kids without having to slave away in the kitchen all night. My dad, being the sucker for Mom that he was, easily caved. As soon as the door closed behind them, I'd grabbed my bags and bolted upstairs. I had 3 hours to primp, and I needed every single one of those minutes if I had any hopes of making Mace see me as more than just a girl. I'd scoured countless magazines for hair and makeup tips. I used a shimmery bronze shadow that helped bring out the light flecks in my brown eyes, and my long pale blonde hair was curled and hanging in beachy waves over my shoulders and down my back. Pulling the green dress I'd bought earlier from the bag, I slipped it on and pulled the skirt down past my hips before slipping on a pair of cream-colored platform heels with a rounded toe. Placing my hand on my flip-flopping belly, I moved toward the mirror hanging on my closet door to check out my handiwork. I looked good, better than I'd thought I would, and for some reason, that realization made the crazy mosh pit happening in my stomach even stronger. "What the ever-loving fuck are you wearing?" Will's voice came from my doorway, causing me to let out a little shriek as I jumped around. "Jeez, Will, you scared the crap out of me." "You about to go to bed or something? 'Cause I know you aren't actually thinking of wearing that skimpy nightgown downstairs around a bunch of people." "It's not a nightgown," I snapped, slamming my hands on my hips as I shot him a furious look. It's a dress, and there isn't anything wrong with it. It's pretty. It's the tiniest scrap of fabric I've ever seen, he boomed, drawing the attention of both my parents. What's going on here? Dad asked as he came to join the fray. As soon as he spotted me, his eyes bugged out. What the fresh hell? Oh, honey, you look beautiful, Mom cooed as she pushed past them both and scuttled into my room. She wore a beautiful, shimmery winter white cocktail dress that came to her knees, with a feminine boat neck and cap sleeves. Her hair was in an elegant twist, and she finished the ensemble with a pair of tan kitten heels and my grandmother's pearls around her neck. You look pretty too, Mom. Excuse me? My father's voice vibrated through the room. Am I the only one here who notices my baby girl's dressed up like a damn streetwalker? I let out an offended gasp as Mom snapped. Jonathan! Nope, Will gritted. I'm right there with you, Pop. William Jonathan Tolliver, Mom cried. She narrowed her eyes fiercely as she glared at the two of them standing in my doorway. Both of you should be ashamed. Lila looks lovely. That damn dress is so short it barely covers her ass, Cynthia. No way she's leaving this room wearing that. I'll nail the damn door and the window shut. It is not, and you'll do no such thing, Mom shouted in return, crossing her arms over her chest and taking that don't you dare test me stance that Will and I had seen her use on Dad so many times over the years. He threw his arms up in defeat, just like he always did. For crying out loud, Cindy! You can't expect to keep her in ruffles and bows forever, John. Lila's not a little girl anymore. She's almost an adult. Dad clutched at his chest dramatically. Are you trying to kill me? Mom's eyes rolled skyward just as the doorbell rang through the house. That'll be the caterers. I'd appreciate it if you'd go let them in while I help Li finish up here. Dad and Will let out similar affronted grunts before stomping away. When she turned back to me, she was wearing a proud motherly smile. I'm thinking a few pieces of gold jewelry will tie your whole outfit together beautifully. What do you say? I returned her grin, giddiness filling me to the brim. I have just the thing.
Mace. Being back in the Tolliver house was surreal, to say the least. It had been our home away from home during our childhood, and Cynthia and Jonathan had been our surrogate parents for years. But coming back to this place was like stepping through the looking glass. So much had changed over the past 4 years that it was like my life had been broken into 2 parts. Before fame and after fame. The Tollivers were firmly in the BF category, and while being here now felt nice, it was still a little strange and disconcerting and really goddamn disturbing because I hadn't been able to keep my eyes off Lila since she walked down the stairs in that sexy-as-hell green dress. Holy shit. She was something else. I hadn't realized just how grown-up she was until then. And damn, had she grown up really fucking well. I had no goddamn business being drawn to her the way I was. Not only was she jailbait, but the girl was also my best friend's little sister. That made her off limits from now until eternity. However, my traitorous dick didn't seem to be getting the message, because I'd been sporting a half chub for the past 3.5 hours. It's been so nice having everyone under one roof, Cynthia mused, glancing around the table. I've missed you guys like crazy. Seeing you on TV and in pictures just isn't the same. We've missed you too, Tate replied, reaching over and taking her hand. It was no surprise that Tate was thrilled to finally be back in San Francisco. She never said anything, but it was obvious that she'd been having a hard time with their new lifestyle lately, and it wasn't helping matters that Declan had dived headfirst into the deep end of superstardom. He'd embraced the life with open arms while his girl was struggling to find her place. So, fill us in on everything. Cynthia insisted. "What's new? How is life treating you in L.A.? L.A.'s been great," Killian answered. "It's different, that's for sure, but it's been treating us pretty damn well. The women especially," Garrett joked, reaching out to give Kill a fist bump. "City's heaven on earth for rich, single dudes." "Ugh, don't be gross," Tate chastised with a curled lip. "Don't hate, Tater Tot," he replied, giving her a wink. "Mace, Kill, and I are just doing our part to keep the rabid chicks away from your man." "Oh, please." She rolled her eyes on a laugh. "The three of you are in a competition to see who can pull in the most tail. Don't pretend it's for altruistic reasons." Lila's fork clattered to her plate, drawing everyone's attention her way. When I looked over, I noticed her face had gone pale. Sorry, she muttered, keeping her honey-colored gaze on the table. "It slipped." "How long are you guys in town? Got anything exciting planned?" Jonathan asked, steering the conversation. "Well, we're only here for a few days, so we have to try and cram in as much as possible," Declan answered. "Only a few days?" Lila's voice was crestfallen, and when I glanced back, she looked just as sad as she sounded. "That's all?" I found myself speaking without giving a single thought to anything, other than wanting to wash the pain from her expression. "I'm sorry, Goldie. We wanted to stay longer, but our manager, Chris Evers, hooked us up with a killer gig playing in Times Square on New Year's Eve." Declan butted in, his tone brimming with excitement. "There are a couple things we have to take care of back home before flying to New York, so we have to head out the day after Christmas. We might not be here, but at least you'll be able to watch us play live." Lila pasted a fake smile on her face that twisted my gut into knots. "Yeah," she whispered softly. "At least there's that." Something told me that wasn't what she wanted to hear, and the fake sincerity in her voice drove that point home. I wasn't sure why I was having such an intense reaction to her mood or behavior, but I needed to get a fucking handle on myself before it got too out of hand.
Lila. "Well, that just sucks. He was leaving in 3 days, leaving me once again to go back to L.A. and all those available women who made being single so freaking wonderful. It was enough to make me nauseous. When dinner finally came to an end, I quickly offered to clear the table and take care of the dishes while everyone else visited in the living room. I needed some space to get my head together. I thought I'd have more time with them. With him. Christmas Eve was tomorrow. Then they'd all spend Christmas Day with their families. I barely had time to get the courage to do what I needed to do. "Hey, girlie, need some help?" I looked over my shoulder and smiled at Tate. I'd been getting a strange vibe from her all evening long, and I needed to stop wallowing in self-pity and be a good friend. "I got this under control, but feel free to hang around and keep me company." She didn't hesitate to hop up on the counter next to me and grab the hand towel I had waiting. "How about you wash and I dry?" "Sounds good to me." I handed her the wine glass I'd just washed and started on another. "So, you want to tell me what's up with you?" She refused to meet my eyes as she scrubbed at the glass so furiously I worried it would break in her hands. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Really?" I gave her a look that spoke to how full of crap I thought she was. "Is that why I saw you flinch when Deck called L.A. home? Or why you've been faking happiness all night long?" "I haven't been faking." "You forgot how well I know you. You might have been able to hide it from me over the phone or through text, but I can see it in your eyes now. Something's not right. I'm not going to force you to talk about it if you don't want to. I just wanted you to know I'm here if you do." She finally put the glass down, and I breathed a sigh of relief that there wouldn't be any bloodshed or emergency room visits tonight. "It's not how I thought it would be," she admitted. "He's not how I thought he would be." I passed her another glass and grabbed a plate to scrub next. How do you mean? Her gaze stayed averted the entire time she spoke, like she was too afraid to look at me as she gave voice to what was bothering her. Deck's changing, Lai, right in front of my eyes, and I don't have a clue how to get the guy I fell in love with back. Dropping the dish back into the sudsy water, I stopped what I was doing and turned to face her. Is he that bad? I mean, I've seen a couple stories online, but it's like all he gives a damn about is being famous. Even though she wouldn't meet my eyes, I could still see hers glistening with unshed tears. Music used to be something that brought us together. Now I feel like he cares about it more than he does me. Oh, honey. I grabbed the cloth from her and quickly dried my hands so I could wrap her in a hug. I'm sure that's not true. Deck's crazy about you. He's always been crazy about you. You're just going through a rough time, but you guys will get through it. I don't have a single doubt. You're perfect together. She looked up at me with a sad, defeated smile. Just because something seems perfect from the outside doesn't mean it really is. As I hugged her tight, all I could do was pray that she was wrong, because if two people as in love as Tate and Declan couldn't make it, there wasn't a single shred of hope for me. Chapter 4. Lila. Tate eventually composed herself, and we finished the dishes and joined everybody else. A few more hours passed before Mom and Dad headed for bed. Will left to get some sleep since he was working at the garage early the next day, and Tate and Declan headed back to her folks' place. But Mace, Killian, and Garrett had talked about hitting up a new club called Fresh and making a night of it. That was when I was hit with a brilliant idea. I waited until everyone was gone and the house was locked up for the night before snatching my phone from my desk. I scrolled to the name I needed and hit call. "Miss me already?" Bethany asked the second she picked up. "Something like that," I replied with a wide smile. "If I told you I knew where civil corruption was going to be tonight, you think you could get us in?" Her squeal was so loud that I had to pull the cell away from my ear. Once she was finished, she responded exactly like I'd hoped she would. "Oh, I'll get us in. Don't you worry about that." The wave of adrenaline I'd been riding the past couple of hours as Bethany and I got ready for our excursion to Fresh had officially worn off, leaving a whole mess of nerves in its wake. Beth, I'm not so sure I can do this," I murmured as she used her grip on my hand to pull me past the ungodly long line wrapping around the block to get into the club. "Oh, no you don't." She shot me a warning scowl over her shoulder as she continued to drag me along with her. "Don't you even think about backing out of this now. Not when I'm this freaking close to some of the sexiest men on the face of the planet. You already cock-blocked me with your brother. Don't ruin this for me, too." My face twisted as I gagged. "God, stop it with my brother already. I'm gonna be sick." We made it a few feet to the door when she jerked me to a stop and spun around. "Oh, get over it. You've got a hot brother. There are worse things in the world. Now it's showtime." Then she reached up and tugged at the V-neck of the skin-tight black bandage dress she'd loaned me for the night to expose more cleavage. "What are you doing?" I yelped, batting her hands away and pulling my top back up. She smacked me and yanked it back down. "Knock it off," she hissed. "You want into this place, little Miss 17? Then you have to look the part, which means giving that walking steroid at the door something to stare at other than your baby face." "I don't have a baby face," I snapped defensively. "You're right, you don't. But what you do have is a deer-in-headlights look that tells everyone here you're not really 22. And since you're crap at acting, you need to use these as persuasion." I looked down at her and the tons of skin she had bared. She was showing twice as much cleavage as I was, and the sides of her dress were cut up, not to mention the fact that the thing barely came low enough to cover her butt cheeks. Reaching into her tiny purse, she pulled out 2 fake IDs, slapping one in my hand. "You ready?" she asked, before taking my hand once more and moving me toward the bouncer without giving me a chance to answer. "Hey there," she said in a sultry voice I'd heard her use on Tim Watson every time she needed him to do her calculus homework. The guy with no neck glanced at her rack in appreciation, ignoring the ID in her hand completely. I copied her stance in the hopes of a similar outcome, breathing a sigh of relief when he unhooked the velvet rope and waved us through. "See?" Bethany cooed, batting her eyelashes as she shot me a smug grin. "Told you it would work." The entrance gave way to a massive open space with 3 small steps taking you down to a dance floor. On the far wall at the front was a small stage about 3 feet off the floor where 2 women in gold bikinis and body paint danced to the techno beat the DJ was playing. There was a cordoned-off area in the far left corner closest to the stage with white wispy curtains giving the illusion of privacy while the occupants were still able to see everything happening on the stage and dance floor. That was the VIP area where I knew the guys would be. The 3 other sides of the dance floor were surrounded by seating areas with low white love seats and circular glass coffee tables. Around that was wrought iron railing for the upper level where we were currently standing. Dark wood high-top tables were placed against the railing all around, with 2 long bars on the far walls of both sides. There wasn't a single empty seat in sight. Hell, there was barely enough room to move with all the people packed inside. I wasn't sure if it was because the club was popular or because word had gotten out that civil corruption was on the premises, but most likely it was the latter. The music was so loud it reverberated through the floors and vibrated up my body. "They'll be over there," I shouted, pointing toward the curtains. "Then let's go." It was then that I realized I hadn't really thought this plan out. "Wait!" I grabbed her arm to stop her before she could get down the stairs. You aren't flaking again, are you?" "No, I'm not flaking," I snapped. "But if we go up there now, we'll be just like all the other chicks crowding around them. We need to stand out, not blend in, right?" Good point. I thought so too, and was truly shocked I managed to sound so logical when every inch of my skin felt like a live wire. "Let's grab a drink," I suggested, knowing I was going to need all the liquid courage in the world to get me through tonight. I let her lead me to the bar where she worked her magic on a couple of college guys and got them to buy us a round of shots. "So?" She leaned in as the tequila I'd just downed warmed my body from the inside out. "Which one do you have your eye on tonight?" My mouth opened and the words I'd never spoken out loud to anyone came pouring out. "Mace," I answered. "I want Mace." "Ooh, does my girl have a little crush?" "Something like that," I replied, my cheeks growing red. "Then I'll consider him off limits. He's all yours, babe." Bethany cheered, then grabbed another shot glass from the bar and shoved it at me. "Let's get our buzz on and land you a hot rocker." I clinked my glass with hers and sucked back the second shot with determination. 2 turned into 3, 3 to 4, until I eventually lost count and everything started to feel really freaking nice and fuzzy. Bethany was totally right. I was finally going to get my hot rocker.
Mace. Tonight was a mistake. Usually I was down for carousing with my brothers, but for some reason I wasn't feeling it at all. I refused to allow myself to consider that it was because of Lila. Sweet, gorgeous, all grown up Lila. Kill and Garrett were a different story. They'd already pulled in a gaggle of chicks to fawn all over them while rubbing their tits in the guys' faces. "So, what's it like to be a famous rock star?" Fucking really? I turned to the woman who'd been sitting next to me most of the night, just gagging for my cock. Desperate bitch wouldn't have gotten it even if I had been in the mood. But seeing as I wasn't, she was really starting to annoy the shit out of me. It sucks, I grumble, turning away and taking a pull of my beer.
Really?
She gasped, totally clueless.
It does?
Jesus Christ. I was miserable. Yeah, it's the fucking worst. Excuse me, gotta take a piss. Plunking my bottle on the table, I pushed up on my feet and started the arduous task of squeezing through all the barely dressed women crowding our private area. Once I cleared VIP, I pulled in a breath and glanced around the club. It was packed to the gills, probably violating 1,000 fire codes. Getting to the bathroom was going to be a pain in the ass, but before I could even start in that direction, I saw something that froze me solid. I don't know how long I stood there, trying to wrap my head around what I was seeing. Lila. Lila in the sexiest fucking dress I'd ever seen. Lila dancing with her eyes closed as some fucking prick grinded up on her and palmed her sweet ass. That was when I jumped into action. My blood went from a simmer to a full-on rolling boil, my brain chanting the word mine over and over. In 1 second flat, I'd reverted to a caveman, determined to beat that fucker bloody for putting his hands on my golden girl. "The fuck you think you're doing?" I growled once I reached them. The dude looked at me with large, scared eyes, while Lila slowly teetered around and gave me a sloppy grin.
"Mason!"
she shouted, throwing her hands in the air and nearly toppling over. I reached out and caught her, pulling her against me at the same time the jackass she'd been dancing with tried to do the same. I shot him a look that said if he touched her again, I'd take immense pleasure in killing him, and he wisely backed off.
"I was just coming to see you,"
she slurred, as she leaned heavily against me. Just the feel of her lush body rubbing against mine was enough to make me hard. "Really?" I glowered down at her. "That why you were letting this asshole fill you up right before I cut in?"
"Oh, that's Travis. He's my friend. Travis, this is Mace. Nice to meet you."
Sweet Jesus. Are you drunk, Goldie?
"I'm floaty,"
she cheered enthusiastically. "Yep. Totally fucking wasted."
"Travis bought me shots. Wasn't that nice of him?"
"Yeah," I snarled in Travis's direction. "Real fucking nice. She's 17, dickhead. Get lost." At the realization that he'd been liquoring up a minor, he blanched and quickly took off. Lila, already 3 sheets to the wind, barely noticed when he disappeared. Wrapping her arms around my neck, she began to sway sloppily to the song the DJ was playing.
"Dance with me, Mace."
She started gyrating her hips in perfect synchronicity, and it took every ounce of willpower I had not to touch her the way that other guy had been. I wanted to. Christ, how I wanted to. I wanted to fucking own her. But I couldn't. Stop that. Every ounce of need and sexual frustration I had for her poured into those 2 words, causing them to come out brittle and harsh. Taking her by the arm, I dragged her off the dance floor into the VIP area. "Everybody out!" I shouted loud enough to get everyone's attention. "Now!"
"What the hell, man?"
Killian exclaimed once the women all cleared out.
"I was just about to get me some What the fuck? Lila?"
"Yeah, Lila," I bit out, tugging her so she'd land on one of the plush couches. Caught her out there with some prick dry humping her all over the goddamn dance floor. What I didn't let out was that I was only seconds from doing the same damn thing. "Oh, shit," Garrett sighed. "What are you gonna do?" Pulling my cell phone from my pocket, I scrolled to Will's number and hit call. "I'm getting Will to pick her up before she gets her ass in trouble," I replied as the phone rang in my ear. At my answer, Lila seemed to sober up pretty damn quickly.
What? No, you can't do that.
I can, and I am.
So you're telling on me?
If it gets you out of here and keeps you safe, you bet your ass I am. I needed to get her out of the club and away from me as soon as fucking possible, or it was likely I'd do something I could never take back. Then I was going to need to find a woman to take home in the hopes of fucking Lila and that goddamn dress out of my head. However, my gut told me it wasn't going to be that easy.
Chapter 5. Lila. To say last night was a clusterfuck of epic proportions would have been the understatement of the century. It hadn't helped matters that I'd had way too much tequila and made a drunken fool of myself. I woke up that morning with a hangover from hell, pushing the pain and nausea to the back of my mind as I shuffled out of bed and forced myself into the shower. The after effects of the alcohol was only mildly masked by my crushing humiliation. I'd gone to that club in an effort to put my heart on the line and ended up being dragged out by my big brother, who'd torn me a new asshole the whole way home before I proceeded to expel all the tequila in my stomach onto the passenger floorboard. I'd lost track of Bethany at some point in the night, and when all my texts went unanswered, I'd finally given up. I'd check on her later this morning. First, I had something more important to do. I had one last shot at telling Mace the truth, and I couldn't let it slip through my fingers just because my veins contained more booze than blood. After washing the stench of shame and smoke from the club off my skin, I dressed as quickly as possible, blowing my hair dry and twisting it up in a messy knot on top of my head before slapping on a bit of mascara and lip gloss. I didn't have the time or energy to do anything more. There was a gnawing in my gut that had nothing to do with the shots from last night, telling me I needed to act fast. I knew Mace had used one of his first paychecks to buy himself an apartment in San Francisco in case he ever came to visit. Will and I had actually gone to scope it out and give the okay for him since he was in L.A. and couldn't do it himself. So that was where I headed, hoping he'd finally be using the place for the first time in years. While the elevator took me up to his floor, I twisted my fingers together and worried my bottom lip between my teeth as nerves took hold. By the time I reached his front door and knocked, I'd chewed so hard on my lip that the acrid taste of blood coated my tongue. All the saliva in my mouth dried up, and my throat felt like it was full of cotton when Mace answered the door with nothing but a sheet wrapped around his lower half. Unlike the other guys, his arms were free of tattoos, but the band's logo of a skull with guitar necks instead of crossbones was inked on his massive chest just above his heart. I'd always thought he was the sexiest guy in the world with his clothes on, but like this? Well, I couldn't even form a coherent thought. For crying out loud, he was so ripped even his muscles had muscles. Inch after inch of golden skin was rippled and defined, and I had the intense desire to run my tongue along every crevice. "Lila, what are you doing here?" I'd been so absorbed in my task of committing every divot and groove on his body to memory that I didn't notice the shock and panic in his eyes as I pushed past him and into the apartment. "I'm sorry to just show up like this," I began. "I just needed to see you. I hate how we left things last night, and I wanted to make it right." "Now's not a really good time, Goldie. Can we maybe do this later?" "No, I can't." I closed my eyes and shook my head as I began to pace the sparsely decorated living room. "What I mean to say is I need to do this now. If I wait any longer, I'll chicken out." "Fuck," he hissed, tucking the blanket tighter around his hips before raking a hand through his messy dark hair. That wasn't the most encouraging thing to hear, but I pressed on anyway, the need to get the words out building and building inside me, threatening to explode like a soda can that had been shaken up. Deciding to be completely honest, I spoke the words I'd only ever confessed to my journals. I love you, Mace. I'm in love with you. I have been since the very first time I laid eyes on you.
Lila.
No, please, just let me get this out, I pleaded. I might be young, but I know what I feel. I moved close, taking his face in my hands and lowering my voice as I smiled. I've been in love with you since I was 10 years old, Mace. You're it for me. Taking the hugest leap of faith I'd ever taken in my life, I rose on my toes and pressed my lips against his. Mace's mouth immediately opened, and his tongue drove into mine. I might have started the kiss, but he took over in an instant. A moan worked its way up my throat as his fingers dug into my hips. His tongue explored every inch of my mouth so thoroughly, like I was the sweetest, most delicious thing he'd ever tasted. My head fell back on another ragged moan when his lips disconnected from mine and traveled down the sensitive flesh of my neck. God, Mace, I whimpered. I love you so much. For some reason, repeating that had the same effect as a bucket of water being dumped over his head. He jerked away like I'd just stabbed him, wiping at his mouth with the back of his hand. Shit, lie, sweetheart. We can't do this. I stumbled back a step, my knees having turned to jelly from the kiss. What? Why? Are you kidding? He bit out. His jaw clenched like it was taking everything in him to fight something back. Goldie, you're 17. I'll be 18 in just a few months. Christ, he gritted as he paced and rubbed at the back of his neck. This isn't happening right now. My stomach plummeted to the floor, and I could feel my heart beginning to crack. You kissed me back, I whispered. I'm not delusional. I felt it. You kissed me back, Mace, and I saw you watching me last night at dinner and at the club. I'm not an ignorant little kid. I know what I saw and felt. You can't deny it. It doesn't matter. Anger began to burn in my veins that he could have such little regard for what we just shared. How can you say that? I demanded. Tell me what I felt wasn't real, that what I saw was all in my head. He stopped and stood silent, watching me with a pained expression like he was coming apart. And I knew then that what he was fighting so hard was his straw to me. I love you, Mace, I continued, softening my voice as I closed the distance between us and placed my palms on his chest. I know you feel something for me, too. I can see it in your eyes right now. You're killing me, Goldie, he whispered, his voice tortured as he leaned down to rest his forehead against mine. What you felt was real. All the breath whooshed from my lungs as a beaming smile stretched across my face. But, he continued, killing that sudden burst of happiness, it can't happen. Ever. I'm drawn to you, I'll admit that. You've always been important to me, sweetheart. So goddamn important. I feel something for you, but I can't ever act on it. It just can't happen. It was amazing how a person could go from bliss to soul-crushing heartache in the span of just a few seconds. It was like being hit by a truck. Why not? I whispered, my voice cracking as tears welled in my eyes. Oh, baby, please don't cry. He cupped my cheeks, using his thumbs to brush away the few that escaped. Then tell me why. I deserve to know. Because you're not just some girl. You're Lila, my Goldie. I'm not the best when it comes to relationships, and you aren't a woman you just take a shot with. You deserve so much more than that. You deserve promises, and I'm not in a place to make those kinds of promises right now. I don't need promises, I insisted, a hint of desperation in my words. I'm not asking for that. I know this would take time. We'd have to build it. I just want to know there's a chance. That's all I'm asking. Just give us a chance. Mace tangled his fingers in my hair, and for a second, I thought it was all going to work out. But I'd been so damn wrong. No. With one word, he broke my heart. What's going on? When I turned to look over my shoulder at the person who'd just spoken, those two broken pieces shattered and splintered, turning to dust. Bethany? I asked on a Ravage whisper. What are you... How? She was dressed in nothing but a civil corruption t-shirt. Her hair was a tangled mess around her shoulders, and her lips were red and swollen. How could you? Lila, Mace called, drawing my attention back to him. You know each other? My best friend? I seethed, jerking out of his grasp and skewering him with a look. You fucked my best friend? Fucking shit, he grunted, agony washing over his expression. I didn't... Goldie, I didn't know. How could you? I repeated on a shout as I turned back to Bethany. I told you how I felt about him. She looked right through me like I was a complete stranger instead of her best friend. Don't be such a drama queen, Lai. It's too damn early. All you said was you had a crush. You didn't say anything about being in love with the dude. What's the matter with you? I yelled, so loud my ears rang. What's the matter with me? Venom dripped from her words. Poor little perfect Lila, she sneered. How's it feel to finally not get something you want? The force of her anger was so strong that the words felt like a physical slap, sending me back a step. What are you talking about? Every guy at school is stupid for you, and you don't even notice. You could have any one of them. Hell, they'd line up just for a shot at you, but you're too much of a good girl to even realize. Everyone just loves Lila. She's got the perfect hair and the perfect clothes and the perfect loving family. People like me are just stuck with the scraps. So yeah, when I got my shot with the guy of your dreams, I jumped at it. And you know what? I'd do it all over again, because now you know what the rest of us feel like. You stupid bitch, Mace snarled at her. Get your shit and get the fuck out of my apartment before I throw you out on your goddamn ass. You know what? I cut in, somehow managing to pour all the hate I was feeling into my voice, despite the tears streaming down my face. Don't even worry about it. I'm leaving. Lila, wait. No. I pulled my arm from Mace's grasp when he tried to stop me from storming out. You've already made it clear you don't want me, and I can't stand the fucking sight of her. He reached for me again, refusing to give up. Goldie, just wait. Please, let me get rid of this bitch and you and I can talk. There's still a lot I need to say. Not anything I want to hear, I replied brokenly. Forgive me, but I have taken all the hits I'm prepared to take today. Now let me go. Please, lie. Let me go, I hissed between clenched teeth. He finally did as ordered, and I ran out of that apartment like the hounds of hell were nipping at my heels.
Mace.
Well, I don't know about you, but that was all the soap opera bullshit I can handle for one day,
Bethany said, as she moved through my living room in the direction of the kitchen, stopping in front of me and smiling seductively as she stood on her tiptoes and ran her tongue along my jawline. You got any coffee? I'm dragging this morning. You really wore me out last night. Maybe after, I'll let you in for round 3? Or would it be 4? The sassy wink she'd just given me morphed into fear as I put my palm in the center of her chest and shoved her away from me. You stupid cunt, I hissed. Oh, please, she cried, masking her fright with false bravado. Don't act all sanctimonious now. You didn't seem to want me gone half an hour ago when your dick was down my throat. That was before I knew what a venomous bitch you really are, I growled in return. What is it about her, huh? She shouted, throwing her arms wide. She's not fucking perfect, you know. I'm just as good as she is. That's where you're wrong, I countered. You pulled that shit just now because you know you'll never be a quarter of what Lila is. You're the one men fuck and forget about the second they blow their load. That's all you'll ever be. She's the one men want to keep. Desperation washed over her as she attempted to get close and touch me.
I can be the woman you want to keep.
Not a fucking chance. If you hadn't come out when you did, I would have forgotten you were even here. Now what part of get the fuck out of my apartment didn't you understand? Don't make me repeat myself again. You won't like what happens. She didn't hang around long after that. Rushing back into the bedroom, she took about 2 seconds to get dressed and grabbed her shit before rushing through the front door. Fuck me, I grunted, scrubbing at my face in distress. I needed to burn that goddamn shirt she'd been wearing, along with my sheets to try and destroy any evidence she'd ever been here. Then, I had to find a way to fix whatever this was between Lila and me. But a fierce churning in my gut told me it wasn't going to be so easy.
Chapter 6. Lila. Dear Diary, I didn't know it was possible for a person's heart to hurt this bad without the pain killing them. I did it. I put absolutely everything on the line, and not only was I shot down by the man I loved, but I was betrayed by the girl I thought was my best friend. Lowering my pen to the mattress, I closed the journal, running my fingertips along the worn leather cover. I'd been using it every single day for the past 4 years because it was a gift from the man I loved. Now it was nothing more than a horrible reminder. I didn't want those reminders anymore, but I couldn't bring myself to let them go completely. Climbing off the bed, I walked to the closet and pulled the door open, reaching for one of the shoeboxes I kept high on the shelf. Tossing the pair of shoes onto the closet floor, I moved to my bedside table and opened the drawer, pulling out every candy bar he ever gave me and dumping them inside the box. Next went the tiny picture frame he'd given me, along with the picture of me with the whole crew I'd put inside of it. I rested the journal on top of everything and placed the lid on top before stowing it back up on the shelf, making sure to tuck it behind everything else up there. Out of sight, out of mind, or at least I hoped. I'd done my best to put on a happy face all day as my family and I celebrated Christmas, but I'd been secretly waiting for it all to end so I could go upstairs, close myself in my bedroom, and throw the pity party I'd been so desperate to have. Unfortunately, I'd only had about 20 solid minutes to wallow before a knock on my bedroom door interrupted me. Will had already left for the evening, planning on spending some more time with the guys and Tate before they flew back tomorrow. Figuring it was my mom or dad, I called for them to come in. "Goldie." My head shot up and around at the sound of Mace's voice, and my heart stalled for a second before starting back up at a rapid pace. "What are you doing here?" I bit out as I slowly lowered to my bed. "You haven't been answering any of my texts, darling. I couldn't go back to L.A. without talking to you first." God, he was just making it so much worse. "That's because I have nothing left to say to you, Mace. Sorry you wasted the trip." "I hated how we left things," he stated, moving into my room and closing the door behind him. "Sweetheart, you have to believe me. I had no idea who she was." "Stop it," I hissed, closing my eyes against the memory of yesterday morning flashing in my brain. "Lila, please, I never would have fucking touched her. You have to know that." A laugh of disbelief bubbled up my throat, filling my room with its bitterness as it slipped past my lips. "You know what blows my mind? The fact that you came in here thinking the only reason I have nothing to say to you is because you screwed a girl I stupidly thought was my best friend. I hate to break it to you, but any woman walking out of your bedroom would have broken my heart." He flinched like I'd just slapped him, and I couldn't help but feel a tiny hint of pleasure at that. "Lila, do you have any feelings for me?" I asked, finished with beating around the bush. I'd already laid myself bare. There was nothing left for me to lose. "It's not that simple." "See, that's where you're wrong. It's exactly that simple, and I'd appreciate an answer." "Yes," he gritted, the muscle in his jaw ticking wildly. Yeah, I have feelings for you. Why do I get the feeling a butt is coming? I asked snottily. Mace's throat bobbed with a thick swallow. But, Christ, lie. You're my best friend's little sister. What am I supposed to do with that, huh? Wow, I barked. First it was that I was too young, now it's because I'm Will's sister. Which is it? Make up your mind, Mace. It's both, he boomed, before getting a hold of himself and lowering his voice as he repeated. It's both. But most of all, it's Will. I just can't do that to him, Goldie. Do what? I demanded, losing hold on my patience. He'd never approve. Why not? Because I'm not good enough for you, okay? He shouted so loud that both of us held our breaths, waiting to see if my folks had heard. When a minute ticked by without the sound of their footsteps on the stairs, he continued. You think in a million years he'd ever approve of me for you? Hell no, he'd lose his goddamn mind. I hadn't thought it was possible to hurt any more than I already was, but with every word he said, I felt that crushing weight that had been sitting on my chest for the past 36 hours grow heavier and heavier. I see, I whispered, the backs of my eyes beginning to sting as I struggled to hold back the tears that desperately wanted to fall. So Will's more important. I didn't say that, he replied on a quick clip. Jesus, Lila, you can't possibly think you aren't important to me. Sweetheart, you're one of the most important people in my life. Just not important enough, I finished, speaking the words he refused to say out loud. When Mace's head fell in defeat, the last piece of me died. You need to leave, I said in a quiet, broken voice. He rushed toward me like he wanted to scoop me in his arms and pull me close. Shooting off the bed, I backed up until I hit the wall. No, don't touch me. He stopped the moment my hands came up toward him. Not like this, he begged, his voice gravelly and agonized. Please don't make me leave us like this. It was then that I lost the fight against my tears. They slowly slipped down my cheeks one by one as I pulled in a breath, trying to gather my thoughts in order to say what needed to be said. I've been in love with you since I was 10, I started quietly. More than 7 years of my life. I've been waiting for my chance to tell you how I feel. If you didn't have feelings for me, I could have walked away from this with at least a small piece of my pride intact. But you do. And that's what makes this so much worse. Because I just found out that the man I spent 7 years pining for never deserved it. Mace's face went hard as a stone as he took a step closer. Stop, I commanded. Then I continued to drive the final nails into the coffin that was my hope for a future with Mace. You see, when I dreamed of what it would be like to be with you, I never once thought you'd be such a coward. That's not... I waited for you. I waited and waited because I knew you were worth it. But I'm done. I won't spend one more second of my life on a man who doesn't think I'm enough. Please, just... No! I won't just anything. I pushed off the wall and sidestepped him. You know the saddest part? I kept talking before he had a chance to answer. The saddest part was that I'd have done anything for you. I'd have made you happy, Mace. There isn't a single doubt in my mind that we could have been freaking great together. But since you're too scared to take a chance on me, to risk my brother's wrath, you'll never know. I'm done wasting my time. I'm moving on, and one day I'll find a guy who actually deserves me, one who'd risk everything for me. And you'll have to spend the rest of your life knowing you settled with whatever woman it is you end up with. Because there's no one who'd ever love you as much, who'd bend over backward to give you everything within her power just to make you as happy as I would. He's my best friend, Mace continued to argue. The best friend I've ever had. I know. And did it ever cross your mind that Will might want someone like that for me? Someone he knows is loyal to the core? He's my brother, Lie, you have to get that. Please tell me you get that. I do, I replied, nodding for good measure. I also get that what you're saying is I'm not worth it. That's not true. Goldie, you're worth fucking everything. Then talk to him. If I'm worth everything, talk to Will and convince him. Convince him of what, huh? He snarled, raking his hands through his hair as he backed away and flopped on my bed. Convince him that I'm not a dog? That he should let me have a shot at his underage sister? How goddamn well do you think that'll work out? Then we'll wait, I pushed, tired of his bullshit excuses. If that's the case, we'll give it a few months until I'm 18. Then we can tell him. Mace's mouth was clamped shut so tight the tendons in his neck tensed and strained beneath his skin. But he didn't say a word. Not a single fucking word. And just like that, the fight melted right out of me. Get out. What? No, Goldie. Get out, Mace. There's nothing more to say. Just go. Please, just go. The anguish on Mace's face was almost enough to make me want to snatch the words back. Almost. But as I'd already told him, I was done. 7 years is long enough, don't you think? Please just go and let me start living my life. He stood, his face stark with regret and misery as he took a few more seconds to look at me. I'm sorry, Goldie, he whispered, his voice full of contrition before he headed toward my bedroom door. You and me both, I murmured to myself after he was gone. It was only once I was certain my parents were asleep in their bed and I'd have no more interruptions that I finally allowed myself to crumble, using my pillow to muffle my sobs as I mourned the loss of what would never be. Chapter 7. Lila, 2.5 years later. For more than 2 years, I had managed to put Mace behind me. It hadn't been easy. In fact, it was one of the hardest things I'd ever had to do. But I did it. High school ended, I graduated without ever speaking another word to Bethany, but I also managed to learn that she'd been right, to a point. My reputation at school was a lot more profound than I'd ever imagined. People saw how our friendship had imploded, and the majority seemed to take my side without me ever muttering a word of her betrayal. She was quickly blacklisted, and while I never fueled the gossip or gave credence to the rumors spreading about her, I couldn't say I felt bad. It took a special kind of evil to be that malicious, and as far as I was concerned, she'd gotten what she deserved. It also didn't help matters much that I wasn't the only girl she'd done something that sinister to. Turned out, Bethany had a penchant for using sex to get back at girls she felt had wronged her. Not smart. I eventually left all that behind and headed off to San Francisco State University to start my life. A lot had changed in the past couple years. Not only had I distanced myself from the guys in the band, but a few months after their visit that Christmas, the bottom fell out on Tate and Declan's relationship. He'd let the money and fame get to his head and destroyed the best thing he'd ever had. After the devastation he'd left in his wake, Tate packed her stuff and moved back from L.A. In that time, we'd grown even closer. She'd gone from being one of my closest friends to the sister I never had, and one of the foundations of our friendship was that we never talked about civil corruption. I didn't pry into her business with Deck, and she didn't dig to find out why I'd pulled away from them. It was like an unwritten agreement between us, and it had worked for so long that it had become second nature. Until today. When the mail courier knocked on my apartment door earlier that morning, I thought maybe it was a birthday gift from my parents or something. I never expected to open the envelope and have backstage passes to the civil corruption concert literally fall into my lap. I knew they were coming back to town for a show, but I'd planned to pretend it wasn't happening. Unfortunately, my roommate was in the room when the passes fell out, so there'd been no chance at hiding it from her. Holy shit! Ava squawked like a loud, annoying bird. Holy shit! Are those what I think they are? Please, tell me those are what I think they are. Before I had a chance to answer, she snatched the envelope and pulled out a tiny business card-sized slip of paper. Happy birthday, Goldie. Miss you like crazy. Love, Mace. Wait, Mace? As in Mason Keller? The world's sexiest lead guitarist since the creation of time? That Mace? That'd be him, I muttered, snatching the card from her hand and reading, then rereading his words. The pieces of my heart that I'd slowly been mending together pulsed and throbbed so painfully at the sight of his distinct scrawl that if I hadn't been sitting, my knees would have gone right out from under me. I can't believe you never told me you knew civil freaking corruption. If I didn't already think you were the tits, this would solidify it. That's for damn sure. Ava could be a pain in the ass at times, but since the moment we met when she walked into our dorm room freshman year, she'd been a true and loyal friend. Considering my track record with girlfriends, it had taken me a while to warm up to her, but she'd never given up, and I was damn glad about that, seeing as she was pretty amazing. They're more my brother's friends than mine, I replied, the old excuse flowing from my mouth with ease. Miss you like crazy? Doesn't sound like something a guy says to his friend's little sis. She looked at me with skeptical eyes. Why do I get the feeling you're keeping something from me? Because I am, I answered in a flat, bland tone as I pushed the passes to the side and stood from my bed. And if you really love me and are my bestest friend, then you'll leave it at that, yeah? I grabbed my robe off the foot of my bed and started for the bathroom when Ava grabbed my arm and stopped me. Hold up. Ava, please, I sighed. I really don't want to talk about Mace. Her expression grew sympathetic as she studied me. That's fine. We don't have to talk about him. But are you okay? Such a good friend. I blew out a frustrated breath as I ran a hand through my hair. No, I haven't seen or talked to him in over 2 years, so to say this gift came as a surprise is putting it mildly. She hesitated for just a beat. Does Daniel know? Daniel? Crap. I met him a year earlier in one of my classes. He was cute and funny, and he charmed me almost immediately, but I hadn't let myself go there until I was sure it could be all about him without the memory of a certain guitar player plaguing my thoughts. It took 6 months of him wooing me before I finally relented, and we'd been together ever since. No. So how are you going to explain these to him? She held the passes up. I mean, he'll definitely want to go, but he's going to ask questions. Like I said, they're friends of my brother's. Guess they were just feeling generous since it's my birthday and all. Ava's body practically vibrated with excitement as she hopped from foot to foot with her hands clutched in front of her chest. Does that mean we can go? If she hadn't seen those damn passes, I could have just tossed them and none would be the wiser. But she did. Then if I was being honest with myself, I actually really wanted to go. In spite of everything, I missed my guys. We can go, but, I quickly added when it appeared her head was mere seconds from exploding all over my room. You have to be cool. Think you can do that? A muffled squeak squeezed through her clamped lips as she nodded like a maniac. I'll be as cool as ice. Pinky swear. I looked from her to the passes and back again. Well then, I guess we need to figure out what to wear. We've got a concert to go to tonight. I had 5 front-row tickets to the show along with the backstage passes. Besides me and Ava, I gave a pass to Daniel, one to Ava's boyfriend, Craig, and the other to our mutual friend, Lindsay. The rest of the group radiated with elation as they jumped and screamed and hollered while the guys tore up the stage like they owned it. And they did. They owned the whole freaking building and everyone in it. They were that good. I'd seen them on TV plenty of times, the New Year's Eve performance after the last time I saw Mace included, but it was nothing compared to seeing them live. I tried my hardest to keep my eyes from drifting his way, but Mace was too mesmerizing, and I found my gaze constantly traveling toward him as the show played out. But the most disconcerting thing of it all was that his kept coming my way as well. From their first song, after the pyrotechnics cleared and all the lights went up, he'd spotted me like he knew exactly where I'd be. And the few times our eyes locked, they held like two magnets unable to be pulled apart. "You okay, baby?" Daniel called out, leaning close to my ear so I could hear what he was saying. "You don't seem into this." He wasn't completely off the mark. Truth was, I didn't have the first damn clue what I was doing there, and something deep in my gut told me I was making a huge mistake. Casting my eyes over my shoulder, I did my best to smile genuinely as I looked up into his handsome face. "I'm great," I lied, "just soaking it all in." Daniel grinned and wrapped his arms around my waist from behind, lowering his head until his chin rested on my shoulder. "This is epic. I can't believe your brother's friends with these guys. This is amazing." "I know," I answered, infusing my voice with as much cheerfulness as possible. But when my attention turned back to the stage, Mace's blue eyes skewered me on the spot. Even from the distance, I could feel them on my skin, burning a trail from my face to where Daniel's hands rested on my belly. And I swear to God, those ocean blues caught fire and burned with an intensity and fury I'd never in my life seen before. Oh, shit.
Mace. She came. I couldn't fucking believe it when I looked out into the front row and saw her standing there like a golden beacon. All of her pale blonde hair framing that beautiful face. Those honey eyes shimmering up at me. It felt like I'd taken my first full breath in more than 2 years. Then that fuckwad wrapped his arms around her, holding her like she belonged to him, and I nearly dove off the goddamn stage. How I managed to keep my shit together to finish the show was nothing short of a miracle. When the lights went out on the screaming audience and Declan shouted, "Good night, San Francisco," I made a beeline off the stage, lumbering to our dressing room and grabbing one of the complimentary bottles of Jack. I managed 2 hearty slugs straight from the bottle before the rest of the guys finally caught up to me. "Dude," Garrett gave me a chastising glare. "We've been off stage for all of 30 seconds and you're already tying one on?" I flipped him off and took another shot from the bottle. "Just a little post-show celebration. Get off my ass." I felt like shit for snapping. In all honesty, he had plenty of reason to jump on my case. My alcohol consumption lately had gotten a little out of hand. I knew that. But it wasn't like I had a problem. I could stop whenever I wanted. But seeing that dude's arms around Lila had thrown me off. I sent those tickets knowing there was a strong possibility she might not show. I added in extra thinking she'd be more likely to come if she could bring friends. But never in my mind had I thought of a scenario where she'd come with a guy. It was fucking with my head. The whole point of that gift was to get her here to tell her I made a mistake. A huge fucking mistake. I'd been living without her for more than 2 years now, and I couldn't do it any longer. I needed to get her back. I just needed her. "Great show, guys," our manager, Chris, said as he pushed into the dressing room. "You fucking killed it." Declan gave him a fist bump before flopping down on one of the huge, cushy couches lining the walls. "Fucking right we did. I'm amped. Time to bury my face in some pussy." "Amen, brother." Killian chuckled, slapping Deck on the shoulder. A knock came on the door just then, and our head of security poked his giant skull in. "Y'all got a visitor." My skin instantly started to prickle as he pushed the door all the way open and moved aside for Lila to come through. "Holy shit!" Garrett launched himself at her. The big blonde Viking motherfucker pulled Lila into a bear hug and swung her around like a rag doll. her soft, melodic laughter ringing through the room like church bells. "Christ, Li, it's so damn good to see you," he exclaimed once he set her back on the ground. I stood, frozen to my spot, while the rest of the guys got up to greet her with the same enthusiasm. She hugged Kill, then Deck. When he pulled away, she looked at me for the first time since stepping through the door. "Mace," she greeted quietly, a small smile tugging at her lips. Despite its size, it was no less glorious than when she sent that full-on beam my way. At the sight of it, my feet moved of their own accord, taking me across the room so I could wrap her in my arms. "Fuck, Goldie," I grunted into her hair, pulling in her scent to feed my soul. I held on for several seconds too long, only making myself let go when she cleared her throat, gave me an awkward pat on the back, and forcibly stepped away. "Jesus, baby girl, it's good to see you," Declan said, coming closer in order to hook his arm around her shoulders. "But please tell me you didn't pay for tickets and backstage passes. Your family. Family never pays." "I didn't. Actually, they came courier from Mace as a birthday present." As she spoke, her eyes came back to mine, the golden flecks in them shining with a soft appreciation that made my stomach plummet. At the same time, my dick thickened at the gorgeous sight of it. "Fuck, that's right. It's your birthday," Killian exhaled. "What are you, 19 now?" 20, I answered before she could, drawing speculative eyes from the guys in the room. "He's right," Lila replied. "I'm 20 today." Garrett pulled her into another hug. "Jesus, Li, our girl's all grown up." Once the hug ended, she looked around to all of us. "I actually brought some friends since Mace gave me 5 passes. They'd really love to meet you, if you don't mind." Fuck me. That meant I was about to meet the son of a bitch who'd been holding my girl. It was going to take a whole hell of a lot to keep from punching his teeth down his throat.
Chapter 8. Lila. It took everything I had to shake off the awkwardness of the situation and act normal. With a tip of my chin to the mountain of a dude at the door, he stepped aside and let my group through. "Guys, these are my friends Ava, Lindsay, and Craig." Lindsay and Ava were visibly holding themselves back from freaking out as Daniel came straight to me and hooked his arm over my shoulders. "And this is my boyfriend, Daniel." The vibe in the room changed in a single beat, the guys going from laughing and messing around to hard and cold before I could take my next breath. "You're what?" Garrett growled, glaring daggers in Daniel's direction. "Oh, for God's sake," I gritted out with a roll of my eyes as I pinned Garrett with a look of my own. "Will you knock it off? I already have one big brother, and that's plenty." "So, Will's met this guy?" Killian grumbled, crossing his thick arms over his chest to appear more intimidating. "Yes." I dragged it out like I was talking to a bunch of 5-year-olds. "And he likes him, so I'd appreciate it if you four could play nice and stop embarrassing me in front of my friends." Declan was the first to cave, pasting an easygoing smile on his face as he came up to shake everyone's hands, Daniel included. "Nice to meet you. Any friend of Li's is a friend of ours." "Holy crap," Ava breathed, nearly melting into a puddle on the floor as she latched onto Dec's hand. "I'm touching Declan Forrester. I'm touching Declan Forrester." She started hopping in place as Lindsay laughed. "Oh my God, you're so sexy. Like the sexiest guy on the face of the planet. No offense, baby," she offered to Craig as she continued flipping out. "I can't even be mad," her boyfriend offered. "I'm losing my freaking mind right now." Declan, Kill, and Garrett all laughed, but I felt a penetrating blast of cold coming from the other side of the room that kept me from joining in on the fun. When I looked in that direction, Mace was stalking closer. "Need to talk to you," he grunted as he frowned down at me. My skin tightened and broke out into goosebumps as my belly flipped. Mace looked from me to Daniel, his scowl growing even more severe as he finished with a mumbled, "Alone." Daniel's arm around my shoulder grew tighter as I turned into him and looked up. "I'll be back in a second," I said on a whisper. His face was marred with concern and frustration, his brows pulled into a low V as he asked, "You sure?" "Yeah, it'll be fine. Just give me a few." Before he released me, he sent a withering look Mace's way, then turned his face back to mine and placed a kiss against my lips. The energy around Mace sparked and crackled with a rage I couldn't understand as I finally unlatched from my boyfriend, following Mace out of the dressing room and down a long hall. "Hey," I called, nearly jogging in my high-heeled booties in an effort to keep up. "Slow down, your legs are a lot longer than mine." We made it to the end of the hall before Mace took a quick left into an empty corridor. He came to a stop and spun around so quickly that I collided into him, unable to stop myself. The instant my body smacked into his, Mace's arms came up, circling me like steel bands. "What are you doing?" I hissed, squirming in his arms pointlessly. He didn't want me to move, and there was no way in hell I was strong enough to break his hold. "Mace, let me go," I warned. The feel of his rock-hard body and the scent of cologne and sweat on his skin were sending my head into an unhealthy fog. "You're really with that guy?" he barked, crude disbelief bleeding from his words. "I really am," I snapped back, renewing my fight against him. "And I don't appreciate the tone you're using. Daniel's a nice guy." "Daniel's a fucking dick. You've got to be kidding, dating a preppy douchebag like that. Jesus Christ, the asshole looks like he belongs to a goddamn country club." Well, he wasn't completely off the mark. Daniel himself didn't belong to a country club, but his parents did. Sure, he preferred button-downs and polo shirts to faded jeans and old concert tees, and yes, he wore Sperry's and would probably never be caught dead in a pair of motorcycle boots like Mace, but that didn't make him a bad guy. Not by a long shot. "Who the hell are you to judge him?" I spat, shoving at his chest until he was forced to break his hold. Taking 2 large steps back, I clenched my hands into fists so tight my fingernails cut into the flesh of my palms. I was seething to the point of explosion. He's sweet and treats me with respect. He likes me and he isn't afraid to show it. And personally, I don't see how who I date is any goddamn business of yours. Leaning down to get in my face, he hissed, "He's not your style, Goldie. Unless you sold out," he spat with disdainful accusation. My palm went flying through the air before I could think, landing against his cheek with a resounding crack. "You son of a bitch!" I shouted as Mace's head shot to the side. When he slowly looked back at me, there was no missing the pure shock glinting in his eyes. "Who the hell do you think you are talking to me like that?" Every inch of my body trembled with a fury so intense it actually frightened me, but I couldn't make myself stop. "I didn't sell out, you prick. I moved on. You have no right to an opinion on who I date. You aren't a part of my life anymore." "And whose fault is that?" he bellowed so loud that I jumped. "You cut me out of your life, Lila. Not the other way around. You took yourself away from me and I didn't have a single fucking choice." "Because it was necessary," I yelled in return. "I loved you, Mace. So much it hurt. Every single day. I couldn't keep you in my life the way we were if I wanted to have a shot at getting over you. And I did. It took a long freaking time, but I finally did. I thought maybe enough time had passed that we could get back to what we had, but now I see I was wrong. God!" I threw my arms up in frustration. "Why the hell did you even send me those tickets if this was how you planned on acting?" "I sent them because I couldn't go another fucking day without seeing you." That statement rendered me speechless, but it didn't matter because he was nowhere near finished. I sent them because I prayed you'd show up and I'd finally get the chance to tell you I want to be with you. My mouth fell open in astonishment, and it took several seconds before I was finally able to whisper, "Are you fucking kidding me?" "Goldie, are you fucking kidding me?" I repeated on a yell. "You broke my heart and now you want to be with me? You selfish asshole! I'm finally with someone who cares about me and treats me right, someone I love, and you go and pull this? You're unbelievable." Mace rocked back, his face twisting in agony as he asked in a ravaged voice, "You love him?" "Don't," I snapped. "Don't you dare. I gave you my heart, Mace. You didn't want it. You threw it right back in my face, so don't you dare stand there like I broke you, because I finally put myself back together after you tore me apart." "Goldie." That was all he said. One pathetic word. "I'm done with this," I stated, backing out of the corridor and starting back down the hallway toward the dressing room. I stopped with my hand on the knob and closed my eyes, pulling in a deep, fortifying breath before finally giving it a turn and stepping back into the room. I made a beeline right to Daniel once I got inside. I spent the rest of our time with the guys trying and failing to shake off my encounter with Mace. I faked the same enthusiasm as my friends while we hung out for a while longer. When Mace came back a few minutes after me, he didn't bother shedding his surly attitude, which made acting normal that much harder. Finally, the band's manager cut into our conversations to say, "Hate to break this up, guys, but we need to get to the after party." I was sad to have to say goodbye, but there was no shaking the sense of relief I felt once I was out from under the anger and sorrow pouring off Mace. The guys gave me their hugs just before we left, all expressing how good it was to see me. Surprisingly, Mace didn't make a fuss or act like an ass when he gave me a short, perfunctory hug goodbye, but that didn't make saying goodbye to them any easier. I was going to miss all of them so bad, it was as if I were leaving a piece of myself behind. I was only just beginning to mourn the loss of them again when Mace dug that knife in my chest even deeper when he cast me one last look and stated, "Let's roll. I need a drink and some pussy." Then he turned and exited the room without a backward glance. Ava was staying the night at Craig's place, and they were dropping Lindsay off on the way, leaving Daniel and me alone in his car. After the whirlwind blast from the past I'd just experienced, I wanted nothing more than to close my eyes and snooze as he drove us back to my apartment. Unfortunately, I hadn't done as good a job of hiding my discomfort after the fight with Mace as I thought. We were halfway home when Daniel's voice broke through the turmoil going on inside my head. "There's something I need to know with you and that guy earlier." I lifted my head from the headrest and glanced his way to see the tendon in his neck straining in the lights from the dashboard as he clenched his teeth. "What?" "Of course not. Why would you ask that?" "Because I'm not blind, Lila, or a fucking idiot. I saw how you two were looking at each other and how he couldn't keep his goddamn eyes off you after your private chat." Daniel had never been anything but sweet and loving the whole year I'd known him, so hearing the venom in his tone just then was more than a little shocking. "I swear there's nothing between us. We were never anything but friends." "He wants you, Li. Are you really going to deny that?" I couldn't. Not after what Mace had said to me in the hallway. I didn't want my relationship with Daniel to be built on a foundation of lies and secrets. I owed him more than that. "He does," I admitted in a quiet voice, reaching over to place my hand on his. "He told me tonight, but I made it clear that I'm with you. I love you. How he feels isn't going to change that, I swear." He held tight to my hand and went quiet, apparently giving my response serious thought. My stomach plummeted in fear, thinking he was about to end things. The last thing I wanted was to lose him. Finally, he broke the silence, asking a question I'd been dreading. Do you have feelings for him? Hesitating for several seconds, I drew up the courage to answer. I did, but it was before I ever met you, I added quickly. I wouldn't do that to you, Dan. You have to believe me. But he's the reason it took me 6 months to get in there, isn't he? My voice came out weak and so quiet it was barely audible. Yes. Fuck. But you got in, Dan, I said, emotion making my words thick and garbled. You got in there, and I'm so glad you did. You make me happy. I love you, honey. Please trust that. His fingers clenched around mine as he pulled in a long, deep breath. I love you too, Lai. You know that, and I believe you. I let out a huge sigh of relief, and as we finished the ride to my apartment, I promised myself that I'd be the very best girlfriend possible. I'd be exactly what Daniel needed and deserved, and I'd never let Mace come between us in any way. I just hoped and prayed it was enough. Chapter 9. Lila. 2 years later. It was my wedding day. Just thinking that seemed surreal. I couldn't believe the day was finally here. It seemed like just yesterday that Daniel had gotten down on one knee and asked me to make him the happiest man on earth by agreeing to be his wife. Saying yes with tears of joy streaming down my face had been the best day of my life. I rode that high for weeks, but once time came for us to start planning, an unsettling knot had formed in the pit of my stomach, and it had only gotten worse and worse throughout our year-long engagement. It started off small enough that I convinced myself I was overreacting and pushed the unease to the back of my mind. Standing in front of the dressing mirror in my elaborate gown, I started unseeing at my reflection as I drew up the memories that had been plaguing me for so many months. The front door of our house finally opened an hour and a half after Daniel was supposed to be home. He'd been putting in long hours, saying it was for extra money to pay for the wedding, but I was beginning to have a difficult time believing that, especially when he came home with bloodshot eyes reeking of bourbon. He'd started working at his father's investment firm right out of college and had been on the fast track to promotion, but lately something was going on that he refused to talk to me about. He came home each day more agitated than the one before, and as that agitation grew, so did his tendency to hit the bottle. He wasn't sharing with me, but I'd caught a few conversations between him and his dad that led me to believe the company wasn't doing so well. I'd overheard mention of bad investments and angry board members, and my gut churned with the feeling that what I thought was bad was probably much worse. "What do you have going on here?" he asked once he hit the threshold of the kitchen. When he leaned in for a kiss, I noticed the ever-present smell of liquor on his breath. It must have been another rough day, and I didn't want to do anything to make it worse for him. So I chose to ignore it as always and answered, "Your mom called again. She's added more people to the guest list." Looking down at the sheets of paper in front of me, I shook my head in frustration. "You have to talk with her, honey. We already have over 200 people on the list. If she keeps adding, we won't be able to afford this wedding." Loosening his tie, he went into the fridge and pulled out a beer, twisting the cap off and tossing it into the sink. It was something so trivial, but I couldn't stand when he did that. And yet, no matter how many times I asked him to stop, he never did. "Why can't you tell her?" he asked, before sucking back half his beer. "Or just let her invite who she wants. She's just excited, babe. Cut her some slack." It wasn't simply that she was excited. I wasn't stupid, and from the calls he'd take from his father, I knew the Logans weren't rolling in money like they had been in the past. However, Diana Logan didn't seem to get the memo and wanted to show all her elite country club buddies that they were still living the high life by inviting them to our extravagant wedding. Problem was, she was doing it on our dollar, a dollar we didn't have. The other issue was that I hadn't wanted a lavish affair to begin with. What had started as a small, intimate wedding was quickly turning into some grand party thanks to Daniel's parents, and no matter what I said to him, he wouldn't take my side. If we could afford it, I'd let it go, but we can't pay for all this, Dan. We need to make some serious cuts. He sucked back the rest of his beer, going back to the fridge for a second, and once again tossing the cap in the sink. If it's that big a deal, why don't you just cut from your side? Dropping the pen I'd been holding, I looked up at him with wide, bewildered eyes. My side is only about 20 people. I kept it to close friends and family. You know that. I can't cut them. With a beleaguered sigh, he came to the table and took the seat next to me. If it's such a big deal to you, then you know who you can cut. My face drooped into a severe frown. This was a conversation we'd had multiple times since we'd started discussing who we were going to invite. The first time he'd seen Mace's name on my list had been one of the biggest fights we'd ever had. I hadn't spoken to him for 2 days. It finally ended with Daniel apologizing and admitting he'd overreacted, but it wasn't the last time we'd argued about it. I'm not having this conversation with you again, I warned. Mace isn't a threat, and you know it. He was a friend for most of my life, and I'm not taking him off the list. The issue is your mother. She's out of control, Dan. Banging his now empty beer bottle on the table, he shot to his feet, his expression twisted in anger. You want to tell her that? Be my guest. I'm done with this shit. I'm going to bed. Then he stormed off, leaving me behind to wonder what the hell had just happened. In the months that passed, we'd fought countless times about Mace. Nothing like that first big blow-up over the invite list, but no matter how much I tried to prove my love for him and convince him that Mace wasn't even close to being in the picture, he couldn't seem to let go of his jealousy. That promise I'd made myself that Mace would never come between us grew more impossible to keep with each passing day, all because Daniel refused to let it go. I'd started getting an eerie sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, a voice in the back of my head telling me that maybe this wasn't right. But admitting I'd spent so long working so damn hard to move on from Mace, only to settle, was something I couldn't bring myself to do. Not to myself or anyone else. My God, Will's voice drew me out of my thoughts, and when I spun around, he was standing in the doorway, staring at me with a look of wonder. Look at you, my little sister, all grown up and the most beautiful woman in the world. My eyes grew misty, and the image of Will began to blur as tears threatened to fall. You're not so bad yourself. Who knew a grease monkey could clean up so damn well? And he had. My big brother looked model-worthy in his tuxedo. Stay just like that, baby girl. I need to capture this moment. I did as he instructed, not moving a muscle as he pulled his phone from the pocket of his slacks and clicked several pictures of me. The guys are gonna lose their minds when I send them these. I know how bummed they are that they couldn't make it. At his words, a pang of sorrow pierced through my chest. I'd won the fights with Daniel about inviting them, but in the end it had all been for nothing. It turned out that they were touring out of the country during my special day, and when I informed my fiancé, he didn't even bother hiding his smug joy that Mace wouldn't be there. It was a side of him I hadn't seen until his ring was firmly placed on my finger, and it was a side I definitely didn't like. My face fell before I could stop it, and my brother, being the protective type he was, caught it before I could slip my mask back into place. Hey now, sweetheart. Stepping into the room, he closed the door to my bridal suite behind him to give us some privacy. Don't be sad. This is supposed to be a happy day. I am happy, I replied, doing my best to paste on a smile. Then what's with the face, babe? You look like you're about to burst into tears at any moment. A knock on the door interrupted our private moment, and Tate poked her head in. She gave us both a beautiful smile before stating, The wedding planner insisted I let you know it's time. Apparently Daniel's getting impatient.
"He can wait a few more minutes," Will informed her, much to my relief. "Can you delay Tater Tot? I'm having a moment with my sister."
Understanding filtered through her expression, and she nodded. "I'll handle it. Take as much time as you need." Then she closed the door. Once we were alone again, Will turned back to me. I hesitated, trying to come up with a believable lie. Super emotional. Aren't all brides supposed to be emotional wrecks on their special day? I asked in an attempt to lighten the situation. The real truth was I'd begun to think I was making a huge mistake.
"I don't care about how other chicks act on their wedding day. None of them are my sister. You are."
God, I loved my big brother something fierce. I'm good, I swear. And I was determined that I would be. Good, that was. I was going to do this. I was going to give it my all. I loved Daniel, and so what if he wasn't perfect? No one was. I just let the negative aspects cloud my mind. Once we were married and I got over that, things would all work out. He was a good guy. Sure, he had his flaws, but he loved me and never bothered hiding that. Besides, wasn't that what every girl wanted? Someone to love her unconditionally? I had that in Daniel, and I'd be an idiot to let it go. It was just cold feet, that was all. Will looked at me with clear skepticism.
"All right, baby girl, but you change your mind, just give me the word."
"Oh?" I giggled, suddenly feeling lighter all because of him. "And what word is that exactly?" He looked up and to the side, giving that some thought.
"You just look at me, whisper, 'Thundercats or go,' and I'll have a car fueled up and ready to take us to Mexico."
I threw my head back and laughed my first real laugh of the day. "God, I love you," I said, once I got control of myself. "You're the best big brother in the whole wide world." His smile was absolutely beautiful as he came closer.
"I love you too, baby girl. Always and forever."
I repeated the saying we'd been telling each other for as long as I could remember. "Always and forever, Will." He hooked my arm through his and turned me to the door.
"You ready for this?"
Pulling in a deep breath, I stared at the door and steeled my spine. "Ready. Let's get me married."
Mace. Will. Wish you guys were here. Isn't she a goddamn vision? I reread the text that came in from Will only minutes ago, before staring at the picture of Lila. Christ. My heart nearly busted through my chest at the sight of her. I hadn't thought it possible that she could get any more beautiful. But standing in that white dress, all that gorgeous blonde hair curled into sleek, shining waves, it was almost too much to bear, like staring into the sun. Will was right. She was a goddamn vision. A vision that was going to be walking down the aisle to another man at any moment. He was going to get all that beauty and light. My Goldie was going to pledge herself to someone else for the rest of her life. All that was her was supposed to be mine, but now it was lost to me. I couldn't stand the thought of it, so I decided to do what I'd been doing for the past 2 years to cope with the pain. Sucking back the remaining dregs in my bottle of Jack, I looked at the girl who'd been pressed against me for the past half hour in some random club in Brazil, and gave her a smile I knew worked wonders on the opposite sex. I didn't bother saying a word as I took her hand and led her out of the VIP area the guys and I had been holed up in. I didn't need to. She knew what was in store, and she was all for it. I was going to bury my cock in some random bitch's pussy. I was going to close my eyes and pretend it was my Goldie I was sinking into. That the woman beneath me didn't fall short of what I really wanted. And when that didn't work, which it wouldn't, experience having taught me that much, I was going to drink myself into oblivion.
Chapter 10. Lila. 3 years later. "Please, talk to me," Ava pleaded through the phone I had resting between my shoulder and ear. "I'm worried about you, babe. You haven't been yourself lately." She had every right to worry. She wasn't wrong. I hadn't been acting like myself. That was mainly because I was no longer the person I once was. Daniel had seen to that. In the 3 years we'd been married, he'd managed to beat me down, verbally and mentally, so badly that I barely recognized the woman staring back at me in the mirror most mornings. I was a shell of my former self, a sad, pathetic girl walking through each day like a ghost. I went through the motions because it was expected of me, but that was all I had the energy to do. I closed myself off from friends and family because I didn't want to deal with the hassle of their questions and concerns, and I hated myself for how weak I'd become. Daniel never hit me, I'd give him that, but how he treated me was just as bad, if not worse in some ways. What started as behavior I could easily make excuses for quickly turned into something unimaginable, and it all began with the fall of the illustrious Logan dynasty. I'd been right in thinking that whatever was happening was so much worse than I'd imagined. Turned out his father didn't just make a few bad investments. He'd lost his clients hundreds of thousands. There were people who lost their pensions, their retirement, the entirety of their savings. He'd left countless people on the brink of destitution, himself and his family included. He managed to get out of serious jail time only by the skin of his teeth, but the government had seized everything. Homes, cars, bank accounts, you name it, it was gone. The board overthrew the elder Logan and quickly fired everyone with his namesake. That meant golden boy Daniel had fallen from grace right along with dear old Dad. He and his family had become pariahs, and because of that, he hadn't been able to secure a job for the past 2 years. Not that he put much of an effort into it. Despite his father being, in my mind, a disgusting, heartless criminal, he refused to let his family name hold any of the responsibility. As far as he was concerned, he was the victim. The world was out to get him, and every day was a pity party. We were drowning in debt thanks to Daniel's inability to accept his new social standing. He wanted to continue living the caviar lifestyle while we were barely scraping by on a canned tuna budget. I was our sole source of income, and on my meager salary as an administrative assistant, I couldn't keep my husband in the flash and pomp he felt he deserved. According to him, it was my fault. My fault for getting a liberal arts degree instead of something that would be more appealing in the workforce. My fault for not trying harder to get a promotion within my company. My fault for not getting home in time to make him dinner and do the laundry, even though it was because I'd been working overtime to make some extra money. Everything was my fault, my fault, my fault. I didn't keep a clean enough house. I didn't know how to iron his slacks properly. I didn't know how to cook for shit. I was stupid, worthless, a waste of oxygen. If it wasn't my intellect or my homemaking skills, he was insulting. He was jumping down my throat about stuff that didn't even exist. He had himself convinced that I was cheating, that I was still in love with Mace, even though I'd given him no reason whatsoever to think either of those things was true. But according to him, I was, and that was why I still listened to his music or watched him on TV. Never mind that it happened only if the radio station I was already listening to played one of their songs unbeknownst to me, or the TV was already tuned to the channel where the band popped up. In his mind, it wasn't a coincidence. If it wasn't Mace, it was any man I offered a polite smile or nod to. And I'd taken every single blow he landed until it began to seep into my skin and poison me. I hadn't said a single word to anyone, always putting on a mask for my friends and loved ones on the rare occasions I saw them, so they wouldn't know just how badly I fucked up. I'd let him become my world, my twisted, sickening world.
The knowledge that I'd settled for less than best, less than I deserved, sat in my stomach until it soured and spoiled, leaving me in a constant state of nausea. But I was done. Done being his punching bag, his doormat. I was just done. "I'll be okay, Ava," I finally answered after a long, thoughtful pause. And I would, because I was getting the fuck out. He could keep the house and all the furniture. Hell, I didn't even care if the debt he'd laid at my feet followed me around for the rest of my life. I'd gladly take that over being in a poisonous, loveless marriage for one more second. "You want to tell me what's going on? Because I'm not sure I believe you lie. Not with how you've been acting lately." I felt like the very worst kind of person. I couldn't believe I'd allowed Daniel to destroy my self-esteem so thoroughly. "I know I've been a pretty shitty friend, and I'm so sorry for that. I swear I'll make it up to you. I made a huge mistake, but I'm fixing it. I promise." "And this mistake? It wouldn't have anything to do with Daniel, would it?" At her question, I stopped what I was doing, which just so happened to be packing up my shit in order to get the hell out of there, and froze solid. "What makes you ask that?" "Because I'm not naive," she replied sharply. "It isn't lost on me that all the changes in you started after you got married, and it's also not lost on me that you're not the only one who's changed. After all that shit went down with his parents, he turned into a raging asshole." "If you knew, then why didn't you say anything?" I squeaked, stunned that I'd been so transparent in spite of all the effort I put into hiding the ugly truth. "Because you always tried so hard to pretend everything was okay. It was obvious you didn't want us to know. Then you started spending less time with everyone until it eventually stopped altogether. I have to tell you, honey, I've been worried sick for a long time now." "Please don't worry," I whispered in a voice thick with tears. "I'm fixing it. I paused long enough to swallow the lump of emotion clogging my throat. "I'm leaving. I was actually packing when you called. I've had enough and I'm getting out." She sounded hesitantly optimistic when she asked, "And you're okay with that?" "I'm more okay than I've been in a very long time now that I've made a decision." "Good." She let out a breath of stark relief. "If you're okay, then I'm okay. And I'll have your back no matter what, yeah? You need me for anything at all, night or day, you just call me. Got it?" "I got it," I answered, smiling my first real smile all day. "But I have to go. Dan went to his favorite watering hole to get lit, and I want to be out of here before he gets back. Want me to come over and help you pack?" I had the best friends in the world, and I was so damn grateful that I hadn't lost them by letting my weakness and stupidity get the best of me. "I got it, but I'll call you once I'm on the road, deal?" "Sounds good. Love you, babe. Love you back." With that, I disconnected the call and went back to packing. I'd gotten most of my clothes and shoes and was working on my toiletries when I heard the front door open and close with Daniel's arrival. My belly flipped uncomfortably, and my heart rate increased at the knowledge of being caught, but I didn't let it stop me. I could handle one last fight if it meant being done with all his bullshit when it was over. I wasn't discouraged from my mission as his fumbled footsteps echoed down the hall toward our bedroom. Stuffing the last of my makeup and hair products into the bag, I moved back to the bedroom and tossed it in one of my 2 stuffed-to-the-max suitcases. I was just zipping up the last one when his large frame cast a shadow over me from the doorway. I had to hand it to him. For a worthless drunk, he'd managed to keep fit over the years, thanks to the gym account he refused to cancel no matter how many times I asked him to. If he wasn't at the bar drinking or forming a permanent indent in the chair in our living room, he was at the gym. He claimed working out relieved stress. I thought he was full of shit and actually went there scouting for a mistress, but damn if I cared. "The fuck you think you're doing?" he slurred. I could smell the bourbon leaching from his pores from 5 feet away, and it did nothing but infuriate me more. What's it look like I'm doing? I returned in a snarky tone. I'm packing. I'm done with this shit.
You're leaving me?
He snapped bitterly, then repeated,
You're leaving me? Is that a fucking joke?
Yanking the zipper shut the rest of the way, I spun around to face him and crossed my arms. No, it's not a joke. And yes, I'm leaving you. This marriage is toxic and I'm done, Daniel. He pushed off the door jamb and lurched closer, teetering dangerously in his drunken state.
You stupid bitch. You're going to him, aren't you?
To who? I shouted, throwing my arms wide. Who the hell is it you think I'm going to? Mace? For Christ's sake, Dan, I told you there's nothing happening. I haven't talked to him in 5 fucking years. Get over it.
Get over it? Get over it? You fucking slut. I know you're cheating, and now you think you can leave me? You aren't leaving me, bitch. No goddamn way in hell.
That churning in my gut that told me something was wrong grew more intense. I went from angry to frightened the louder and brasher he got. Instinct told me I needed to get the hell out of there before the situation escalated more than it already had. This conversation's done. I grabbed the handles of the suitcases and pulled them off the bed. I'm leaving and there's nothing you can do to stop me, I informed him once I reached the door. Now get out of the way. A sinister smile spread across his face, making my blood run cold.
Nothing I can do, huh? We'll see about that.
With that, his arms swung wide, his palm connecting with my cheek so hard I saw stars. Dropping my bags, the impact of the hit caused me to stumble sideways, my arms coming up to protect my face from another strike.
You're really stupid enough to think I won't stop you?
He landed a punch to my stomach so hard, all the air expelled from my lungs. I hit my knees with a jarring thud, the coarse fibers of carpet burning across the skin of my palms as I struggled to pull in a breath.
That I can't make you stay?
He asked, kicking me in the ribs. I struggled to pull myself across the floor, but I wasn't quick enough. Tangling his hand in my hair, he yanked me up and punched me right in the face. It felt like a firework exploded in my nose as blood poured down my throat, and the sickening crunch and searing pain alerted me to the fact that he'd just broken it. Please, I cried and whimpered, holding up a hand to ward him off.
Oh, now you're gonna beg.
He let out a bone-chilling laugh as he threw me to the floor, finally releasing my hair.
You dumb, worthless cow. Don't know why the fuck I spent so much time on you. That dry, boring pussy wasn't worth the trouble.
I don't know how long I lay there crying out as he tormented me with his words and brutal strength, but with each blow the edges of my vision grew darker and darker. Eventually the hits and kicks stopped. I thought he might have turned to leave, but I'd been wrong. He wasn't quite finished yet. Lifting his leg, he brought his loafer-clad foot down on my hand, and I screamed at the top of my lungs as the bones broke and snapped. Then everything went black as the pain became too much for me to bear. Chapter 11. Lila. When I came to, Daniel was gone, more than likely back at the bar tying another one on, and I took that as my opportunity to escape. The fact that I made it to my brother's house, my vision blurred from the broken nose and intense pain, one hand curled and useless, was nothing less than a miracle. His front door flew open, and he came running out when I pulled into his driveway at a fast clip, taking out his mailbox in my attempt to park.
Jesus Christ,
he yelled as he rushed to the driver's side.
What the fuck, Lie? Are you all
His words cut off when he got my door open and caught his first glimpse of my bruised and bloodied face.
What the fuck?
He bellowed, pulling me from the car. I let out a yelp as fire shot through my ribs. Stop, 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 I cried. My ribs. I think he broke my ribs.
Who broke your ribs, sweetheart? Talk to me. What happened?
Dan,
I managed to get out as the pain began to overwhelm me and my vision started to fade again. Dan, hospital. Then I blacked out again. My hospital room had finally cleared out, leaving me alone with Will for some much-needed peace and quiet after hours of being poked, prodded, and questioned. I regained consciousness on the car ride to the hospital, but had been in too much pain to fully disclose what had happened. When Will pulled up to the emergency room, they'd immediately taken me back to be seen, but had barred my brother from going with me. At first I'd been confused and upset, as had he, which he made obvious by raging and fighting with the security guards in the waiting room for keeping him from his sister. Turned out they were under the mistaken impression that he'd been the one to do this to me, and they wanted me alone so they could ask questions they feared I wouldn't be honest about with him in the room. I quickly explained, placing the blame on the person who deserved it. After telling the nurses that my soon-to-be ex-husband had been the one to do a number on me, they quickly allowed Will back. Shortly after, the cops arrived, having been called by the hospital, and I went through the entire horrific story for them all to hear. Having to admit my failure in front of my big brother, the one who'd protected me all my life, was the most humiliating ordeal I'd ever been through, and I could barely get through it all without bursting into tears. There had been several times when I started to silently cry that he'd gotten so angry with me that the police officers had to warn him to keep calm or they'd have to remove him again. Of course, he hadn't liked that one bit, so he quickly shut his mouth, but I could still feel the rage radiating off him from across the room. When it was all finally over and done with, and my copious injuries, 5 cracked ribs, a broken nose, a broken hand, a concussion, and multiple lacerations and bruises were documented and photographed, I was left alone. They'd casted my hand and were keeping me overnight to monitor me because of the concussion, when all I wanted to do was go home. Or to Will's home and sleep in a comfortable bed that wasn't paper thin. Silence descended on the room, making me itchy and uncomfortable. Will sat in the chair beside my bed, staring but not saying a word. I was disconcerted enough as it was. I couldn't handle his stoic silence any longer. "Will you say something?" I finally asked, breaking through the whirring of the air conditioner. "Anything, I don't care. Yell at me, tell me I'm an idiot for ever marrying him. I just can't take you giving me the silent treatment." His forehead furrowed in a deep, harsh frown. "Is that what you think?" he asked in an ominously low voice. "You think I'm mad at you?" "I don't know, because you aren't talking to me. What else was I supposed to think?" I went to throw my hands up, but a bolt of agony shot through my ribs so intense that it stole my breath and made me cry out, which only made the pain that much worse. "Christ!" Will moved fast, shooting from his chair and bending over the bed to place gentle hands on me. "Careful, baby girl. Don't hurt yourself. Just stop moving." "Good God," I grunted, sitting back on the reclined bed, my eyes squeezed closed. Jeez, who knew cracked ribs could hurt so damn bad? "I'm gonna kill that motherfucker," Will growled as he paced, prowling the room like a wild beast in captivity. "I'm gonna drive over there and rip his goddamn head off for what he did to you." I wasn't sure why, but seeing my brother like that did me in. In spite of the excruciating pain, I burst into body-racking sobs. Oh, shit, that hurts," I said between hiccups. Will rushed back over, pulling his chair closer and wrapping my undamaged hand in his big strong one. Shh, sweetheart, it's okay." I finally got a hold of myself. Somewhat. I'm so stupid," I sniffled. "Hey now, stop that." His calloused fingers skated through my hair soothingly. "You're not stupid, baby girl. This isn't your fault at all. It's all on that son of a bitch." "But if I hadn't—" "No," he commanded fiercely. "No, I'm not letting you take blame for any of this, so don't even try it." "You don't understand," I said on a broken, defeated whisper. I knew I made a mistake before I ever walked down that aisle. I was having second thoughts when you came in to talk to me. Hell, I'd been having them since he slipped that ring on my finger. It gradually got worse through our engagement, but I always made excuses for it. I finally had enough. I couldn't take it anymore, so I was packing up to leave when he... I swallowed thickly, unable to finish that particular sentence. I should have listened to my gut. I never should have married him. How is that not my fault? You loved him once, and you wanted to make it work. That's how. It didn't work out. That isn't a reflection on you, Lila. You gave it your best shot, and no one, not one fucking person, can say you didn't try. But I never should have. We grow, baby girl. As people, we grow every single day for as long as we live. That means we make mistakes, and we learn from those mistakes so we don't find ourselves down the same road later in the future. If you aren't constantly learning, you're doing something wrong, sweetheart. This was your learning, but that doesn't mean that bastard had a right to put his hands on you, and you can bet your ass that I'll be making sure he never does again. Well, please don't. Whatever you're thinking, just don't, okay? Promise me you won't hurt him. I can't make that promise, Li. And I can't believe you'd ask me to. After what he did to you, are you really fucking defending him right now? No, of course not. I'm protecting you. I don't want you to get into any trouble. Not for me. So please, promise. I won't get into any trouble. That did absolutely nothing to assuage the fear building in the pit of my stomach. He's an asshole, Will. Like the king of assholes. If you kick his ass, he'll file charges. I just know it. The longer I pleaded, the more frantic I grew. I couldn't let him hurt Will, too. I just couldn't. Baby girl, I won't get into trouble, I swear. Just promise me you won't touch him. Don't give him an excuse to go after you. Don't let that bastard take you away from me. Please. Okay, he cooed as I pulled on his hand, forcing him closer. I promise. You have my word, Lila. I won't touch him. But this asshole's gonna pay. If you don't press charges... Oh, I'm pressing charges. You bet your ass I'm pressing charges. For the first time all night, my big brother actually smiled at me, and with that bright, handsome grin shining down on me, I finally felt like everything was going to be okay. As long as I had my big brother, things would always be okay. Chapter 12. Lila. 4.5 months later. Will? I shouted from my desk inside the garage's office. Shortly after I moved out of my place and in with him permanently, he told me of his plans to buy out the body shop he'd been working at since his graduation and take it over. His old boss had been looking to retire for a while and was just waiting on Will to save enough money to make him an offer. Will's love for cars made him special to the old guy, and he eventually signed the place over to my brother for a song. In the meantime, I'd quit my job at the law firm I'd been working at and started on with Will. It worked out perfectly, seeing as I hated my old job and had only gotten it because Daniel's father had been golfing buddies with his partner I worked for and pulled some strings. The partner was a misogynistic asshole without a single good quality. I couldn't stand him, and I'd gotten a real kick out of telling him exactly what I thought of him and his firm just before walking out of the offices for good. Now I kept Will's books, updated the schedule, kept up with inventory, ordered parts, basically anything administrative he needed done since, in his words, office work fucking sucks. I pretty much loved everything about working at that dirty garage, except for the times when my big bro wasn't doing what I told him to. Will? I repeated on a louder, harsher yell. Jesus Christ, woman. He came sauntering into my office, wiping his hands with an oil rag while leaning back against the wall across from me. You sound worse than Mom. The hell do you want? I stood from my chair and grabbed the invoices sitting on my desk. First off, I am totally telling Mom you just said that. He gave me a venomous glare. Don't you dare. She'll never feed me again if you do.
Rolling my eyes to the ceiling, I puffed my lips and blew out a breath. You're a grown-ass man living in his own place who still depends on his mommy to cook and do his laundry for him. Will grinned smugly, not the least bit apologetic. What can I say? I'm her baby boy. God, my brother was such a dork. So what are you howling about? You haven't signed these invoices yet, I sniped, slapping the papers against his chest. It's after quitting time for me, and I'm still here because of you. If I don't get these invoices out, you aren't going to get paid until their next cycle. And I'm missing drinks with Tate. Will's smile as he shook his head was full of his typical playfulness. Damn, baby girl. If I knew you were going to be this much of a ball-buster, I never would have hired you. And if I knew you'd be such a lazy jackass when it came to paperwork, I never would have taken the job, I teased in return. He grabbed the papers and moved to my desk, leaning forward to snatch up one of my pretty, brightly colored pens and scribbled his signature on the bottom of each page. There, you happy now? Yes, I replied with a sweet doe-eyed smile that always won him over. You're the bestest big brother in the world. Such a pain in the ass, he grumbled without a hint of annoyance. Go on, get out of here. I'll take care of getting these out. You enjoy the rest of your night. See, I cheered. Bestest big brother. Love you always and forever. Always and forever, baby girl. He pulled me in and smacked a kiss on my forehead. Now get. I skipped out, my heels clacking against the grease-stained concrete as I headed toward my car, a 3-year-old used Toyota Camry, just another piece of my new life. Even though we couldn't afford it, the Logan family insisted on appearances, so Daniel had bought me a sporty convertible BMW. I hated that damn car, and not only because making the payment each month put our account even further into the red. It wasn't me at all. But the used bottom-of-the-line Camry? Well, I loved that car. I'd bought it all by myself. Will had insisted on looking it over and fixing any problems it had, but it was all mine. As far as I was concerned, life was amazing. Sure, I was living with and working for my big brother, but I was free. My divorce would be final in a month and a half, and I might have been walking away from that marriage without anything but my clothes, but I couldn't bring myself to care. Daniel ended up spending the night in jail after the cops went and dragged him out of our house and arrested him for domestic abuse in front of all our neighbors. That was enough to terrify him to the point of pissing his pants. I got immense pleasure from that, and the fact that word had gotten out around the country club that he'd been locked up for beating his wife. The Logans' fall from grace finally ended with them splattering against the concrete, and I didn't mind that one damn bit. Will hadn't been thrilled with my decision to drop the charges against Daniel, but when I told him that I held the threat of more jail time over his head to get him to absorb all the debt acquired during our marriage, leaving my credit unblemished, he'd finally gotten on board. So not only was I free, but in the long run, I actually hadn't let him ruin me. Will and Ava were the only ones who knew about that night. Will, of course, because he'd been there. But Ava started to get scared when she hadn't been able to get a hold of me hours after our phone call. She went to Daniel's house just as the cops were shoving him into a police cruiser. She called Will after that, and he gave her the full story. She showed up at the hospital before I'd been discharged and proceeded to break down in a tsunami of tears the second she laid eyes on me. I finally managed to convince her it was all going to be okay, but she'd been hesitant to leave my side for weeks. It took a while, but things finally started to go back to normal. As far as my parents and other friends knew, the damage was from taking a fall outside my office building after work one day, and no one had been the wiser. I was fine with that. The fewer people who knew meant fewer pitying looks. I was slowly working my way back to the Lila of old, and I couldn't have been more thrilled. Thus, girl time and drinks with Tate. Well, not technically girl time, since she was bringing her close friend Camden along, but close enough. I knew and loved Cam.
He and Tate had met about 5 years earlier and had been best friends ever since. She'd helped launch his career, and he was now one of the most popular alternative rock singers in the country. He had an amazingly bluesy voice you didn't hear much nowadays, killer looks that only made that smoky husk when he sang all the sexier, and a gift for writing lyrics that squeezed your heart. He was truly gifted in a way you didn't see all that often. On top of that, he was a fantastic, down-to-earth guy I loved spending time with. I'd hoped the two of them would eventually get together and live happily ever after, but neither of them seemed to lean romantically toward the other. Not to mention, I was pretty sure Tatum was still hung up on Declan, even though she'd never admitted in a million years. When I finally got to the restaurant, Tate and Cam were already seated. "Sorry I'm late," I said, as I took off my coat and hung it and my purse on the back of the chair before taking a seat. "About time," Tatum said with a playful glare. "You can blame Will. You know what a big baby he is about paperwork." "How's he doing?" Camden asked. In the time he and Tate had been friends, he'd managed to firmly ingrain himself in our little tribe. My brother was thrilled to finally have another guy in the circle, and those two would cling to each other and talk sports or cars or other dude crap whenever we all got together. "He's good, but I think he's missing his bro. You two need to get together to hang soon, or I'm going to be forced to murder him for annoying me." Camden hit me with that smile of his that graced countless magazines. "I'll give him a call tomorrow. Set something up." "I'd appreciate it." Okay, Tate clapped, demanding our attention. "Now to the good stuff." "Oh, no. There's this guy I want you to meet. I really think you two would hit it off." I dropped my head back on a dramatic groan. Not this again. She'd been trying her best to set me up for the past 3 months. I might not have told her about that night, but I'd filled her in on all of Daniel's verbal and mental abuse, and she'd been desperate to set me up with guys she thought would treat me right ever since. No blind dates. "Oh, come on," she cried. "This guy is great. He's 25 and owns his own gym. He comes into the bar every now and then with some of his employees for happy hours, and he's really nice and super cute." I tried my hardest not to let my frustration get the best of me. I'd just gotten out of a long relationship where the guy treated me like trash. I wasn't ready to jump into something else anytime soon. "For God's sake, I'm not even divorced yet." "Semantics," she scoffed, waving my statement off. "No, not semantics. It's actually a pretty big red flag to most guys when they date a woman." "She's not wrong there, baby cakes," Cam interjected. "If I took a chick out for dinner just to find out she was still married, divorce pending or not, I'd bail before dessert." "Thank you," I declared, reaching over to give him a high five. Tate shot him a sour look. "You aren't helping." He shrugged carelessly, already used to Tate and her red-headed fury. "Sorry, honey, just stating the truth." But Tatum would not be deterred. Acting as if Camden hadn't just spoken, she turned my way, her expression absolutely pathetic as she begged. "Please, pretty please. Just one date. Not even a real date. It can be coffee or something like that. Just meet him, that's all I ask. And I swear to every god in existence that I'll never bug you or try to set you up on a blind date ever again." I highly doubted that, but when she looked up at me with those big, baleful puppy dog eyes, it was damn near impossible to deny her. "Fine," I relented, then quickly added, "but only this one time and only coffee. Got it?" You'd have thought she'd just been informed she won the lottery with how loudly she squealed. The few patrons in the restaurant who weren't already gawking thanks to the famous Camden Knight being in their midst quickly turned to stare. "You won't regret it," she declared, hopping in her seat. "Donovan is the best." "Donovan?" Camden asked, his lips curling up in a sneer. "His name's Donovan?" "It's a perfectly good name," Tate exclaimed defensively.
Yeah, if you're a douchey actor in softcore porn flicks. She plastered an acid frown on her face and sniped, "Why are we friends again?" To which Cam answered, "Because I complete you, baby cakes. Now where's our waiter? I need a drink." I stifled a giggle as I sipped my water. Man, I love my friends. Chapter 13. Lila. 2 weeks later. Sweet, merciful hell, what was Tate thinking? It was the day of my coffee date with Donovan. I decided to make it even less romantic by scheduling during my lunch hour and arrived at the coffee shop 5 minutes early. Then proceeded to wait an additional 20. When he finally showed up, I spotted him instantly. He was impossible to miss. In fact, he caught almost everyone in the coffee shop's eyes. He was maybe 5'8", and every single inch of him was bulging with muscles. Don't get me wrong, I liked muscular guys, but the dude's arms were so big he couldn't rest them casually at his side. His thighs were as thick as his waist, and he had no neck whatsoever. He was apologetic for making me wait, claiming a training session had run long. Deciding to give him the benefit of the doubt, I brushed off his late arrival and tried my best not to hold it against him. At least he'd apologized, right? Unfortunately, it only went downhill from there when he looked at my blueberry strudel muffin and white mocha and informed me that I really shouldn't consume so many calories in one meal. Asshole! And to prove his dedication to fitness and healthy eating, he even brought his own nasty-looking green protein shake, made with kale and avocado, to the coffee shop. So, you run your own gym. That must be pretty cool. I don't run it, he stated condescendingly. I own it. Huge difference. I mean, sure, I work too. My schedule's crazy busy with people wanting me to train them personally, but I don't blame them. I'm the best personal trainer in Northern Cali. Dear Lord, this guy is full of himself. Listening to him rant on and on about how wonderful he was made me want to scream. You read Men's Fitness? Oh, not real. They totally came to interview me, he carried on, interrupting me. Heard of my reputation and the reputation of my gym, and they did a whole feature on me. You should check it out. It's very informative, like the best article you could read. He lifted his arm to run a hand through the over-gelled hair on his pinhead, and I was surprised it even reached. Camden had been right. This guy was a total douche. Before I had a chance to run screaming out of the coffee shop, my cell phone rang. I breathed a sigh of relief at my brother's name on the screen, knowing it was the fake emergency call I'd demanded he make during the date, so I had an excuse to bail without looking like a total ass. Hello? You know this is really pathetic, right? Will asked. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm on my lunch hour, but... What are we, in 3rd grade? I can't believe I agreed to do this. Oh, no, I didn't realize. Of course. Yes, I'm leaving now. Pathetic, baby girl. Totally pathetic. Yes, I understand. Uh-huh. I agree. Will really is a terrible employee. Oh, I'm gonna get you back for... Sure thing. Be right there. I hung up on my brother and quickly stowed my phone away. I'm so sorry, I told Donovan as I stood from my chair. That was work. There's an emergency and I have to go. But it was lovely meeting you. Before he could say a word, I grabbed my calorie-packed muffin and coffee and took off like a bat out of hell. Have a good day, I called over my shoulder as I rushed out of the coffee shop. I slowed down about a block away from the building and spent the rest of my walk back to the garage, enjoying the hell out of that muffin. You should be ashamed of yourself, Will said later that afternoon when he came waltzing into my office. You weren't there, I declared. You didn't see this guy or hear him. My God, for someone with such a small head, it was inflated so much I was scared it would pop. He looked at me like I was full of it, rolling his eyes before stating, Oh, come on. He couldn't have been that bad. Really? I scoffed. He looked like a Jersey Shore reject who's taken every steroid on the planet. He brought his own protein shake to lunch, for Christ's sake. That finally got the reaction I was looking for.
He didn't.
He did! And he wore a tank with the armholes cut down his sides that said, "Rip this." Will's deep, raucous laughter sounded through my office.
Oh, shit. That's great.
I glared at his amusement to my horrible date. So glad I could entertain you, jackass. What are you still doing here anyway? Aren't you supposed to be picking up that Chevelle in Reading? You should have been on the road a few hours ago.
Got held up. Someone brought in a Honda earlier for an oil change. 20,000 miles too late. Chick did more damage to her car than she realized. I'm heading out in about 30. I'll be back later tonight.
Wait, tonight? That was a 4-hour drive one way. I wasn't too thrilled with the idea of him making it a round trip in one go. That'll put you back in San Fran well past midnight. Why can't you go tomorrow?
Because the dude's moving to Ohio. Today's the last chance for me to get the car.
I didn't like that either. Well, can you crash in Reading for the night? I'm not real big on you making that drive so late, especially in a tow truck.
Aw, look at you worrying about me. It's cute.
I'm serious, I replied, my voice bland and expression blank. He gave me a reassuring look.
I'll be fine, baby girl. You forget I'm 1,000 times better a driver than you. You've got nothing to worry about.
There was no point in arguing with my big brother. If he wanted to do something, he'd do it no matter how many people argued with him. Fine, but please stay safe.
I will.
Promise me. Moving closer, Will bent at the waist and pressed a kiss against my forehead.
I promise, baby girl. Now I gotta get on the road if I want to make it in time. Love you always and forever.
Always and forever, Will. Even though you're a pain in my ass sometimes. His smile shone brightly as he stood tall and began backing away.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Then he turned and exited the office. The high-pitched trill of my cell phone yanked me from a dead sleep, and my heart rate instantly kicked up. That old saying that a phone call in the middle of the night never meant good things played through my mind as I flicked on my bedside light and snatched my phone from the nightstand. "Dad? What's wrong?" I asked the instant I had the phone to my ear.
Sweetheart.
One word, just one ravaged, choked word, nearly made my heart stop. And what he said next only made it worse.
I need you to get to the UCSF Med Center, honey. As soon as possible. It's Will.
And just like that, my world stopped. As the sun came up over the horizon, turning the sky outside the hospital windows pale pinks and oranges, I knew without a shadow of a doubt that I'd remember that night as the worst in my life. Worse than that night with Mace in my bedroom so many years ago. Worse than being beaten by Daniel. Worse than anything. And hours later, I'd been proved right.
I'm so sorry for your loss, the doctor said,
after delivering the news that Will had died during surgery.
We did everything we could, but the damage was just too substantial.
My big brother, my protector, my best friend. He was gone, just like that. When I'd laid my head on the pillow hours and hours ago, my life had been great. Now it was nothing but shadows and darkness. The only thing that kept my mother from crumbling to the floor was my father. Her loud, guttural sobs hit me with the force of a wrecking ball, each one doing more damage than the last, until I felt like I might crumble myself. It couldn't be true. It had to be some kind of goddamn nightmare. I watched my parents, my mother crying so hard her body shook with the force, my dad, my strong, manly dad, clinging to her with all his might as silent tears poured from his eyes. "Wake up," I whispered to myself, squeezing my eyes closed and clenching my hands into tight, painful fists. "Wake up, wake up, wake up." Sweetheart. My father's voice forced me back into reality. Sweetheart, come here. I opened my eyes and looked at him, his large frame blurry thanks to the wet gathering in them. No, I need to wake up, Daddy. I need to wake up. His breath stuttered and his chest visibly shook. Oh, baby, come here. I can't. I have to wake up. Why won't I wake up? He and Mom grabbed me before I could hit the floor, clutching me against them as I screamed out my anguish right there in the middle of the cold waiting room. I don't know how long we held each other, the truth of the situation sinking into my bones. It was supposed to be me and Will, always and forever. I was smart enough to realize that forever didn't exist. Not really. But we were supposed to have so much longer than just 26 years. Always and forever. He was only 31. So young. Too young. Always and forever. But now he was gone, and I was all alone.
Chapter 14. Mace. The pounding in my head was so intense, I thought my skull was going to split open. You would have thought with years of building my skills as a drinker, the hangovers would have gotten easier to handle. It took me a second to realize that it was the annoying as shit ringing of my cell phone that woke me up. Taking a second to get my bearings, I noted a weight settled across my stomach. The weight of an arm, to be exact. Glancing to the side, I saw a woman passed out in the bed beside me. I didn't even remember picking her up at the club last night, but that was nothing new. It wasn't the first time I'd woken up beside some random one-night stand, and I was pretty sure it wouldn't be the last. Hey, I muttered, my voice rough and scratchy from a night of binge drinking and fucking. Tossing her arm off my abs, I gave her a little shake. She let out a muted grumble as she burrowed her face deeper into the pillow. Yo, wake up. My phone stopped ringing as I threw my feet over the mattress and propped my elbows on my knees, scrubbing at my face as the drums in my head reached the crescendo. What time is it? The chick mumbled, sitting up and pulling the sheet around her naked body. Time for you to go. Pushing to my feet, I snatched my underwear off the floor and pulled them up. Huh? With a frustrated huff, I turned to look at her over my shoulder. Jesus, you deaf? Get up, get dressed, and get out. Jeez, she snapped, climbing from the bed in sharp, jerky movements. You're such an asshole. Never claimed to be anything else. Also never promised you anything but a couple orgasms. So I don't see what you're being so bitchy about. I was hungover as fuck, and so not in the mood to deal with her shit. Prick? She continued to gripe as she quickly got dressed. But my cell had started ringing again, so she'd already lost my attention. Keller, I answered on a grunt. Mace? Holy fucking shit. My back went straight as a board, every muscle in my body locking tight. Lila? Christ, is that really you? The woman storming out of my room that I'd just spent the better part of a night fucking was all but forgotten, as was my hangover, at the sound of my Goldie's voice. Even though I hadn't heard from her in years, that hadn't stopped me from thinking of her at least twice every goddamn day. And having her on the phone now, my desire for her hit me in the gut like a sledgehammer. Mace, A sharp cry rang through the line, causing my blood to run cold. Baby, what's going on? What's the matter? Will is... He's what? Baby, talk to me. He died, Mace. It was as if the floor fell out from under me. My world collapsed, and I did right along with it. my knees giving out until I hit the ground. No, it wasn't true. No, that's not. It couldn't be. It couldn't. I just talked to him 2 days ago. No. Lila. Fucking no. It was like someone had reached into my chest and ripped my heart right the hell out, leaving a gaping black hole in its place. Her voice was barely a whisper as she said, "I'm so sorry. I wish I didn't have to tell you over the phone like this. I wish it wasn't true. I'm so sorry." I could barely recognize my own ravaged voice as I asked, "What? How?" "He was coming back from picking up a car in Reading, and a drunk driver was going the wrong way down the interstate." Silence enveloped us, our mutual grief overwhelming both of us through the phone line. My head fell as I fought back the overwhelming urge to yell and curse and rage. I pinched the bridge of my nose, my eyes burning like fire as the tears built. Finally, Lila broke through the miserable quiet. I know you guys are busy, but..." "I'll talk to the guys. We'll be there later tonight." She sniffled, and I could just picture her beautiful face with tears trickling down her cheeks. I'd never felt such an acute, agonizing pain in all my life, both for her and for the loss of the best friend I'd ever had. "Thank you," she whispered. "Why are you thanking me, baby?" Another sniffle. I don't know how to be. I can't do this." And the hits just kept on coming. "Oh, Lila, baby. I'm so sorry. I'll be there soon." "Okay," she continued, her voice still so soft and quiet. "See you soon." "See you soon, sweetheart," I replied, returning her whisper.
Lila, 2 days later. The second I walked through the front door of my brother's house, I knew it had been a huge mistake. I hadn't been back there since I got that middle-of-the-night call from my father. I'd spent the past couple of nights sleeping in my old bed at my parents' place, too afraid of the emotional impact Will's house would have on me. But after spending every waking moment in my childhood home for the past 2 days, the air so thick with our sorrow that it was a struggle to breathe, it all became too much. True to his word, Mason and the guys had flown in from where they lived in Seattle that same night. With them, as well as every single neighbor, friend, or employee of Will's stopping by to offer condolences or drop off casseroles. I was dangerously close to losing my mind. Well, losing what was left of it since the loss of my brother. I couldn't take any more company or well-wishing. I just needed a moment to myself. I didn't fault them for making the effort. In the back of my mind, I knew they were only doing it because they cared for us, but that didn't make it any easier. It didn't bring him back, and every time that doorbell rang, it was another reminder that my brother was gone. He was gone. How can that be? It all became too much. I was coming out of my skin. I had to get the hell out of there. Unfortunately, my car was still in the hospital parking lot. After leaving, I'd been in such bad shape that my father refused to let me drive, and none of us had thought to go back to get it since. So I needed a ride. The phone only rang twice before Mace's guttural voice came through the line.
"Goldie, everything okay?"
"Hey, yeah, Do you think you could pick me up?"
"Where are you?"
"At my parents', but I don't have my car." That was all I had to say. He pulled up in a shiny black SUV 20 minutes later, and I quietly and quickly snuck through the front door, jumping into the passage seat and asking him to take me to Will's. Those were the only words I spoke the whole way there. Now I was standing just inside the threshold, regretting my decision to come back.
"You all right?"
I don't know how long I stood like a statue inside Will's front door before Mace's words pulled me out of my head. "I don't know if I can all the way in," I whispered, the huge lump in my throat making it hard to speak. "Come on, baby." Reaching down, he wrapped my hand in his large, strong one and gave it a gentle tug. "I got you." I wasn't sure what it was about him calling me baby that I liked so much. He's called me sweetheart more times than I could count, and he was the only one to ever call me Goldie. But something about the intimacy that came with him calling me baby warmed the chill that had wrapped itself around my heart over the past few days. Holding tight to his hand, I let him lead me into Will's living room. We stood there for several moments, taking everything in. The whole room smelled like him, like soap and motor oil, a surprisingly appealing and manly combination. The beer can he'd left on the coffee table his last night in the house was still sitting there. His boots were resting near the wall of the entryway. The dirty socks he had a tendency to take off and throw haphazardly the second he walked through the front door were scattered around the floor. It's weird. It feels like he just ran out for groceries or something and is coming back at any second. At my statement, Mace did something so unexpected, it took my breath away. Using his hold on my hand, he turned me to him before releasing it and reaching up to cup my cheeks. "Don't do that to yourself, sweetheart. Tell me what you need and I'll get it. You just stay here, okay?" "No." I closed my eyes and pulled in a deep breath before looking back at him. "No, I can do this. But you'll stay with me, right?" His thumbs drifted feather light across my cheekbones, his blue eyes glistening with a riot of emotions as he stared into mine. "The whole time. You have my word." "Okay. I need to find a suit. The funeral home." His fingers tensed, pressing deeper into my cheeks. "Got it. Let's get this over with, yeah?" "Yeah." Taking my hand once more, he started leading me down the hallway. When we went to turn into the master bedroom, I tugged on his arm to stop him. "Will's clothes are in the guest room." Mace's eyebrows furrowed and his head cocked to the side. "What? Why?" "When I moved in here, there wasn't enough space in the guest room closet, so he moved his there so I could have the big one. I was so wrapped up in my task and how much I freaking hated it that I didn't realize what all I'd just given away until it was too late." "Wait, you live here? Since when? Where the fuck is Daniel?" "Oh, shit. Lie," he said in a warning tone. "The fuck is going on? I've been here 2 days and haven't seen your husband once." "Well, we're kinda divorced." "What?" "Well, not totally divorced. We still have to wait for it to be finalized, but that's less than a month away, so I left him. And no offense, but it's really not something I want to talk about right now." "You left him?" The tone of his voice was so rough that I couldn't decipher the meaning behind it. "Yes," I replied, "and like I said, I don't want to talk about it." "You left him," he repeated, a statement as opposed to a question. "Yes." "Fuck me," he murmured to himself as he raked a hand through his thick dark hair and lapsed into silence. I didn't have the first clue what that meant or what he was thinking, but I didn't have the mental capacity to handle it. So instead of playing the staring game, I pulled my hand from his grip and headed toward the guest room to do exactly as he suggested. Get done what I needed to and get the hell out of there.
Chapter 15. Mace. She left him. Holy fuck. That piece of shit she married was no longer in her life. That was huge. I wasn't even sure what to think about it. I wanted to dig deeper, push her to answer the million questions I had, but I wouldn't. The stark sadness in her red-rimmed eyes as we went through Will's closet kept me from broaching the subject again. She was a shell of her usual bright, full-of-life self. I'd have given anything to take her pain away. bearing that heavy burden myself if it meant protecting her from it. But I couldn't, and that feeling of helplessness burrowed its way under my skin and made itself at home, spreading its poison and making me feel even more useless. After finishing the painful job, we left, locking up Will's house exactly as we'd found it, with the exception of Lila packing herself an overnight bag in order to crash at her parents' place, and I took her to her car in the hospital parking lot. "You sure you don't want me to stick around?" I asked, throwing the SUV our security guy Ian let me borrow into park, and turning to face her in the passenger seat. "I could come back with you to your folks' place, hang out for a bit." "Thanks, but I'm good." She gave me a small smile that didn't come anywhere near her eyes, but was still more beautiful than any other woman's I'd ever seen. The usually glowing honey color was dark and shadowed with thick purple smudges beneath. "I'll probably just go back and sleep." The thought of her leaving sat like a lead balloon in my gut. I couldn't stand the idea of her curling up in that bed all alone. "You sure?" She let out a heavy breath, like just the thought of moving from that seat was too much. "I am, but thank you for this." She waved at her car parked right next to mine. "For everything, really. I don't think I could have gotten through that back at Will's if it hadn't been for you." "I'm here, Goldie. Anytime. Anything you need. Just call, yeah? I'll be there as soon as I can." Her smile was more genuine that time. "And thanks for that, too. See you tomorrow?" She was talking about the funeral, and although the realization of what was to come burned in my throat like acid, I nodded and offered her a grin of my own. "You will, baby. And remember what I said. Anytime. You call, and I'll pick up. I promise." With a simple nod, she opened the door and climbed out, leaving only the soft smell of her perfume behind. As she climbed into her car and drove away, I thought about this being the third time I'd had to watch her leave. It still hurt like a son of a bitch. That had been 4 hours ago. I'd gone back to the hotel where the guys and I were staying and tried to exhaust all the turmoil swirling around my head by beating the hell out of my body at the hotel gym. When that didn't work, I'd gone back up to my room and called room service for dinner before climbing into the shower. When I finally got out, I didn't bother drying off, simply wrapped the towel around my waist and headed toward the wet bar in the common area of the suite. There was a bottle of Jack that had been calling my name for the past few hours. Unscrewing the cap, I slugged back a mouthful just as a knock sounded on the door. I opened it expecting to see someone carrying a tray with my food, only to find Lila standing on the other side.
Lila.
"Goldie."
I looked down at Mace's towel-clad body, and my brain immediately screamed, this was a mistake. His hair was dripping wet from the shower he'd obviously just taken. The droplets fell onto his broad shoulders before trickling down the olive-toned skin of his chest to the valley made by his defined abdominals. I watched each drop in fascination as they made their journey over and around muscles that hadn't been there the last time I saw him shirtless, before being absorbed into the terry cloth hanging precariously low on his hips. My mouth went dry at the sight that was Mace, and I unconsciously licked my lips as I continued to stare, forgetting for a moment why I was there and what had been going on. That was until he spoke again and pulled me from my gawking.
"Fly, sweetheart, what are you doing here? Is everything okay?"
Shaking my head, I forced my roving gaze back to his, those crystal blue eyes just as captivating as his body. "Yeah, sorry. Everything's okay, I just—" Shyness set in, and I could feel my cheeks burning as I cast my eyes down and finished my admission. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd go for a drive. I just sort of ended up here. I wasn't sure what I was expecting to happen. Hell, I wasn't really even sure how I'd ended up there. It was as if I'd climbed into my car in a daze, and it just sort of took itself to the hotel where Mace was staying. But when he offered me a soft, sweet grin and took my hand, pulling me into the hotel room, I followed without any objection.
"Make yourself comfortable," he said over his shoulder. "I'm just gonna get dressed real quick."
Ignoring the tiny voice in my head that cried out in protest of him covering up, I turned to scan the room, amazed by its sheer size. But I probably shouldn't have been surprised. The easygoing boys I'd grown up with had turned into world-famous rock stars. I was sure the opulent suite was barely a drop in the bucket.
"So," Mace called, yanking me from my perusal. "You eatin'? I have room service coming any minute."
His idea of getting dressed was apparently switching out the towel for a pair of black track pants with white stripes down the side, still leaving that godlike chest on perfect display. But now that I'd had a moment to acclimate myself and get over the lust-induced stupor I'd been in when he opened the door, I was able to behave like an adult. "No, thanks, I'm not hungry," I answered, taking a seat on the fancy buttoned leather couch. "But I will have some of that," I said, pointing to an opened bottle of Jack sitting on the bar across the room. He grabbed the bottle and 2 glasses, taking a seat across from me in one of the matching club chairs and pouring a liberal amount of whiskey in both glasses.
"When's the last time you ate?"
he asked, giving me a stern look. I glanced to the side and gave that some thought. My face scrunched when I couldn't remember the last meal I had. I'm not sure, but it couldn't have been that long. Right? A knock came on the door and Mace stood.
"That's room service. Don't care if you aren't hungry, baby. You're eating some of it. Only way I'll let you have that."
He pointed to the glass on the table before heading to answer the door. The thought of food had made me nauseous the past several days, but surprisingly enough, when Mace set a large tray on the dining table and removed the silver domes, my stomach let out an embarrassingly loud growl, and the hunger that had been absent came back full force. Mace looked at me with a knowing smirk and teased,
"Uh-huh. Get your pretty ass over here and eat, baby."
I did as ordered without complaint, taking a seat as Mace cut the tender fillet he'd ordered in half, placing one part on a separate plate. He split the mashed potatoes and green beans as well, scooting the plate in front of me before moving to the living area and grabbing our glasses and the bottle of whiskey. "I can't remember the last time I had a steak," I told him as I cut into it. The meat was the perfect pink and melted like butter the instant it hit my tongue. I closed my eyes and let out a low groan. My God, this is so good. When I looked back at him, his eyes had grown dark and were pointed directly at my mouth, his strong jaw hard as granite. "Mace?" Clearing his throat, he glanced away and lifted his fork, taking a bite of his own.
"Sorry, you're right. This is great."
And that was the last thing he said as we ate. Once my plate was clean, he slowly pushed my glass in front of me. "Thanks," I said quietly, offering a smile as I lifted it to my lips and took the first sip, savoring the way the liquor burned on its way down. All the while, Mace was resting in his chair, holding his own glass as he studied me intently.
"Why'd you come here tonight, Goldie?"
The question caught me off guard, and I choked on my next sip. Do you want me to go?" I asked, my chest clenching painfully at the thought of him asking me to leave. Leaning forward, he propped his elbows on the table, staring right into my eyes.
"Not at all. I want you to stay. But I want you to talk to me, baby. You came here for a reason."
"It's like I said," I shrugged. "I just got in the car and drove. Then I ended up here."
"Bullshit."
My back shot straight at his declaration.
"Talk to me."
With a sigh as heavy as my heart, I slugged back the rest of my whiskey. I might have just eaten, but the lack of food for the past several days meant my tolerance was low, and I was a lightweight to begin with. "Honestly, I don't really know," I confessed. "I can't go back to Will's. There's no way. But I couldn't..." I just couldn't stay at my parents' house any longer. I sniffled as my heart beat against my ribs. Everyone keeps coming over and telling us how sorry they are. I shook my head. I'm sick and fucking tired of hearing it. I appreciate what they're trying to do, but I don't care that they're sorry. I don't care. I want my brother back. He got to me just as I broke down, pulling me out of the chair and into his arms. "Shh, baby," he cooed as I cried silently. "It's gonna be okay. I'm here. I got you." "I don't know why I came here," I admitted on a broken whisper. "I just knew you'd understand. I needed to see you. I don't know what came over me. Maybe my grief was making it easier to forget all my inhibitions. Either that or it was causing me to quickly lose my mind. I didn't know and I didn't care. I acted purely on instinct as I lifted onto my toes and pressed my lips to his.
Chapter 16. Mace. The instant her lips touched mine, my first instinct was to take over, to plunder her mouth until she melted into me. But I didn't. Usually when I had a woman this close, I kicked all morals out the door. But this wasn't just any woman. This was Lila, for Christ's sake. She wasn't like all the rest, and no way in hell would I treat her that way. "Baby, we shouldn't. Please," she whispered breathlessly as she tried to get to my mouth. That one word piercing my skin like 1,000 needles. "I'm tired of feeling like this, Mace. I can't stand the pain. You can make me feel better, honey. Please, help me feel better." Her tongue slipped past my lips, and her sweetness invaded my senses. That was all it took for me to lose complete control. I'd wanted this for way too goddamn long. Hearing her beg like that broke any resolve I might have had. Grabbing her ass, I kneaded the supple flesh as she pressed her hips against mine, rubbing against my aching erection. "Need you," she breathed into my mouth, and I snapped. Using my hold on her cheeks, I hefted her up. Lila's legs wrapped around my waist, lining her pussy up with my cock perfectly. "Oh, God," she whimpered, throwing her head back as she grinded against me. "Need you, Mace," she repeated with an urgency I'd never heard from her before. With a growl, I took her mouth again, feeding from it as I carried her through the double doors that led to the bedroom. When my knees bumped against the padded bench at the foot of the bed, I released my hold on her, lowering her to the ground. I whipped her shirt off in a hurry, and my gaze locked on those full, round tits covered by the thin lace of her bra. My mouth instantly watered, and I bent to suck at one of her rosy nipples through the fabric. Lila let out a guttural moan as her fingers tangled in my hair, fisting it to hold me closer. "Jesus, Mace, feels so good." "Oh, baby," I rumbled, removing my mouth from her breast to look into her hazy eyes. "That's nothing. I'm just getting started." Pushing her back onto the bench, I ripped her jeans and panties down her legs, revealing that damp thatch of perfectly trimmed blonde curls between her thighs. "Christ," I grunted, getting close and inhaling her delicious scent. "Already sopping wet for me, Goldie." "Need more, Mace. Please, give me more." Jesus fucking Christ. She was so desperate, so greedy, that there was a strong possibility she'd kill me before the night was over. And what a fucking brilliant way to go.
Lila. "Give me more." Those were the last 2 coherent words I got out, because a second later, Mace had thrown my legs over his shoulders and buried his face in my pussy. I collapsed against the foot of the bed with a loud cry as he lapped at my folds, his tongue swiping the full length of my slit before swirling around my clit with the absolute perfect pressure. With one hand still wrapped in his hair, I used the other to brace myself against the bench so I could drive my hips against his face. I could feel it building inside me. It had been so long since I got off by someone other than myself that I was already about to explode. "Oh, God, Mace, honey, I'm gonna..." My words cut off on a low moan when he thrust his tongue deep inside me, sending me over the edge. "I'm coming. God, I'm coming." He kept at me, eating me until my orgasm finally began to wane, only to have it build up again. "Baby," I whimpered. "I'm close." His head came up and he wiped my juices from his lips with the back of his hand. "Next one doesn't happen without me inside you." Before I could say a word, he lifted me off the bench and tossed me unceremoniously onto the bed, putting his knees into the mattress and climbing over me. He kept coming, forcing me to scooch back to make room for him. His hands went to the waistband of his track pants at the same time he ordered, "Bra off." I did as commanded while he rested on his haunches, pulled his long, thick cock from his pants, and gave it a stroke. "You on the pill?" "Huh?" I couldn't form a single thought as I watched him jacking himself, squeezing tighter than I would have dared. "The pill. You covered, baby?" "I'm clean, swear to Christ. I get tested every 6 months and I never go ungloved. You have my word. Wouldn't risk that. Not with you." I'm on the pill." And just like that, I was airborne. With a strength I hadn't realized him capable of, he lifted me so I was straddling his thighs, then drove me down onto him. "Oh, shit," I shouted, throwing my head back as his impressive girth filled and stretched me. Mace's fingers tangled in my hair as he forced my head back down to his. "You okay? Did I hurt you?" "I'm good," I gasped, circling my hips. "So good. Don't stop." I hadn't known my body was capable of flying so high without ever leaving the ground. When my eyes drifted closed, Mace snapped his hips, driving himself deeper inside of me. "Eyes open, baby. Want to see them when you get off on my dick." We began moving in tandem. Mace would power in and out, his cock rubbing against a spot inside me no man had ever touched, as I lifted and lowered. The muscles in my thighs began to burn, but it felt too goddamn good to stop. His ocean blues, darkened with lust, stayed locked on mine as our breaths and moans mingled together. That tightening deep down in my belly started again, and I knew it was just a matter of seconds. "Mace, please don't stop. I'm close again." "Know that, baby," he grunted, powering harder and faster. "I can feel you. Jesus, so tight. So goddamn perfect." His hand traveled down between our bodies, his thumb pressing on my clit. And just like that, I detonated, coming on a long, loud cry as every nerve ending in my body snapped and fused back together at the same time. Yes, shit, just like that. Don't stop. Mace snapped just then. My back hit the mattress and he started powering in and out so hard my body shifted up the bed with every beautifully brutal thrust. I braced my palms against the headboard while he rode me 3, 4, 5 more times before he buried himself balls deep and came inside me, shoving his face in my neck as he groaned out his release. When it finally left him, he lifted his head and stared down at me with a soft, tender expression I'd never seen on his face before. "So beautiful," he whispered gently. "My Goldie, always so goddamn beautiful. But when you come, Jesus, baby, it's magical." Unable to speak past the massive ball that had just formed in my throat, I burrowed my face into his neck. I didn't want him to see my face, didn't want him to read everything I was feeling in my eyes. Because if he did, He'd see the thought running through my head was, what the hell did I just do? My Goldie, always so goddamn beautiful. Mace's voice echoing in my head woke me from a dead sleep. At first I thought it had just been a dream, but after a few seconds to shake off the cobwebs, I heard it again. My Goldie, always so goddamn beautiful. I felt the heat of Mace at my back, felt the weight of his arm around my waist, and I knew it wasn't a dream. It had happened. It was real. Shit. I could see the red digital numbers of the alarm clock shining through the darkness. It was almost 5 a.m, but I knew there was no chance of me getting back to sleep. Not that it mattered, because I needed to get out, and fast. Sliding as carefully as I could out from under his arm, I kicked my legs over the mattress and climbed out of bed. Patting on silent feet around the room, I used the scant light peeking in from the living area to guide my way through, finding my clothes and getting dressed. A dull headache thrummed behind my eyes, thanks to the whiskey from the night before, but I pushed it out of my mind as I located my purse and quietly snuck out of Mace's hotel room. I knew I was the worst kind of coward for sneaking out the way I was, but I was already a piece of shit for doing what I'd done. I'd used my brother's best friend in an effort to forget about my broken heart, if only for a little while. I'd used him with no thought of how it would affect him whatsoever. But worst of all, I'd let myself be selfish enough to forget. Forget the loss. Forget the debilitating pain. Forget that my brother, my best friend in all the world, was gone, and he was never coming back. Will wasn't even in the ground yet. What kind of heartless bitch did that make me? My brother deserved better than a sister who'd allow herself to forget him only days after he was gone. I'd made a mistake, but the only thing I could do now was learn from it and not make it again. And for that reason, I needed to get the hell out of there.
Chapter 17. Mace. When I woke up alone in my hotel bed, I thought maybe Lila was in the restroom. It wasn't until I searched the suite that I realized the damn woman had bailed on me before the sun came up. A razor-sharp barb pierced my chest right above my heart. I tried not to let my anger get the best of me, as my fingers flew along the keypad of my phone. But for every voicemail and text I left her that went unanswered, the more pissed I got. I paced the whole suite, dialing and redialing. Each time my call went straight to voicemail. God damn it, I hissed, tossing my cell on the dining table Lila and I had eaten together at last night. I caught sight of the liquor bottle we'd shared from and picked it up, taking a huge glug, relishing the burn as it slid down my throat, just as my abandoned cell rang. Thinking it was finally Lila returning one of my numerous calls, I snatched it up and answered without looking. Seriously? What the fuck? You better have a good reason. Got plenty of reason, Killian's voice said through the line. I'm calling to make sure your ass is up and not lying drunk in a ditch somewhere. We got somewhere to be. Fuck me. Will's funeral. Christ. That was the last goddamn thing I wanted to do ever. I'm up. Getting ready now. Meet you downstairs in a few. I was going to have to watch as my best friend was being lowered into the ground. The best man I'd ever known. My brother. I still hadn't wrapped my head around the fact that I wasn't going to be able to pick up my phone and call him whenever the mood struck. I wasn't sure how I was supposed to get through it. But there was one thing I knew for fucking certain. It was going to require a lot of goddamn booze.
Lila. But we must not forget that death isn't a goodbye. It's not the end.
Is this guy kidding? How was it that people actually thought trite sayings like that would help those grieving the loss of a loved one? We didn't want to hear it, true or not. We also didn't want to hear the person was in a better place either, which was something the minister had already said. It was complete and total bullshit. Better place? He didn't know Will for shit, or the fact that Will loved the life he'd built for himself. He loved his friends, his family. He loved the back-breaking work that made it possible to own his own garage outright. He loved getting his hands dirty, covered in grease and motor oil, knowing he made a living doing his dream job. He loved his little sister and football on Sundays. He loved life in general, soaking up every single drop he could until he was full to the brim with happiness. So screw this guy and his better place. Will's place was here. I didn't want to meet Will in a better place one day. I wanted him here now. Unable to listen to another word, I tuned out, allowing the well-meaning but no less hurtful minister's voice become background noise as I searched for anything else to drown out what I didn't want to hear. "God damn it," Declan growled, drawing my attention to the pew directly behind mine where the guys sat. "Get your shit together, asshole." My ears perked up, but I kept my focus to the front as I eavesdropped on the argument happening in angry, hushed whispers. I wasn't sure who Deck was talking to until Mace's voice came to me. "Fuck off. I need this to get through today." "What the?" "No, what you need is to pull your head out of your ass and put the goddamn flask away." Flask? Jesus Christ. Mace was drinking in the middle of a funeral? Was that some kind of sick joke? "Lila deserves better than to have to deal with your drunken bullshit the same day she puts her brother in the ground," he continued, making my blood run cold. Oh my God. Mace was drunk during my brother's funeral. I'd seen pictures and stories of him in the media, reporters talking about wild man Mace Keller's latest antics, but I'd never thought much of it. I tried not to pay too much attention to all things Mace after he'd broken my heart, then again as a self-preservation tactic when I was married to Daniel. But avoiding him completely had been impossible, so I'd seen and heard things. I just chose to take them with a grain of salt, seeing as the media had a tendency to embellish. But hearing Declan, it sounded like this was more than just an occasional problem, and that knowledge left a rancid, vile taste in my mouth. Alcohol had taken too much from me already, and finding out Mace had a drinking problem set that numbness in my chest on fire. "Sorry," Mace grumbled in a quiet voice. "I'll get my shit together." At that point, I chose to tune them out as well. I made it through the funeral and graveside service only by the grace of God, my body running on autopilot the whole time. I recalled watching as the casket containing my once lively brother began to lower into the ground, and thinking I was about to have a panic attack. Thankfully, that was when my father took mine and my mother's hands and guided us back to the car. That was then. Now we were all back at my parents' house, so many people coming to pay their respects and remember my brother that it felt like we were packed in like sardines. It was enough to make anyone claustrophobic. To keep from crumbling into a sobbing, blubbering mess, I stayed busy. I cleared empty casserole dishes brought by well-wishers and replaced them with new ones. I kept the water and iced tea pitchers topped off. I cleaned up plastic cups and paper plates. Anything to keep the reality of the day at bay for as long as humanly possible. I met Garrett's girlfriend and the mother of his child, Gwen, and I managed to feel a smidge of happiness when I thought of how happy I was for my sweet, humongous Viking friend. Then Tate finally arrived, and my calm resolve shattered as we embraced and whispered kind, loving words to each other. I'd been so focused on my goal of zoning out and numbing myself that I hadn't stopped to realize this was the first time in a decade that Tate had been in the same room with Declan after their breakup. Until he spoke her name. "Tatum?" Oh, shit. I couldn't do this. Not now. Not today. Standing there and watching two people I loved suffer because of each other after having said my final goodbye to Will was just too damn much. I didn't care if it made me a coward. I was escaping while I could. I need to get to the kitchen. We're almost out of finger sandwiches." I turned to make a run for it, just as Mace's voice sounded. "I'll help." A second later, his hand hit the small of my back, searing me like a brand as he guided us into the privacy of the kitchen. I walked faster, trying to avoid his touch, and using the island as a buffer between us, rounding it and placing my palms against the cool, smooth granite. Dropping my head, I let out a long exhale and slammed my eyes closed. Lie. Maybe if I ignore him, he'll go away. Lie, God damn it, will you look at me, please? My head felt like it weighed a ton as I slowly lifted it and met his unflinching blue eyes. I can't do this with you right now, Mace, I stated before he could say a word. Not today, please. Should have thought about that before you pulled a hit and run while it was still dark outside, he growled. My eyebrows dipped and my head cocked to the side. Hit and run? Yeah, we fucked, then you bailed without so much as a word. Gotta say, Goldie didn't expect that from you. I hadn't thought it humanly possible to feel even shittier than I already did, but Mace had just proved me wrong in a second flat. I'm sorry, I croaked as tears welled in my eyes and blurred my vision. I shouldn't have put you in that position last night. I took advantage, and for that... Is that a fucking joke? He boomed, causing me to jump in place. Took advantage? Mace, please, I'm trying to That was all I managed to get out before he rounded the island freakishly fast and yanked me hard against him. You apologize for what happened last night and I'll tan your ass. My lips parted on a gasp and he took full advantage, slamming his mouth down on mine, his tongue immediately invading and stroking. It was carnal and vicious, and oh, so perfect. My brain glitched thanks to his magnificent kissing skills. At least until I noticed it. Whiskey, clear as day on his breath. I wrenched away, my stomach revolting at the taste of it. My sudden movement surprised him enough to let me go so I could move a few feet back. It was then that I really studied him, taking in every facet of his appearance that I'd been too overcome with sorrow to notice before. His once beautiful blue eyes were dull and bloodshot. His normally tanned skin was slightly paler. A shadow long past 5 o'clock covered his jawline, and his hair was in disarray. He was drunk. He was just exceptionally good at hiding it. Enough so that unless someone examined him as acutely as I just had, they'd have never known. Oh my God, I breathed, placing my hand on my chest. You're drunk, aren't you? Goldie. Jesus, you are, I snapped, losing control. We just buried my brother and you're fucking drunk. I'm not drunk, he lied. Just like Daniel had all those times. I just had a couple drinks, that's all. I needed it to get through. Will was killed by a drunk driver, you inconsiderate asshole. What were you thinking? He took a step closer, his pale cheeks turning pink with anger. I was thinking that, like you just said, we were putting my brother in the goddamn ground. I was thinking that I just spent the best night of my fucking life with a woman who's been buried so deep beneath my skin for years that I can't dig her out no matter how hard I try. And then I was thinking how that same woman pulled a runner on me before the fucking sun came up. So cut me some goddamn slack. I pushed the comment about me being under his skin to the back of my mind. I had to for self-preservation's sake. How often do you drink? What? How often do you drink? I repeated. Once a month, a week, a day? What is it? What's it fucking matter? What's it matter? I asked quietly as my heart threatened to burst through my chest. It matters because a drunk took my brother away from me, and another took... I caught myself before I accidentally shared about the abuse I'd suffered at Daniel's hands. That wasn't any of his business. Another took what? He asked when I ended my sentence abruptly. Nothing, I mumbled. It's not your concern. Now answer the goddamn question. How often do you drink?" Something intense and important drifted off him in waves, hitting me with a force that nearly sucked the air from my lungs.
"You're keeping something from me," he stated.
"No, I'm not."
"You are," he argued. "I can see it in your eyes. You're hiding something."
"Mace."
"What is it?"
I said, "It's nothing."
"And I know that's bullshit. Stop lying to me, Lila."
"It doesn't matter," I bellowed, losing the tenuous hold I'd had on my control.
"The fuck it doesn't. If it didn't matter, you wouldn't be trying so goddamn hard to keep it from me."
"Fine," I conceded. "It matters. You're right. It's the whole damn point. So tell me, Mace, before today, when was the last time you got drunk?" His jaw ticked violently as he stared, his eyes glinting and nostrils flaring. That was answer enough, but when he said,
"It's not like I have a problem,"
I knew all I needed to know. "We're done," I sighed, deflating like an old balloon. "We're so done, Mace. You're deluded if you think you don't have a problem, and I'm not letting another drunk asshole take anything else from me. This ends now." With that, I turned on my heels and stomped out of the kitchen. Chapter 18. Lila. 4 months later. I was tired. God, I was so tired I couldn't even see straight. The computer began to blur, the numbers on the spreadsheet I was entering looking like blotchy watermarks. But I couldn't bring myself to leave. Not today. Not when the garage was the closest thing I had to Will.
"Jesus Christ, dollface, you keep squinting at the screen like that, you're gonna go blind."
My head shot up and around to find Stone standing in the doorway of my office, leaning one shoulder casually against the frame as he scrubbed at its hands with what used to be a white rag, but was now covered in a multitude of grease stains. "Too late," I said with a grin. "Think blindness is already setting in. Don't be surprised if I walk in here with Coke bottle glasses tomorrow."
"Think you just managed to kill the sexy librarian gig for me, sweetheart?"
I laughed, and it was shocking that I'd be able to do so on a day like today. Then again, when it came to Stone, I laughed a whole hell of a lot. He'd always had a knack for making me laugh, no matter my mood. Gavin Stone Hendricks had been at the garage even longer than Will had, and when Will eventually took the place over, he'd offered Stone an extortionate pay hike to stay on. My brother had some serious skill when it came to cars, but to hear him tell it, Stone had a talent when it came to anything with an engine that made Will's look like a kid playing with Legos. My brother's words. In the years they'd worked together, they became close. So close, in fact, that Will held him in almost as high a regard as he did the guys in the band, which was really saying something. Over the years, Stone had become another piece of our family, attending Christmases and Thanksgiving dinners at my folks' house. It was hilarious seeing him at our table, what with his abundance of tattoos, the silver adorning his fingers, and the Harley he rode around town every single day no matter the weather. He was the antithesis to my carefree, all-American brother. Where Will was soft, Stone was hard as a rock. Hence the nickname he claimed to have had for as long as he could remember. He made the guys in civil corruption look like they were just playing at being bad boys because Stone was the very definition of it. But Will easily saw through the hard, calloused layers to the hardcore loyalty beneath, and the two of them became brothers. That was why, when Will died, he didn't give me the garage outright. He split it evenly between both Stone and me with the stipulation that if either of us ever wanted out, full ownership was to be transferred to the other. Keep it in the family was what Will's wish had been, and knowing exactly how much Stone cared for my brother and how he'd always handled me with care, I didn't have a single problem with that. "Sorry to have destroyed that for you," I replied with a giggle. "But if it makes you feel better, you've still got the schoolgirl fantasy to fall back on." His rough voice echoing through the room as he said,
37 years old, dollface. Moved past girls and onto women a long fucking time ago, even in my fantasies."
"College co-ed, then?" He gave me a look, and I quickly amended, Sexy, badass biker babes in leather?
Now you're talking.
My head fell back on a loud laugh. I'd been doing that a lot more lately. Laughing, that was. Right after Will passed, I hadn't thought it would ever be possible. But with time and acceptance, I was finally starting to look back at all the good memories with fondness instead of sadness.
Don't know if you noticed, darling, but the sun went down a long time ago. What the hell are you still doing here? Shouldn't you be home by now?
Home. My life had been in complete disarray lately, but my lack of home was the issue at the forefront of my mind just then. I'd eventually grown tired of my parents' constant hovering and decided I couldn't stay there any longer. But I couldn't go back to Will's. That was something I'd never be able to do. We ended up hiring a company to pack up all of his stuff and moved it into storage. Once my mother was strong enough, she'd eventually put the house on the market, but I couldn't live there any longer. Not without him. I'd crashed with Tate for a while, but got tired of sleeping on her couch. Thanks to her place only having one bedroom, and decided it was time for me to get an apartment of my own, especially after she'd announced she was moving to Seattle to become the guy's new manager, since a major drama recently caused them to fire both their old one and their personal assistant. It had started when the PA didn't like the fact that Garrett and Gwen had both pulled their heads out of their asses and realized they loved each other. She'd been a woman scorned. Their manager didn't like that the guys wanted to slow down and blamed that on Gwen. The two of them teamed up to smear Gwen's name in the media. Unfortunately, when the dust finally started to settle on that cluster, the slighted ex-manager came out of the woodwork again, this time targeting Tate. That drama had finally been laid to rest about a month and a half ago, so things in the civil corruption world were finally simmering down. Or at least that's what I was hoping. They were in the middle of a 3-month world tour to promote their latest album, so it hadn't been easy to keep up with Tatum how I'd have liked, thanks to the ungodly time difference. When she'd initially told me about the move, she'd offered to let me sublet her place, but I couldn't see myself staying there without her. I'd gone on the apartment hunt, finally settling on a place I wasn't really all that fond of. It sucked to admit, but I hadn't had a place feel like home since moving out of my parents' house right after high school. My house with Daniel was a showroom, not a home. A showroom we couldn't even afford, so I never felt comfortable there. Will's house had been his, not mine, and I could never seem to forget that no matter how often he told me his place was my place for as long as I wanted. Even going back to my childhood home didn't feel right anymore. I missed that sense of security, of belonging in the space I laid my head at night, and not being able to find it was really beginning to take its toll. And that was why I was still at the garage long after the sun had set.
You don't take a break, you're gonna burn out, dollface,
Stone said in a gentle tone that would surprise anyone who didn't know what a soft, sweet man he was on the inside.
You've been going non-stop for months now. Only time you haven't been here is when you went to visit your girl in Seattle a couple months back, and that was only for a few days. You need a vacation.
No. What I needed was to find a way to get my life back on track. I'd been stalled ever since that last night with Daniel. I thought I was finally getting my shit together. Then Will passed, and I found myself lost and wandering once again. What I need is to get this done, I grumbled sullenly. Stone, apparently having had enough of my arguing, stepped farther into the office and asked,
"You back all that shit up?"
with a tip of his chin at the computer. My eyebrows pulled down at the odd question, and I tipped my head to the side. Yeah, why? Without saying a word, he grabbed the cord and jerked the plug right out of the wall. The computer screen went completely black. What the hell, man? I was working on that.
And now you're not,
he stated like it was nothing.
Get your sexy ass out of that chair and get it home. You've done enough work for one day.
Stoney, please.
Don't think I don't know what you're doing, sweetheart,
he said with his voice uncharacteristically soft. The tone and implication of his words set me on edge.
I know what today is like. I know you're avoiding it by burying yourself in work, but I also know it won't help. You need to talk. I'll listen. You need to get shit-faced. I'll buy your drinks. But this isn't how you're gonna do it, baby. Lifting my hands, I rubbed at my weary eyes. You're a real pain in my ass, you know that? Pretty sure I can live with that, he replied, his lips quirking up in a tease of a grin beneath his scruffy jawline. Now get gone. Knowing an objection would only bring me more frustration at the hands of Stone, I stood from the chair and bent to grab my purse from the bottom desk drawer, mindful to glare at him the entire time. As I headed for the door, I paused only long enough for him to call out, "And you feel like taking a couple days off to relax? I can live with that too. Hell, feel free to take a week, but you come back with those circles still under your eyes, and I'm gonna send your ass right back out of here. Then I'm gonna call your mama." I knew he was only trying to help because he cared, but as I made the drive back to my lifeless, dreary apartment, I couldn't help but think that the only thing I had in my life to make me feel even the slightest bit useful was that garage. And with Stone and the other guys there, I wasn't even all that necessary. So what am I good for? And it was that thought that plagued my dreams once I finally drifted into a restless sleep hours later. Jesus Christ, you're worthless. Daniel's lips curled into a sneer that made every hair on my body stand on end. Don't know why I even married you. Waste of fucking oxygen. He's right, you know. At the sound of Mace's voice, my gaze shot around to where he was standing in my office at the garage. Will's frame suddenly appeared in the doorway. I mean, seriously, Lai, what are you doing with your life? First you worked at a place you hated all because your rich daddy-in-law hooked you up with a job. And now you're here because I felt sorry for you and took you on when that shit crumbled around you. I was pinned to my desk chair, unable to move while the most important men in my life hurled one razor-sharp insult after another at me. Stop it, I whispered in a small voice. Oh, look, Mace said with a sarcastic pout. Now she's gonna cry. Could she get any more pathetic? Please, I begged. Please, just stop. Good for nothing, Mace said. Waste of space, Daniel bit out. Worthless, Will added. Each and every word tore my heart to pieces. They kept going, one after another, flaying me open with their hateful barbs until I couldn't take it anymore. Stop it! I came awake with a yelp, shooting up in bed as my chest heaved like I'd just run 10 miles at a full sprint. It took several seconds for me to figure out why everything around me was dark and why my cheeks were wet. Then the dream came back to me. Or should I say nightmare? Just a nightmare, I whispered to myself as I brushed away the wet that had leaked down my cheeks in my sleep. It was just a dream. It was then that I realized what had really woken me was my ringing cell phone on my bedside table. With a shaky hand, I reached out and grabbed it, checking the name on the display. It was Gina, the band's personal assistant and a close friend of Tatum and Gwen's. I'd met her a couple of times, and she was unbelievably sweet. I liked her a lot, though I couldn't understand why she was calling me in the middle of the night. Gina? I asked, after engaging the call and lifting the phone to my ear. Lila, I'm sorry to call you so late. I know it's the middle of the night there, but... Well, it's Mace. Not again. Please, God, not again. All the blood in my veins turned to ice. What's Mace? Do you think it's possible for you to get to Prague? Chapter 19. Lila. I was a fucking mess. I didn't know what time it was, what day it was, or where I was. The entire plane ride from San Francisco had been a blur, and had it not been for Gwen holding my hand practically the entire trip, I probably would have come out of my skin. Thankfully, Gina and Tate had the band's jet pick us up and take us to Prague, so we didn't have to deal with bullshit security lines and layovers. He's gonna be all right,
Gwen tried soothing as one of the security guys drove us through the still sleepy city. Garrett texted. The doctor said he was lucky. He's in the clear, so that's a good thing. It was, and while I was unbelievably grateful that he was going to be okay, it did absolutely nothing to lessen the flaming ball of rage steadily growing bigger and stronger in my gut. It was good he was okay, because I wanted to fucking kill him myself. I should have known something like this would happen. Tatum never came right out and said it the few times we'd talked, but I knew she was worried, and if the most recent stories in the media were anything to go on, she had every right to be. In every celebrity news story I saw, they'd speculated that his hard-partying, wild man ways seemed to be getting worse, and apparently they'd been right, because he'd just drunk himself nearly to death and right into the goddamn hospital. Lila, honey, you hear me? Gwen's voice forced my mind back to the present. I looked over to give her what I hoped was a reassuring smile. I'm sorry, I kinda dazed off. She squeezed my hand, and I really appreciated the show of support. We're here, she whispered a few minutes later. We climbed out of the SUV amidst the chaos of photographers and reporters huddled around, wanting the scoop on civil corruption's lead guitarist's most recent escapades. The vultures were so consumed with getting their hands on any juicy info that they weren't paying close enough attention, and Gwen and I were able to walk right in without any of them so much as batting an eye. We moved straight to the elevators and headed up to the floor we'd been instructed to go to before arriving. The instant the doors slid open, I spotted Garrett and Killian standing farther down the hall. Garrett's head turned as though he sensed his wife's presence, and the moment they locked eyes, his entire body visibly sagged with relief. He mouthed something that looked a lot like, "Thank Christ," before coming at her like a charging bull. Seeing them embrace, like they were each other's everything, the very reason either of them was breathing, tugged at my heart so strongly it caused a physical pain. Killian's attention turned to me once we reached his side, and his arm came out to wrap me in a tight hug. "Hey, honey, how you doing?" "Where is he?" I asked, my tone as hard and rigid as the rest of me was. Declan came up to join our little huddle. "He was moved to a private room just a little while ago. We should all be able to go see him in a bit." I turned my head to him and bit out, "Now," so harshly everyone's eyes widened. "Take me there right now." We all trudged along the hospital corridor in silence. When we reached his door, my plan to storm right in flew out the window. I jerked to a stop when the memory of my last time in a hospital suddenly came rushing back to me. I froze, staring unseeing down the hall as I relived Will laid out on that hospital bed, his body covered by nothing but a thin white sheet. "You okay?" I was so wrapped up inside my head that I jerked at the sound of Gina's voice. I hadn't even realized Declan, Kill, and Garrett were already in the room until just then. "Yeah," I answered with a brittle smile. "I just need a minute." They seemed hesitant, but Gwen, her best friend Corinne, Tate, and Gina eventually moved into Mace's hospital room, leaving me with a moment of peace. Closing my eyes, I pulled in a deep breath and whispered to myself, "You can do this, Lai. You can do this." It took another minute to calm myself down enough and push the image of my brother from my mind before I could find the nerve to go inside. Once I did, all that anger I'd been feeling since the call informing us that Mace would be all right came rushing right back. His eyes came in my direction, his face paler than I'd ever seen. He looked like absolute shit, and shock registered across his expression the instant he saw me. "Goldie, honey, you didn't need to come all the way here. It wasn't that big a deal. I'm fine." The fact that he had the nerve to sit there and say that to me made me snap. "Not a big deal?" I asked quietly, before losing my shit altogether. "Not a big deal?" What happened next was like an out-of-body experience.
I hadn't even realized I'd moved until I was at his side, bringing my hand down against his face on a slap so hard it actually hurt my hand. "You selfish son of a bitch! You almost died!" "Lie, honey." When Garrett spoke, my head shot around, and I pinned him with a look before turning back to Mason. "You almost fucking killed yourself on my brother's fucking birthday." Speaking that out loud took another piece of me. There was already so little. I wasn't sure how much more I could lose before there was nothing left of me. "Lila?" "Shut up," I hissed, before continuing to pour out every ounce of rage and sorrow and gut-wrenching pain into my words. "You aren't the only one who lost him, Mason. You don't have a fucking monopoly on the pain of losing someone you love. Do you have any idea what it did to me to get the call that you were in the hospital? What it did to the rest of the guys? To Tate? Did you even once think about someone other than yourself?" Not a single sound except for Tatum's soft crying could be heard in the room. "This is over," I said, when he didn't bother to reply. "It ends now, you understand me? It's done. You even so much as touch another bottle, and you'll never see me again." I hadn't realized exactly how much I meant it until I said it, but there it was. And saying that took another piece of me as well. "Goldie." He sounded as ravaged as he looked, but I was done. "No," I barked, as the tears I'd been battling since the phone call so many hours ago started leaking from my eyes and making tracks down my face. "I've lost too much. I'm not going to sit here and watch you self-destruct. You want to check out? You'll be doing it without me." That was the last piece I was willing to lose today. So with that, I turned and stormed out, rushing into a ladies' room down the hall so I could dissolve into a sobbing heap without an audience.
Mace. I hadn't thought it possible to feel even shittier than I already did, but obviously I'd been wrong. It didn't have the first goddamn thing to do with alcohol, but everything to do with Lila. It had been nearly 2 days since I got out of the hospital, and while I knew she hadn't gone back to San Francisco, I hadn't seen her once. Not that I blamed her for staying away, not after what I'd put her through. But I couldn't stay away. Knowing she was so close after months and not having her within reach was too much to bear. 2 days locked in this goddamn hotel room with nothing but my own company was quickly becoming miserable. There was only so much TV I could watch and so many games I could play on my phone before I lost my mind. It was either stay here and lose what little of my sanity I had left, or seek out the one and only person I wanted to see. It wasn't a choice at all. Exiting my suite for the first time in almost 2 days, I walked down the hall until I reached her door and gave it a gentle knock. I silently counted the seconds down until the door finally creaked open, and her beautiful face appeared. "Mace," she said hesitantly, before stepping to the side to grant me entrance. I hadn't realized I'd been holding my breath until that moment. Letting out a huge exhale, I moved inside and listened as the door closed with a resounding click behind her. When I turned around, she was standing just inside with her arms crossed over her chest, her stance withdrawn and cautious. But even then there was no missing how gorgeous she was. Even dressed in a pair of plain gray joggers and a simple white tee, with her face free of makeup and all that white blonde hair tied up sloppily in a knot at the top of her head, she was the most breathtaking woman I'd ever seen. And fuck me, but I'd have given anything in that moment to see her smile. "What are you doing here, Mace?" I should have thought of that before I decided to crash her room. At least then I'd have had something to say. Letting out a frustrated puff of air, I sank down onto the foot of her bed and scrubbed at the 3-day-old stubble along my jaw. I need to apologize. I finally offered, deciding honesty was the absolute best policy in this scenario. I swear to you, I didn't think I had a problem. Just stop. Her hand came up, and her eyes closed on a disappointed shake of her head. Stop. No fucking excuses. It's not an excuse, I exclaimed, shooting up and closing some of the distance between us. She automatically backed up a step, and I felt that retreat in my gut like a shotgun blast. It fucking killed. I'm sorry, baby, I whispered. God, Goldie, you've got no goddamn idea how sorry I am. If I could take it back, I would. I never wanted to hurt you like that. Her shoulders slumped, and her posture relaxed, but only a touch. You have to believe that, I pleaded in a soft tone, chancing a step closer. When she didn't move away, I closed the last of the distance and placed my palms on either side of her neck. I never meant to hurt you, and I swear on my life that I'll never do it again. Not leaning down the few inches it would have taken me to get to her lips took a strength I didn't realize I had. Never in my life had a woman meant so much that I'd give up everything, fucking everything, for her. If it was the last thing I ever did, if it killed me, I wasn't going to touch another drop of alcohol as long as I lived. Mace. Lila's voice was a barely there whisper as she reached up and wrapped her fingers around my wrists. I'm glad you're determined. I am. Then her voice started to grow firmer as she continued to speak. Good. I'll hold you to that, because I'm not losing another person I love. My fingers clenched. What do you mean? She pulled my hands away and stepped back. It means I'm not willing to let you destroy yourself. It means I'll be dogging your every step from here on out to make sure you don't drink another drop. But that's all this is. Baby, no. She closed her eyes for a second before looking at me once more. That's all it can be, Mace. I care about you. That's never going to change. But I can't risk any more than that. I've already lost too much. She moved to the door and opened it, her golden eyes dull with sadness. That brilliant glow that always shone from her, shadowed. All because of me. I'm exhausted. We have a long flight tomorrow, so we both need some rest. I'd pushed as much as I could for one night. I knew that. So instead of fighting, I crossed the room toward her and stopped just long enough to lean in and place a kiss on her forehead. Night, baby. Good night, Mace. Then I left, but just for now, because I was determined to win her back, and so help me God, I was going to make that light of hers shine again.
Chapter 20. Lila. Now. The past month and a half had been rough, to say the least, but we'd finally made it back to the States. The tour was over, and Mace had successfully remained dry the entire time. Not to say that had been easy. In all honesty, it was a wonder the two of us hadn't killed each other in all those weeks we were practically joined at the hip. But I was determined to keep him on the wagon, and he seemed just as determined to stay there, despite his surly attitude. And when I say surly, I meant I wanted to bash him over the head with his beloved Gibson most days. I honestly didn't know what was to come now that the tour had ended. I needed to get back to my own life. Not that it was much of one, but I wasn't sure how to go about doing that. The thought of leaving Mace to his own devices now that he was home weighed heavily on me. Eventually, he was going to have to take his sobriety into his own hands. But was it still too soon for that to happen? I just wasn't sure, and Google had been no help whatsoever. Stone was handling things at the garage perfectly, so it wasn't like the guys needed me back there. He'd even hired a temp to handle office duties while I was away, and the place was running like a well-oiled machine. If I was being honest with myself, the only time I'd felt useful since Will's passing was when I was helping Mason. But I couldn't make that my life, right? But the thought of leaving him now felt like a white-hot brand pressing into my skin. I didn't want to go, and not only because I was worried he'd relapse with me gone. Being with him filled a void that had been in my life for longer than I could remember. Even when we were fighting, I was more complete with him than I was without him, and that terrified the living hell out of me. It had been a week and a half since our return, and I'd been taking up space in one of the gazillion guest rooms in Mace's enormous house. We'd both been walking on eggshells around each other the whole time, and the tension was starting to drive me up the wall. No matter how breathtaking his place was, and it totally was, what with its panoramic views of the lakes and mountains, we hadn't so much as spoken a word about what came next. With how edgy he'd been lately, I assumed he'd wanted me to go, and while thinking that caused a pain in my chest, I chose to ignore it for the sake of my well-being. I'd accept it, even if that tiny voice in the back of my head was telling me to stay. But I wasn't going to do that without some sort of backup plan. And to put that backup plan in place, I'd have to finally suck it up and talk to him about it. I took the back stairs that led into the kitchen. That's right. Mesa's house was so damn big it had 2 sets of stairs. Set on pouring myself a cup of coffee before I went in search of him. It was still relatively early in the morning, but without the booze and wild nightlife keeping him in bed until well after noon, Mace had been waking up each day around 6. It was an ungodly hour as far as I was concerned, but not wanting to leave him to his own devices for too long, I'd been rising with the sun, just like him. I skipped down the last few steps and rounded the corner at a fast clip, my hair still damp from the shower, slapping me in the face as I came to a screeching halt at the vision before me. "Mornin'," Mace grunted from his place in front of the open fridge. However, I was too mesmerized by the sight of him to do anything other than stare. Needless to say, Mace's skin had gotten its color back, and at that very moment I was getting a huge eyeful of it. Dressed in a pair of black basketball shorts resting low on his waist, he stood at the fridge sucking back a bottle of water. Every inch of tantalizing flesh was covered with a thin sheen of sweat from his early morning workout. The tee he'd apparently been wearing earlier was tucked into the waistband of his shorts. In the past month and a half, Mace had replaced alcohol with exercise, and it showed. He spent hours every single day in his state-of-the-art home gym. He'd always been big, in presence and in stature, but the exertion he'd been putting his body through lately had developed muscles I hadn't even known existed. He looked like he belonged in the woods, his flannel-clad arms chopping down a tree with one mighty swing of his axe, not standing on a stage with a guitar strapped to him. His corded throat worked as he chugged the last of the water, and with an underhanded toss, he threw the empty plastic bottle into the recycling bin at the edge of the island. I was so enthralled with watching the muscles in his arm bulge and tremble as he moved that I failed to notice his attention had landed firmly on me. "You Earth to Goldie." "Huh?" His face puckered in a frown as he studied me closely. "You okay? Your cheeks are all red. You aren't getting sick, are you?" Shit. I needed to pull myself together. No, I'm fine. Just need coffee." I moved on wooden legs across the kitchen, heading toward my intended destination before I let Mesa's physique sidetrack me. "You know, I've told you there's no need for you to wake up as early as me," he said, as I poured that sweet, sweet nectar into a coffee mug and doctored it up to my liking. Turning to face him, I propped my hips against the counter and lifted the mug to my lips, blowing on it before taking a sip. I know, I'm just an early riser. That was total crap. I hated waking up early. Always had. It drove my folks crazy. My mom used to always say I woke up hard, in a perpetual bad mood for at least an hour before I was finally able to shake the sleep off completely. It made getting me up for school a hassle every morning. I forced myself awake when I worked in the law firm, but I was never happy about it, and my coworkers knew not to talk to me until they'd seen I finished my first cup of coffee. When I started on at Will's garage, he'd quickly adjusted my hours so I didn't have to be in until 9:30, knowing any earlier would make me an unbearable pain in the ass to work with. Mace saw through my lie with the ease of a man who'd known me more than half my life. "Bullshit," he grunted, placing his palms on the granite counter of the island between us. I tried my best not to let those damn biceps and forearms suck me in again, but he was working the very definition of arm porn. "You haven't been an early riser a day in your life. You don't have to babysit me 24/7, lie. A few hours by myself isn't gonna hurt anything." The defensiveness of his tone was like a bucket of ice water, effectively drowning any lustful feelings that had been swirling around inside of me. With a heavy sigh, I set my cup on the counter at my side. "You're right. I'm sorry. I just don't really know what I'm doing here. I'm trying, but I feel like I'm not equipped to help you the way you need." The hardness in his expression slowly melted away, and I felt that soft look down to my bones, which was very bad. "You're helping me more than you know just by being here, baby." God, he was killing me with that gentle voice and warm look and calling me baby. It was all too much. Choosing to push that into the box in the back of my mind where I'd been storing all his other sweet looks and words for the past several weeks, I used his comment as a segue. "Speaking of that, I've been doing some research." Ignoring the way his body tensed, I pushed on. "I know you said you can do this on your own, but I really think you'd benefit from AA." My hand shot up when his mouth parted to object. "Just hear me out. Those meetings are anonymous, you know that, so it's not like you'd need to worry about it getting out. But even if it did, so what? You'd be getting help, and that's nothing to be ashamed of. If you don't want to go the whole route of finding a sponsor right now, that's fine. But I really think it would help you to talk to other people dealing with the same struggles. That way, when I leave..." A massive wall of anger shot through the air and slammed right into me. Mace's jaw clenched, his teeth grinding together as he gritted out, "The fuck you mean when you leave?" My chin jerked back into my neck in shock. You... what?" Standing tall, Mace started around the island menacingly, and a sense of foreboding filled my veins. "What the fuck do you mean you're leaving?" he repeated much slower. Well, this was so not going how I'd hoped. "I just mean, when it's time for me to go home." "Home," he clipped loudly. "Yeah," I whispered, "to San Francisco." His eyes went wide in surprise before he hissed, "Fuck," and raked a hand through his sweat-slicked hair. That was when it hit me. "You never thought about me going home." "No," he grunted in agitation as he started pacing the kitchen. "I guess I didn't want to think about it, so I shoved it out of my mind." A warmth spread through my chest that I couldn't ignore no matter how hard I tried. I figured you'd be happy to have me gone." Mace's face fell into a severe frown, and his head cocked to the side in confusion. "Jesus, Lila, how could you possibly think that?" It was my turn to be confused. "You haven't exactly been in the best mood lately, Mace. You're constantly snappy and surly. I assumed it was because of my hovering." Christ, baby. He let loose a low, rumbly chuckle as he shook his head. I've spent a month and a half kicking a 2+ bottle a day habit. If anything will put a guy in a shitty mood, it's that. Doesn't mean I want you gone. The only goddamn reason I've made it this long is 'cause of you. While that was nice to hear, and made that warmth in my chest grow and spread, the admission was a little unsettling. See? That's what I mean. I don't want you to stay sober just because of me. You'll never succeed that way, Mace. You need AA. His expression grew thoughtful. Those crystal eyes aimed at me for several seconds of silence before he finally asked, "If I agree to AA, will you agree to stay?" Yes, I answered instantly, not having to give my response a single moment of consideration. Not only because I wanted to stay, but because I'd have given him anything he asked for if it meant him agreeing to another avenue to ensure his sobriety. "You answered like it was just that easy," he said, lifting one dark eyebrow a notch. "Because it is," I replied softly. "If you want me here, I'm here. It's that easy." "What about the garage?" Again, it was another easy answer. "Stone has it covered. He was one of Will's guys. I'm pretty sure the man lives and breathes motor oil and gasoline. It's his passion." Mace's mouth quirked up in a hint of a smile, something that came so rarely lately that seeing this one felt like finding the pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. "And what about you?" "What about me?" "What's your passion?" "You," my brain screamed. Luckily, I was able to get a handle on my mouth before that word came popping out. "I haven't really figured that out yet," I whispered, the weight of my unsettled life coming to the forefront of my mind and eclipsing that earlier warmth I'd been feeling. Things have been complicated lately. I haven't had much of a chance to figure out what I want. That blue gaze of his stayed locked on mine as he rounded the island, stopping less than a foot away. "Then how about we make a deal?" he said in that soft, gentle voice of his. I'd have to remember to lock it away in that box once this conversation was over. "I'll work on fixing me, and in the meantime, you work on figuring out what you want, Goldie, and we can help each other along the way." If only it were that easy.
Chapter 21. Mace. If you want me here, I'm here. Those words had played in my head over and over the past few days. If you want me here, I'm here. I was in awe of her generosity and selflessness. It made me love her even more. Christ, I'd been in love with her for fucking years, and had been too much of a coward to do anything about it. Now I could only hope it wasn't too late. In the meantime, spending so much time with her while not actually having her was driving me out of my mind. I kept going back to the one and only night I had with her, replaying every one of those little sounds she made, how her face softened as she came. Fuck. I could still taste her on my tongue. Those images were what was playing through my head as the water poured over me from the shower. With one hand braced on the cool tile wall, I took my cock in my fist and did what I'd been doing for months, stroking with the image of Lila's warm, soft, naked body beneath me as I drove inside her. I imagined it was her jacking me as I squeezed and tugged, my arm flexing with exertion. My eyes were squeezed closed, so I drew up the memory of her golden eyes hooded with lust as I drove inside that tight, sweet pussy. My hand pumped faster as I pictured her lips parting on a breathy moan. The base of my spine began to tingle as I worked myself harder and faster, my impending release just on the horizon. Turning around, I leaned back and used the hand that had been propping me up to cup my balls, tugging and pulling them hard enough to pull a groan from deep within my throat. "Fuck yeah," I hissed as they drew up closer to my body. I imagined her cunt tightening, her walls clamping down as her head fell back on a cry of pure ecstasy. And that was all it took. "Fuck, Lila. Feels so damn good." A second later I blew, shooting cum across the shower as I continued to fuck my fist until every last drop had leaked out and mingled with the water to steadily trickle down the drain. The fog lifted a few seconds later, and my eyes shot open at the sound of a soft, feminine gasp. When I turned my head, I could see Lila's figure through the partially open bathroom door as she turned and scampered away, and there was no stopping the wolfish smile that tipped my lips. She'd just gotten herself an eyeful, and from the sound of that gasp, she'd liked it a hell of a lot.
Lila. I felt like I'd been coming out of my skin since accidentally stumbling on Mace pleasuring himself in the shower earlier. I'd gone into his room to tell him we needed to leave for Garrett and Gwen's barbecue when I caught an eyeful of something I hadn't been expecting. The image was burned into my eyelids, giving me a front-row seat to all that sculpted wet skin glistening beneath the shower as he jerked off with an unexpected, but no less hot brutality I never would have had the courage to use. Geez, it had been a thing of beauty, and every time I thought about it, my cheeks felt like they'd just caught fire. I'd been trying my hardest, and failing miserably, not to think about the persistent ache between my thighs, or the fact that my panties had been wet the entire drive to Garrett's house. I looked over and noticed that Mace seemed oblivious to my uncomfortable squirming in the passenger seat as he white-knuckled the steering wheel. His jaw was clenched violently, and the muscles in his neck were straining like crazy. My concern for him easily snuffed out the desire that had been raging inside me for the past hour. "Hey, you all right?" "Fine," he grunted unconvincingly. "Really? 'Cause it looks like you're about to bend that steering wheel with how hard you're squeezing it." That seemed to shake him out of whatever was weighing on his mind, and he quickly loosened his grip. "Talk to me," I coaxed gently. "Something's obviously bothering you. Let me help." He shot me a quick, sad grin before turning his eyes back to the road. "No offense, baby, but not too sure you can help me with this." Man, how I loved it when he called me baby, even more than Goldie. I could at least try. We won't know unless you tell me, right? He hesitated for several beats. The struggle he was currently going through tugged painfully at my heart. "It's the guys," he finally admitted. "What about them? Did you get into a fight or something?" He shook his head in quick, jerky movements as he carefully navigated the car through the winding, tree-covered roads into an unfamiliar neighborhood. "No? Well, not like you think. Things are tense right now. We haven't really talked since we got back." In all the chaos that had been swirling around in my head, my concern for Mace's health and well-being, the feelings I still had for him, I hadn't stopped to think that he hadn't talked to any of the other guys even once in the 2 weeks we'd been back. I knew they were concerned because they called me on a constant basis to check up on him, but I didn't think they'd picked up the phone to dial Mace once this whole time. And there was no denying that those of us on the fringe could feel the disconnect between Mace and the guys during the last leg of the tour. "I fucked up," he continued, his tone heavy with defeat and guilt. "I fucked up huge, and I don't know if I'll be able to fix it." Unable to witness his sadness and not attempt to comfort him, I placed my palm on his thigh. One of his hands instantly disengaged from the wheel and came down on top of mine, holding onto it firmly. "Have you tried reaching out?" He let loose a self-deprecating laugh.
And say what?
Flipping my hand, I wrapped my fingers around his and replied, "How about I'm sorry? It's as good a place to start as any." Then the truth finally came out.
What if that's not enough?
Leaning close, I lowered my voice as I said, "They love you, Mace. That hasn't changed, and it's for that reason that it'll be enough."
You can't know that.
That's where you're wrong. I can, because they each call me every single day to make sure you're all right. That's not an act of people who don't care. At my admission, his eyes grew round and he turned to look at me in surprise.
They do?
"Yeah," I whispered, my grip on his hand tightening. "They do. So start with an apology, honey. I'll lead you from there." The conversation came to an abrupt end when he pulled the car into a huge half-circle drive. The heavy wooden glass-fronted door of the enormous house swung open just as Mace parked and cut the engine, and Gwen came walking out with a little girl I only recognized from the pictures Garrett had flaunted proudly on his phone. Their little girl, Liddy. "Uncle Mace!" the little girl shouted at a decibel that could make ears bleed. She held Gwen's hand while the other waved in the air manically as she jumped up and down with an excitement only a little kid could pull off. "Oh my God," I said quietly. "She's the cutest little thing in the whole world."
"Tell me about it,"
Mace replied. My eyes were pinned out the passenger window, watching Liddy, so I couldn't see it, but I heard the smile in Mace's voice clear as day.
"Sweet as sugar. You'll get 2 cavities within minutes of being around her."
"Uncle Mace, come on, let's go swimming."
"Come on, baby," Mace coaxed. "Let's go meet the little dumpling in person, yeah?"
"Yeah." Unbuckling my seatbelt, I climbed out of the car and hooked my pool bag over my arm as I waited for Mace to round the hood and reach my side. I didn't balk when he grabbed my hand and started leading me up the front walk. Holding his hand felt like the most natural thing in the world, so I just went with it. For today, at least. The sun was out, the temps were comfortably warm, and I was about to spend the next few hours with great friends, tasty food, and a crystal-clear pool. It was going to be a good day. I could go back to worrying about everything tomorrow. Today was all about the here and now.
"Hey, Squirt."
Mace dropped my hand just in time to catch Liddy as she released her mom and launched herself at him. Swinging her up, he deposited her on his shoulders, her tiny hands tangled in his hair to hold on while she squealed in delight. And just like that, my ovaries exploded.
"Squirt, I want you to meet someone really special to me. This is Lila."
His eyes flashed with a light I hadn't seen in so damn long it nearly took my breath away.
"Lila, meet my Squirt."
"My name's not Squirt, silly. I'm Liddy."
"My bad," Mace chuckled. Meet Liddy."
I reached up and took one of her teeny tiny hands. "Nice to meet you, Liddy." "You too. Are you going swimming with us?" It was impossible not to smile at such a bright, happy little girl. "Maybe later, monkey," Gwen answered for me. "For now, why don't we let them join the party, huh?" Resuming her hold on Mace's hair, she gave it a jerk and ordered, "Go, Uncle Mace, go fast." They disappeared into the house, Liddy's peal of laughter trailing behind as they went. I stared and wondered at where I'd last seen them, unaware I was being so obvious, until Gwen spoke. "Put your tongue back in your mouth, babe. You're getting drool all over the floor." My frightened gaze shot to hers, and she let out a soft, tinkling giggle. It's okay, sweetheart. I get it. Believe me, I get it. Garrett and I didn't have the best start, she said, talking about the first few years of their so-called relationship. What had started as nothing more than a fling ended in an unexpected pregnancy. For the first few years, Gwen and Garrett only co-parented. That was until they found themselves falling for each other and eventually took the leap and fell crazy in love. I might not have been able to stand him, but I still got that little quiver deep in my belly every time I saw him with her. I knew precisely what quiver she was talking about. You guys talking about the dudes with Liddy? Gwen's best friend Corrine asked, coming out of nowhere. I totally get it. First time I saw Ian pick her up, I spontaneously orgasmed on the spot. Gwen turned back to me with a roll of her eyes. Ignore her. Corey's all about oversharing and shock value. I smiled and laughed as I followed them through the house to the backyard, thinking Corrine had been spot on.
Chapter 22. Mace. I wandered around the pool deck toward the covered bar, where Garrett was manning the grill with Killian and Declan hanging around. I felt like an unsure, nervous little kid. It had been 2 hours, and I still hadn't dug up the courage to do as Lila suggested. It was time to stop being so goddamn pathetic and get this shit over with. Pull the Band-Aid off. "Yo, brother," Deck greeted once I joined them. "Want something to drink?" "Water, thanks." Kill opened the cooler on the ground beside him and reached inside, coming out with a bottle of water and tossing it at me. I caught it in one hand, the condensation dripping along my fingers as I unscrewed the cap and took a drink. "So how you been, man?" Garrett asked as he flipped the burger patties cooking on the grill. "Haven't heard from you in a while. You doing good?" He was trying to come off as light, but I could tell by the tension in his shoulders and the way Kill and Deck kept a watchful eye that they were worried, just as Lila said. "Good," I answered, the plastic crackling in my hands as I twisted it. "I've been good. Well, here goes nothing. I actually went to my first AA meeting 2 days ago." That seemed to stop them in their tracks. "You went to AA?" Declan asked, his tone and expression making his shock clear as day. Reaching up to scratch at the back of my neck, I mumbled, "Well, yeah. Lai thought I needed another avenue and did some research on it. She was pretty adamant. I wouldn't say it was the most fun I've ever had, but it didn't suck like I thought it would. It was actually pretty good." "Wow, that's..." Garrett trailed off for a second. "Shit, Mace. That's awesome. Proud of you." Hearing that lifted the 2-ton weight I'd been carrying around on my shoulders for the past couple of months. These guys weren't just bandmates or friends. They were my family. After Lila, they were the most important people in my life. So knowing I hadn't lost them filled me with a sense of relief. It felt like I'd just taken my first real breath in months. Kill's beer bottle stopped midway to his mouth, as if he just realized what he was drinking. "Shit, brother. I didn't even think. Sorry." He moved to throw the bottle in the trash, and I spoke up to stop him. "It's cool. Seriously, it's fine. I need to learn to be around it. I can't expect you guys to change your lives to accommodate me. Like hell you can't. That's what family does, Mace," Declan added, tossing his own beer in the trash as well. "We want to help you in any way we can. If you're serious about this, then we have your back." My hands clenched around the bottle of water as I collapsed into one of the deck chairs close by. a storm brewing inside of me. Actually, I need to say something to you. I've needed to say this for a long time. You don't have to. Garrett interrupted, already knowing the direction I was heading in. He didn't know just how wrong he was. I do. I cut in. Look, this has been a long time coming. I fucked up. I can't begin to count the number of times I fucked up. I did it over and over. And you guys put up with me every goddamn time. You never turned your backs on me, and I took advantage of that. I won't forget that. I'll never forget how many times you had my back, and I won't take it for granted. I'm not going to let you guys down. Not this time. They went quiet, examining me like a specimen under a microscope. It was Garrett who finally broke through the tension building in my gut. That's all we ask. You're family, bro. We just want you to be okay. And if this is you on the road to that, then we're there, no matter what. What he said. Killian echoed Garrett's sentiment inelegantly. Then again, that was his way, and I wouldn't expect anything less. Glad Lila's been such a huge help, Declan added, pulling up a chair beside mine and kicking his legs up on the bottom rung of the bar stool across from him. She's got her shit together. More than any of us, anyway. No fuck, Garrett chuckled. And the girls love having her around. Hopefully we can talk her into staying. It's really nice having her with us after all these years. He wasn't wrong about that. I kept my mouth shut as Killian gave me a knowing look. He was the only one who knew how I really felt about Lila. Before hitting rock bottom, I'd gotten plastered and poured it all out for him one night on tour. Like a true brother, he hadn't spoken a word of my confession to anyone else, and I'd continue to keep that to myself for now. But what I didn't say out loud was that I was willing to move heaven and earth to make sure she never left. She'd walked away from me too many times to count, and I was done watching her back as she left. This time, I wouldn't let her get away so easily.
Lila. Propping up the lounge chair I'd been sprawled out on a touch farther for a better view, I tried to be inconspicuous as I watched Mace goof around in the pool with Liddy and the rest of the guys through the heavily shaded lenses of my sunglasses. I'd been doing this very thing for hours, unable to tear my eyes off him. He was gorgeous on any given day, but seeing him playing with that little girl just upped the sexy factor by a million. It was a damn good thing I was wearing a cover-up over my bikini, because my nipples had been painfully hard all damn day. Hell, they'd been hard since seeing him jerking off in the shower earlier that morning. Mace is really good with her, Gina said, pulling my attention from the pool. After a perfectly cooked, mouth-watering burger, courtesy of Garrett and his grilling skills, the guys decided to hop in the water for a somewhat aggressive game of volleyball, until Liddy joined in and they toned it down. It had been Mace, Declan, and Ian against Garrett, Killian, and Liddy. Of course, they'd let Liddy win all 3 games. Now the guys were each taking turns throwing her up in the air to see who could get her to make the biggest splash. I decided to get a little sun on the deck with Gwen, Corrine, Gina, and Tatum, sipping on the ice-cold margarita Gwen had poured from the pitcher she'd brought out earlier and had been staring at in envy ever since. He really is, Gwen agreed. I don't think I've ever seen him like he is today. I turned to look at her, watching with a not-so-little pang of want as she rubbed her adorable baby bump through the brightly colored sarong she had covering her bikini. He's calm, relaxed. Haven't seen him this relaxed since we left San Francisco all those years ago, Tate said in a gentle whisper, and I knew she was relieved to finally have the old Mace back. I was, too. I was watching the Mace from way back when, the one who used to come over to our house as a teenager and bring me candy bars and little bags of chips just because. This was the Mace who used to goof off in the garage during band practices, always quick with a joke and a smile. That Mace had been gone for so long, and damn was it good to have him back. I'd looked on with bated breath a couple hours ago as Mace made his approach to the other guys. Of course, I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I could read clear as day the anxiety that had been rolling off him in waves. They talked for a while, tension seeming to grow, before all of a sudden it was like the clouds parted and the sun shined down on him. It was so damn beautiful, I almost burst into tears. Thank God I got a hold on that quickly. He's sober, I told them, my gaze aimed back at Mace. Hasn't had a drink since that night in Prague. We talked about it, and he started attending AA meetings. I think it's working. When my statement was met with silence, I forced my attention off the pool and back to them. Tate's eyes were shining brightly with unshed tears. Mace was her family, so hearing that meant everything to her. I got that. Boy, did I get that. "He's doing AA?" she asked softly. "Yeah," I replied, my tone just as gentle. She sniffled as she got a hold of herself. "Thank God." "Yeah," I repeated with a slow, happy smile. "I know that'll make Garrett feel better," Gwen said, still massaging her belly. "That's been weighing on him for the longest time. He's probably beside himself." "Killian, too," Gina added. "And Dak," Tate weighed in. As each of them spoke, my chest filled with that warmth I was becoming more and more familiar with as each day passed. "They've gone through so much lately. Losing Will." Tate trailed off, just as my head jerked her way. I saw the moment her brain registered what she'd said, and she looked at me with wide, apologetic eyes. "I'm sorry, honey." "Don't be," I offered, smiling so she'd know there were no hard feelings. I still missed my brother like I'd lost a piece of myself, but the crushing sadness had slowly started to lessen as the days and weeks passed. It was a relief being able to look back at the happy memories with fondness instead of breaking down in agony. "You're right. That took its toll. On all of us," I added. "Well, it's good to see everything's working out," Corrine declared. "And from the way you two have been eye-fucking each other all day, I'd say it's working out really well." My mouth dropped open in shock that she'd easily managed to sniff out what I'd been desperately trying to hide. We aren't. "No, please," Gina giggled. "Don't bother trying to deny it. It's written all over both of you. Personally, I think you two look great together." "We aren't together," I insisted, my heart beating frantically behind my ribs. "It's not like that." "Why not?" Gwen asked, her head tilting in curiosity. "I think you two are perfect for each other. You've helped him more in a matter of months than the guys have been able to in years. It's obvious there's more between you, so why fight it?" Looking down, I rubbed my finger along the rim of my margarita glass. "It's not that simple," I explained in a weak voice. I just can't." Then Tate asked a question that froze me to the core. "Is it because of Daniel?" My entire body stiffened as a chill worked its way through my system that no amount of sunshine could combat. I hadn't thought of Daniel in months, as shocking as that seemed, especially given what he'd done to me. But there you had it. I'd been so focused on Mace, his health, helping him heal, fighting the growing feelings for him, that Daniel hadn't even registered. But now that he'd been brought up, I knew it would take an unbelievable amount of strength to force him back down. Chapter 23. Lila. No, I replied quickly, firmly desperate for a change of subject that the girls just wouldn't allow. You sure? Gwen questioned. You never talk about it. Because there's nothing to talk about, I rebutted. Daniel's gone. That chapter of my life is over. Have you heard from him? Gina asked, caring and concern filling her voice. Nope, I answered in a flat, emotionless voice. The restraining order I had on him back in San Francisco saw to that. And I'll go to my grave a happy woman if I never hear from or see him again. Unfortunately, with that comment and the brutal conviction in my words, I'd opened a whole can of worms I hadn't intended to ever let out. The four of them stared, watchful, speculative. I hadn't even realized what I said, what I'd given away until that moment, and I'd have given anything to take it back. Don't, I said to Tate, as her face grew heavy with concern. But she didn't heed the warning in my tone. Honey, talk to us, she pushed. You never talk about it. What happened? Let us help. Like I said, there's nothing to talk about. It was a bad marriage is all. It was time to end it, so I did. I sucked back a mouthful of my margarita as she continued to prod. But you could be so happy with Mace, honey, she insisted. I just know it. You wouldn't understand, I admitted quietly. Then how about explain it to me, she demanded in that pushy way a good friend would use when they sensed something was off with a person they cared about. Daniel was a drunk, I confessed. It was the first time I'd ever said those words out loud to anyone. I hadn't even said them to Will, and he knew all too well the extent of what Daniel had done to me. Then again, after that night, we never talked about it again. He knew I needed space, and he'd given it without argument. Oh, sweetheart. Gwen reached from her lounge chair to mine, grasping my hand in hers. It was as if a floodgate opened with that confession, and the words just started pouring out. He was a nasty drunk. He said the ugliest things when he'd been drinking. Everything was my fault. I wasn't a good enough wife. I didn't work hard enough. I didn't bring in enough money to keep him in the lifestyle he felt he deserved, even though his worthless ass wouldn't bother to find another job when he lost his. I couldn't cook or clean to his liking. I couldn't do anything right. I had no idea, Tate breathed, but I was too lost in my story to pay her any mind. It started small enough that I could ignore it or make excuses. I kept waiting for it to get better. But it didn't, I said on a whisper. Corrine looked at me with sad eyes. Shit, babe, I'm sorry. I finally had enough. I'd packed my shit, set on leaving, when he came home and got so pissed he decided to put me in the hospital instead of just letting me go. My little group went silent, the air around us electric as tears built behind my sunglasses. He hit you? Tatum said on a low growl. Tate? Gina's voice came out in a warning. Calm down, honey. She knew. Without me having to say a word, Gina knew instinctively how much what I'd just shared had taken out of me, and she didn't want to draw the guy's attention. He didn't just hit me. He beat me unconscious, I confessed. So you understand now. I can't go there with Mace, no matter how I feel about him. Mace would never hurt you, Lai, Tate murmured. I know you know that. I do. Rationally, I do. In my heart, I know I'd trust him with my life. But ever since Daniel, I swallowed thickly. Ever since he did what he did, there is a disconnect between my brain and my heart. A drunk beat and broke me. Then another one decided to get in his car and drive the wrong way down a freeway, killing my brother in the process and breaking me all over again. I can't. Closing my eyes, I pulled in a deep breath. I can't let myself be broken again. Mace is healing, but he hasn't even been sober 2 months. I just can't go there. And you? Corrine asked. I looked at her, my brow creasing in confusion. What? You said Mace is healing, but what about you? Because I hate to say this, babe, but from where I'm sitting, it doesn't look like you're healing. I didn't know the first goddamn thing to say, because while most days I felt like I was moving on, all it took was one conversation like this for me to backslide into that dark, black pit of despair and fear. Gina took my free hand, alerting me to the fact that Gwen had been holding and squeezing my other the whole time I spoke, and I'd been too damn numb to feel it. You've been concentrating so hard on taking care of him that you haven't stopped to consider yourself. You talked him into AA, but have you thought of maybe finding something for you? I'm not real big on therapy. Then a support group, Gwen recommended. Find some women you can talk to who've been where you are now and can help get you through it. I quieted my mind and gave that suggestion some serious consideration. A support group. That might not be such a bad idea. I'll think about it. I promise, I said, when they all looked on skeptically. But I'd really love it if we could change the subject. I've had all the serious I can handle for one day. Goldie. We all turned toward the pool, and thankfully the conversation ended just like that. Get your cute ass over here. Declan's saying he and Tate can beat us in a chicken fight. Let's show him he's full of shit. Shit, 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 Liddy screeched while slapping at the water. I give up, Gwen grumbled, collapsing back onto her lounger. You guys are hopeless. But when she starts school and her teachers call wanting a conference because a 5-year-old cusses worse than a sailor, you're going alone, she threatened, pointing at Garrett. He blew his wife a kiss in response. So what do you say, baby? Mace continued. Think we can take him? I looked from a cocky Declan to a smirking Tate before turning back to Mace. Oh, yeah, I replied with a grin. We totally got this. Fucking worthless, Daniel snarled. His teeth gnashed, the bright, straight whites all I could see in the darkness through my one good eye. The other was swollen shut from his attack. I'd lost count of how many times he'd hit me or how many places he'd landed a blow. My entire body was one huge, throbbing, agonizing bruise, thanks to my husband's rage and fists. Please, I panted weakly, unable to say much more. Please, stop. Think you can leave me, you stupid bitch, he hissed, landing a kick to my ribs. Think you can leave me for that asshole? That I can't stop you? Stupid, worthless slut. Shh, I'm here, baby. I got you. Mace's voice broke through the blackness and pain. Please stop. Mace's disembodied voice continued to call out to me. Lila, baby, wake up. I got you. Think I can't make you stay? Daniel sneered as he stomped on my hand. No, please stop. Lila, wake up. I came awake with a sharp cry, my eyes taking a second to adjust to the bright light shining through Mace's windshield. What happened? I asked, sucking in a lungful of air. Jesus fucking Christ, he grunted, squeezing me tightly. It was then I realized at some point in my nightmare, Mace had unbuckled my seatbelt and pulled me over the console into his lap. Scared the shit out of me, baby. You were having a nightmare. Sounded like you were dying. My body shivered violently as the dream flashed in my head. I'm sorry. My voice shook as I held onto his big, strong body for dear life. I'd only had a handful of nightmares since the first one on Will's birthday, and I hadn't had one in weeks. I thought I'd finally gotten past them, but discussing Daniel at the barbecue must have stirred them back up. But this time was different. Usually I woke up alone in a sweat, trembling and crying until I finally got a hold of myself. This time I woke up in the security of Mace's embrace, and while I was still plagued by the images, they were fading away much quicker than they had when it was just me.
"Don't apologize, Goldie," he said gently, his arms tightening. "Nothing to apologize for. You want to talk about it?"
I didn't. I really didn't. "I don't really remember it," I lied, snuggling deeper into him. "I just know it, freaked me out."
"Okay, baby, that's okay. We don't have to talk. Let's just get you inside, yeah?"
Yeah. He managed to get us both out of the car and into the house without my feet ever touching the ground, which was a pretty spectacular feat if I said so myself. I held on and enjoyed the ride as he carried me up the stairs and into my bedroom. My feet finally hit the floor, but he still hadn't let go, and for that I was grateful.
"You still tired?" he asked, his voice gentle.
I nodded and let him guide me to the side of the bed.
"Get some sleep, baby."
When his arms dropped and he moved toward the door, my anxiety spiked. "Wait," I yelped, grabbing his hand. Once I realized what I'd done, my cheeks burned with a furious blush of embarrassment. The nightmare had been fading, but that didn't mean its venomous claws had released me yet. And I didn't want to be alone.
"Will you?"
I bit my bottom lip nervously. "Would you stay with me? I mean, you don't have to if you don't want," I quickly amended. "It's just, with that nightmare—" "Shh," he silenced me by cupping my cheek and pressing his thumb against my lips.
"You need me, I'm here. Simple as that."
My whole body sagged against his in relief. "Really?"
"Absolutely."
He smiled down at me and my heart clenched.
"Now go get changed. I'll be here when you come back."
I shot him a smile of my own and quickly moved to the dresser to pull out one of the only clean nighties I had, a soft, pale pink cotton with an ivory eyelet pattern at the hem and neckline. I went into the bathroom and changed, my body still begging for sleep in spite of the lingering fear. I'd spent all day in the sun with good food, good margaritas, and even better friends. I was exhausted. When I exited the bathroom, true to his word, Mace was coming back into my room, wearing nothing but a pair of drawstring pajama pants, that gorgeous chest of his on full display.
"Come on, baby," he coaxed with a warm, sweet grin.
I climbed into the bed, him following suit on the other side. Once in, he rolled and hit the lamp on the bedside table, extinguishing the light in the room. He came back and instantly slung an arm around my waist, pulling me flush against him. Mace was a full-contact sleeper. This was something I remembered from our one night together, and it was something I freaking loved. I wouldn't have thought it possible, not with the hurricane of feelings I had for him swirling around inside of me, but almost as soon as my head hit the pillow, I was out like a light. And it was the best night's sleep I'd had in longer than I could remember. Chapter 24. Lila. I'd taken the girls' advice and looked up a support group in the area. It had taken 2 weeks for me to gain the courage to attend my first meeting, but by the time it ended, I was so glad I did. I hadn't felt comfortable enough to share my story just yet, but listening to those other women talk about what they went through and how they'd finally started to heal from their trauma moved me in a way I didn't expect. I cried with them, held their hands, offered words of comfort. It was like we were all taking the steps together, and I hadn't realized just how much I needed them until I finally had them. The meeting had been an emotional roller coaster. I was totally drained, but in a good way. I pulled the rental car I'd been driving for the past several weeks into Mace's driveway and cut the engine. Sucking in a deep breath, I pushed the door open and climbed out.
"Hey, Goldie,"
Mace called once I stepped into the house. I followed the sound of his voice into the kitchen, where he was sitting on a bar stool at the island with his laptop open in front of him. "Hey." He took his eyes from the computer screen and graced me with a smirk that was sexy without him even having to try.
"You get anything good at the mall?"
"Oh, I stumbled over my words, feeling guilty for having lied to him about where I was, but I just wasn't ready to tell him the whole truth yet. I would, one day, just not today. Nothing really caught my eye, so... "What are you working on?" I asked in an effort to change the subject.
"Nothing really," he answered,
closing the lid of the laptop and giving me his full attention.
"I was just checking out some job listings in the area."
My brow furrowed. Job listings? For what? Reaching around, he rubbed at the back of his neck in discomfort.
"Well, for you."
"For me?"
"Yeah, I mean, it's been great having you here, and I'd really like you to stay. But I figured if you were going to do that, you'd want a purpose in your life other than just keeping me sober. You need something for you. I knew you got your degree in liberal studies, so I was just checking around to see if there was anything you might like."
Oh, shit. I was going to cry. I can't... I did my best to swallow down the lump forming in my throat. "That's incredibly sweet," I whispered, moved beyond words by the thoughtful gesture. "But, Mace, a liberal arts degree has a pretty broad spectrum of career possibilities."
"No shit,"
he grunted in frustration.
"Started looking and thought my head was gonna explode. If I'm gonna keep looking, you're gonna have to narrow the parameters for me, baby."
In a matter of minutes, Mace had shown he cared for me in a way Daniel hadn't in our entire relationship. He wanted me to have something just for me, where Daniel believed I existed for the sole purpose of taking care of him. Unable to control the riot of emotions swirling inside me, I moved closer, taking Mace's face in my hands. My voice came out ragged and scratchy as I said, "Thank you." His hands hit my waist, and his fingers pressed in deep as I drowned in those ocean eyes.
"It was nothing, sweetheart."
"It was everything. Believe me, I know," I said with conviction. We stayed just like that as seconds bled into minutes. Finally, I forced myself to lower my hands and take a step back before I entered into territory I risked getting lost in forever. "I was actually thinking of taking some graduate classes. I don't know what in yet, but I figured I have time to decide. No need to rush." A hopefulness washed over his expression, and at the sight of it, that warmth I'd grown used to bloomed in my chest.
"Does that mean you're staying?"
"Yeah," I replied with a smile. "I like Seattle, but I do need to go back. I've worn every article of clothing I have with me so many times they're going threadbare. And I want my car. The rental is in better shape, but Will worked on that car for me and I'd like it back. I need to talk to Stone also, work out transferring full ownership of the garage to him and talk to the leasing office about dropping my apartment." He took my hand, pulling me back into the spot I'd vacated seconds ago.
"You sure you want to do all this, Goldie? It's a pretty big decision."
The fact that he cared enough about me to ask that question spoke volumes. It was more than I'd ever gotten in my relationship with Daniel, and if I hadn't been sure before, I would have been right then. "I'm sure. I feel like this could be good for me, kind of like a fresh start." There was no missing how happy my statement made him.
"Then I'll go with. We can drive the rental down and drop it there, then drive your car back. Take a couple days to hang with your folks."
I was filled to the brim with excitement. "Road trip," I squeaked, clapping giddily. "This is gonna be so much fun." I'd created the absolute perfect playlist for our road trip, and we were currently on hour 3 of badass classic rock. I'd started our trip with an audiobook of my favorite romance novel, But when Mace asked me to stab him in the ear with a straw from my big gulp 30 minutes into that, I put him out of his misery and switched to music. I was currently singing Journey's Separate Ways, Worlds Apart at the top of my lungs, my feet bopping on the dash while I played air drums with a passion that would have made Garrett proud. "Please, God, if you care for me at all, kill me now," Mace grumbled over the music. With a giggle, I reached for the volume knob and turned it down, but not off. "Oh, come on, it's a classic." He gave me a look that spoke to how much he disagreed. "I'll give you every penny in my bank account to never, ever play Journey with me in the car again." "Oh, you big baby," I teased. But then I let him off the hook, grabbed my phone, and switched to the next song, Blue Oyster Cult's Don't Fear the Reaper. "Better now?" "I guess," he answered with a crooked smirk as he watched the road. "It could have used a little more cowbell, though." At that, I burst out laughing, nearly choking on the red vine I'd just taken a bite of. "Oh, my God," I gasped once I was able to talk. Please, you guys have to write a song with a cowbell. I'll love you forever if you do that for me." "What, you saying you don't love me now?" He shot me a wink, and I knew he was just messing around, but I nearly choked again. Because, God, he was right. No matter how hard I tried to fight it, tried to convince myself it was wrong, I couldn't help but fall for him all over again. Alcoholic or not, heartbreaker or not, he was the sweetest, most thoughtful, caring man I'd ever met. He managed to show me a million different ways that he was better than Daniel, simply by existing. "Ooh, pull over there," I cried, not only because I wanted to change the subject, but because we were on a road trip, and road trips required copious amounts of fatty food. "Are you serious?" he asked in bewilderment, but he still slowed the car down and flipped the blinker. "You've eaten an entire thing of red vines, a pack of Twix, and a full-sized bag of crunchy Cheetos. Now you want a burger?" "Hell yeah, I do," I declared. "It's the #1 rule of the road, man. You have to binge on junk. It's illegal not to." "Yeah?" he asked with a low, raspy chuckle as he drove through the fast food restaurant parking lot toward the drive-thru. "A real law, huh?" "Yep, the laws of Lila. Trust me, you don't want to break them. Now quit your bitchin'. I want a double cheeseburger with bacon and a large fry. No, supersized." "Christ, baby, you're giving me a stomachache," he quipped. But that didn't stop him from placing my order and getting something for himself. "You're a pig, you know that?" I looked over at Mace with an exaggerated frown. "I'm not," I managed to say, after shoving the last of the Snickers bar into my mouth and tossing the wrapper on the floorboard. He glanced from me to the floorboard and back again, before aiming his gaze at the road and mumbling, "Uh-huh, sure." I swallowed the last of the candy bar and washed it down with more soda. "Hey," I snapped, pointing at my feet. "I'm not a pig. That's just where I'm stashing the trash accumulated during the trip before we pull over somewhere and I can throw it out. Another rule of the road. Designate one place for garbage." "Yeah," he chuckled. "That explained the Big Mac containers, gum wrappers, and empty water bottles scattered in the back. You go on another road trip I didn't know about." I turned to the back seat to see that he might have had a point, but I wasn't going to admit that. Instead, I shot him a glare and crossed my arms over my chest. I can't be perfect in every aspect of my life, thank you very much. He smiled at the windshield as he turned the car into my parents' neighborhood. "True enough, baby. At least you're cute as hell. Makes this sty more acceptable." "Whatever," I muttered. "Can you drive any faster? I gotta pee so bad my eyeballs are floating." He burst into laughter. "Man, someone gets cranky when we reach hour 12, he needled playfully. "Remind me to dose you with NyQuil or something on the way home." "Shut up," I snarked. but I couldn't stop the smile from stretching across my face. We finally pulled up in front of my parents' house, and the front door swung open before Mace had the car in park. "Mom!" I shouted excitedly as I jumped out of the car and dashed up the front walk. We ran into an embrace like we hadn't seen each other in years. "I missed you." "Missed you too, baby. I'm so happy to see you." After a long hug where we swayed back and forth, we finally pulled apart. "Daddy!" I cried, launching myself into his arms.
"Hey there, baby girl. Glad to have you home. How was the trip down?"
"Enlightening," Mace answered, coming up behind me.
"Good to see you again, Mr. Tolliver."
He reached for my dad's hand, shaking it before moving to my mom and giving her a hug.
"Mrs. Tolliver?"
"Oh, please," she chastised lightheartedly. "If we've told you once, we've told you 1,000 times. You're family, sweetheart. No need for such formality. We're Cindy and John to you."
"Yes, ma'am,"
Mace replied with a charming smile.
"So," Dad cut in, "she eat everything she could get her hands on between here and Seattle?"
"Dad!" I shouted, but before I could stop him, Mace chimed in.
"How someone so small can pack away that much junk blows my mind."
"Mace!"
"Tell me about it," Dad laughed. "Anytime we took a family vacation, I worried she'd eat us broke before we even got to where we were going. And the mess, dear Lord, the girl could make a mess."
Mace and Dad barked with laughter as I scowled on, but the corners of my mouth trembled in an effort to fight a smile. Who would have thought a road trip with Mace and Keller could be so much fun?
Chapter 25. Mace. The first night in the Tolliver home went great. Lila flourished under the care and attention of her parents. It was obvious she'd missed them like crazy, and I was glad I'd suggested coming for a couple days to visit, and that I was able to help bring that golden glow back to those beautiful honey eyes. We stayed up late hanging out and playing dominoes with her folks. Finally, when both of us started struggling to keep our eyes open after such a long drive, Cynthia and John sent us both upstairs with our bags. Lila was set up in her old room, and I was in Will's, which had thankfully been converted into a guest room. I don't think I'd have been able to sleep with all of Will's stuff around me. It took me a long time to find sleep as it was. What I had to do on this trip was weighing heavily on my mind and heart. I lay on my back in the bed, staring up at the ceiling as I struggled to quiet my mind, but it just wasn't happening. Deciding on another route, I clasped my palms together and rested them on my stomach. Then I started talking. "Hope you can hear me, brother," I said quietly into the darkness. "I know she's your sister, Will, but I love her. I'll do right by her, I swear that to you. I'd never do anything to hurt either of you. I hope you know that." I stopped, waiting for God only knew, a sign, something, to prove to me that my best friend was listening. "Miss you, brother. Every goddamn day. Miss you like I would a piece of me. I hope you trust me enough to know I'll take care of her, and I pray you know I'll earn the privilege of having her every day of my life if she'll let me." A few more minutes ticked by before I started to drift again, and a little while later, I was out. That was last night. Now it was the next morning. I'd woken up and hopped in the shower before dressing and heading for Lila's room. The door was open, the room empty, so I moved down the steps toward the sound of voices coming from the kitchen. "Morning, sweetie," Cindy greeted. She stood at the stove flipping pancakes on the griddle, while John sat at the table drinking a cup of coffee and reading the paper. He'd always been old school like that, refusing to give up the hard copy he could hold in his hand to reading them electronically. "You hungry?" I looked at the huge spread lining the counter beside her. bacon, eggs, sausage, pancakes, and 3 different kinds of syrup. Well, I wasn't until I smelled all this. Now I'm starved. Thanks.
Of course. Coffee's on. She tipped her chin in the direction of the pot. Mug's in the cabinet above. You know where the sugar and stuff is, so help yourself.
Thanks again. I planted a kiss on her cheek as I passed and went to make myself a cup of coffee. Lila in the shower? Well, she woke up and headed into the garage. John answered. Said she had some stuff to take care of with Stone. I rounded the counter and took a seat across from John at the table. He folded the paper carefully, placing it on the wooden surface in front of him, and rested his elbows on the arms of his chair as he looked at me. How is she? He asked. I took in his demeanor. His was the position of a man about to get serious, a man who cared about his daughter and was struggling to hide his concern. I set my coffee mug down and gave him my full attention. She's good, John. She's been talking about taking graduate classes. I think she's happy. His relief was visible. His shoulders relaxed, and he sat back more comfortably in the chair. Good. I feel better knowing you're there to take care of her. Leaning in, I braced my forearms on the table and dove right into the topic I'd been gearing up for the whole trip here. I'm glad you think that. Because I'm in love with your daughter. His back went straight. At the same time the spatula clattered on the stove. I looked over to Cindy to find her turning all the burners off before scurrying to take the chair beside her husband. Pulling in a deep, fortifying breath, I continued on. If I'm being honest, I've loved her since the first time I met her. I fought it because I knew it wasn't right.
Not right? Cindy cut in. Sweetheart, what are you talking about?
It's just, I know I have a reputation, but I'd never do anything to hurt Lila. She means everything to me. I want you to know that. We know, John replied definitively. We've always known that, son. We're just glad you finally realized it.
What?
Cindy's giggles sounded just like her daughter's as she leaned into John and placed a hand on his arm.
It's sweet how young people can be so clueless nowadays, she told him before turning back to me. Mace, honey, we've known for years that you and Lila were it for each other.
True. We weren't too excited about it when you were 20 and our baby girl was only 15. But you did right by not going there then, John added. Gotta say, son, I'm shocked it took you this long. But the conversation had totally gotten away from me. I lost track of where I was heading and veered completely off course into uncharted territory. Will was my brother. I didn't want to disrespect him.
Disrespect him? Cindy asked, her forehead creasing in confusion. How would that be disrespecting him?
My gut twisted into uncomfortable knots, unable to meet their eyes. I looked down into my coffee mug as I answered. I knew he wouldn't want me for her. Silence descended on the table for a good 2 minutes before her soft voice sounded.
Mace, honey, please look at me.
When I finally found the courage to turn my eyes back to them, hers, the same beautiful gold as her daughter's, were shining with unshed tears. John's throat bobbed as he gripped his wife's hand like a lifeline.
Will loved you, she whispered. He loved you so much, Mace. You and the rest of the guys were always more than just friends. You were his family. He saw how you treated his sister like she was the finest china. He saw how you handled her with care, and he wanted you for her. There wasn't a single doubt in his mind that you were the best man out there for her.
I opened my mouth to respond, but it was impossible. My throat tightened painfully, the lump that had formed making it impossible to speak. "Broke his heart the day Daniel put that ring on his little sister's finger," John continued. "He'd had it in his head since you were kids that one day it'd be you and Lila. Never could understand why you kept our girl at arm's length." I didn't. Christ, this hurts. I didn't think. Cynthia reached across the table and placed her hand on top of mine. "Do not doubt for one single second that my boy is looking down on us right now, happy as can be. Not 1 second, you hear me?" I didn't know. I managed to croak past the emotion lodged in my throat, threatening to choke me. "I wish I'd known." "Don't do that, son," John demanded. "Don't do that to yourself. Let go of regret. Doesn't do anyone any good, so let it go. You hear me?" I gave him a nod, even though I wasn't feeling it. "You hold on to the fact that Will loved you and held you in such high regard that he wanted you for the one person on this earth who meant everything to him. That's what you need to concentrate on. Nothing else matters. Not a single damn thing." I tried my best to hold them back. Christ, I tried so damn hard. But 2 tears managed to break through and slip down my cheeks before I could catch them. The second they did, Cynthia got up and closed the distance, bent at the waist, and wrapped me in her arms. "I miss him," I whispered, my voice ravaged. "We all do, honey," she sniffled, her own tears bleeding into the fabric of my t-shirt. "And we always will. But we have each other. He gave us that. So we'll make it through." The embrace seemed to last forever, and we finally broke apart when the sound of John's chair scraping across the tile floor sounded through the room. Cynthia stood tall, wiping at her cheeks with the back of her hand. I shifted my focus to the other side of the table and watched as John, his eyes rimmed in red as he fought to control his own emotions, came close and placed his hand on my shoulder. "He was taken from us too soon." He paused to clear his throat before carrying on. "That kind of loss stays with a person. But every day we had him was a blessing, and those memories can never be taken from us. You hold on to those memories. I know I will. My son was a good man. He had a big heart, and he gave us you. He gave you Lila. Don't squander that gift, yeah?" I clapped my hand on his and gave it a firm squeeze. "Yes, sir." He sniffed and nodded, releasing my shoulder to give it a pat. "Good," he whispered raggedly. "Good. Now, I'm starving, woman," he said to his wife. "Feed me before I waste away to nothing." And just like that, the heavy pall that had been hanging over us lifted, and life went back to normal. Then again, I shouldn't have expected anything else. Will was the man he was because of the 2 people who'd raised him. "Such a pain in my backside," Cynthia muttered with a roll of her eyes, but there was no missing the smile that tugged at her lips as she headed back to the stove. "You need a warm-up?" John asked, tipping his chin to my mug. "Yes, sir." As Cynthia went back to cooking and John got me a fresh cup, I lifted my eyes to the ceiling and thought, "Love you, brother. Thanks for making me a part of something so special." And, I swear to Christ, I felt a warmth bloom across my skin just then, like the sun was beaming down on me. I just knew. My brother was looking down on me at that very second. And just like Cynthia said, He was happy as could be.
Chapter 26. Lila. I was sitting in the office of the garage, a place that was no longer mine. While my heart clenched at that realization, I felt a lightness I hadn't in a really long time. I loved this place. I loved the guys. I loved the smells of gasoline and motor oil, as odd as that seemed. But saying goodbye to it just felt right.
You sure about this, Dollface? Stone asked from his place in the chair across from me, his motorcycle boot-clad feet propped up on the scuffed desk. You know I'm happy to have you here.
Giving him a warm smile, I replied, I know that, but this feels good. And just because I won't be part owner anymore doesn't mean I won't come visit to give you shit. You aren't getting rid of me that easily. He chuckled and dropped his feet, the boots thumping against the floor as he leaned forward.
I'll hold you to that, sweetheart. The bastards around here need a pretty face to keep 'em in line. And if you're happy, then I'm happy for you. Will'd be happy you're finally doing something for you, and I feel the same goddamn way.
My smile turned into a smirk as I murmured, Hard as stone, my ass. You're a big ol' softy.
Baby, I'm anything but soft, he joked, causing me to curl my lip in disgust.
Ew, gross. Not an image I wanted in my head, I cried. Stone was wickedly hot. There was no doubt about it. He had that look that screamed dangerous, mainly because he was. But there wasn't anything there between us. He was to me what the other guys, with the exception of Mace, were. Big protective brother types. And I was nothing more than a sister to him. He had a type that was so far from me it wasn't even funny. I knew because the man could draw women in just by looking at them, and he'd done it countless times. Stone went for buxom brunettes who weren't afraid to flaunt what they had, which meant plenty of cleavage and lots of leg. They tended to border on skank, but owned the look and didn't give two shits what others thought of them. He was in the mood to get 'em a little something-something. All he had to do was hit the woman of interest with that smirk and quirk his finger at them, and they came running. He chuckled deep in his throat. You know I love messing with you, Dollface, but don't let any of the assholes out there know I'm nothing more than a big teddy bear. I'll never get 'em to do shit. I let loose a giggle. Your secret's safe with me. Besides, I'm pretty sure that teddy bear side of you is designated only for a handful of people. I'm just lucky I'm one of them. My cell phone pinged, and I pulled it from my purse to check my texts. When I pulled up the screen, I couldn't stop the smile that stretched across my face. Mace. Missed seeing your pretty face when I woke up. You gonna be gone long? My thumbs flew along the letters as I typed out a response. Lila. Just finishing up at the garage now. My friend Ava wants to meet for lunch, so I'll be back after that. Unless you want to join us. Mace.
Nah, I'm cool here with your folks. Enjoy your time with your girl. I'll see you when you get back. That your guy? Stone asked,
pulling my attention from the phone in my hand. He's not my guy, I replied as I tucked it back into my purse. One of his brows arced up.
You know that?
It isn't like that, I insisted, even though saying it sent a pain shooting through my chest. We're just friends, that's all. His hands went up in a placating gesture.
If you say so. But when you finally pull your head out of that cute little ass of yours, I'll be right here to say I told you so.
I shot him a playful glare and pushed to my feet. If you say so, you big softy. I gotta get going. He lifted up from his seat and came close, wrapping me in a tight hug.
It was good seeing you, Dollface. Don't be a stranger.
I won't, I answered, returning the embrace just as tightly. Saying goodbye, even temporarily, was never easy. You take care of this place, yeah?
You got my word, sweetheart.
Somehow I managed not to cry as I exited the office, got in my car, and pulled from the lot. Yep, saying goodbye totally sucks. Ava squealed loudly as soon as she cleared the restaurant door and spotted me. Instead of being embarrassed that she'd drawn so much attention from the other patrons, I stood, made a similar sound, and rushed my BFF. We hopped in place while holding on to each other. "Oh, my God!" she cried, stepping back but keeping hold of my arms as she gave me a once-over. "I've missed you like crazy, babe. You look amazing." "You too," I replied. "God, it's good to see you." I led her to my table and we both sat. I sipped my water as she ordered a Chardonnay before turning back to me. "I'm so glad you're here," she said softly, reaching across the table and taking my hand. "So, talk. Tell me what's been going on. How's life living with a sexy rocker? I want to know it all." "It's good," I said. "It's surprisingly good. I'm actually thinking of taking graduate classes." "Really? In what?" "I'm not sure yet, but I have time to figure it out. I haven't thought about what I wanted to do for the longest time, and it's a little foreign to me." She smiled happily, that kind of smile that only a friend who wanted the best for someone she cared about could have. "That's so awesome, babe," she replied, still speaking softly. "I'm glad you're finally doing something for you." It's strange, I admitted, thinking out loud more than speaking directly to her. For so long, what I wanted didn't matter. Daniel. I stopped to swallow. He didn't care about what I wanted, only what I could do for him. Sweetie. We stopped talking long enough for the waitress to take our lunch orders. Once she was gone, I continued. Mace is all for it. In fact, he's the one who kind of pushed me into it. He wanted me to have something to do other than watching over him, something I'd enjoy. Ava's eyes grew wet and glassy as her chin quivered. "Oh, Lila." "Stop," I commanded teasingly. "None of that now. If you cry, I'm gonna cry, so knock it off." Sorry. Lifting her hands, she waved at her eyes while staring up toward the ceiling. "I'll stop, promise." It took her a few more seconds and a couple more sniffles, but she finally got a hold of herself. "Okay, I'm good now. Promise. I'm just so damn happy for you, honey. After what that asshole put you through for years." "I know," I whispered, my throat scratchy with emotion. "Okay," she declared, clapping determinedly. "On to happier topics. What's it like bedding down with that hottie rocker of yours?" "First of all," I started with a fake scowl, "we aren't bedding down, and secondly, he's not mine." She scrunched her face and muttered, "Uh-huh," clearly not buying what I was trying to sell. "If you say so." "God, you sound just like Stone. Both pains in my ass." She hummed with pleasure, closing her eyes and giving a little shiver. Stone Hendricks. Damn. And speaking of asses, I don't think I've ever seen a more perfect one in all my life. "Don't even think about it," I chided. "That man is all kinds of trouble. I love him, but I love you too, and he'd chew you up and spit you out." "Yeah, but just think how much fun it would be before that." "Okay, yuck. No more waxing poetic about a dude who's like a brother to me, please. I haven't even eaten yet, and I already feel nauseous." She laughed, but thankfully changed the subject. Unfortunately, she changed it back to Mace. "So, spill. I know you're holding something back from me. Tell me what's going on." Continuing to argue wasn't going to do me a damn bit of good, and I was already struggling with everything I was feeling on my own. I couldn't keep it to myself anymore. I needed an ear to vent to, or I was going to lose my mind. Placing my elbows on the table, I scrubbed at my face in agitation. I'm so screwed, Ave. I don't know what I'm doing. The waiter appeared again with our meals. Once they were set in place and we were alone again, Ava leaned in and reached both arms across the table. Reading her meaning, I placed my hands in hers so she could hold them tight. Talk to me, honey. Tell me what's going on. I'm crazy about him, I confessed painfully, still holding her hands but staring down at my chicken Caesar salad. I fell in love with him when I was 10 years old. It wasn't that naive, little girl kind of love. I mean, I really loved him. For 7 years. Then I finally found the courage to tell him the truth, and he broke my heart. It took me years to get over him, Ave. Years. I promised myself I was never going to settle. I was going to find a guy who adored me, who I loved just as much, and I wasn't going to accept any less than what I deserved. And look what I did. I didn't just settle. I lowered the goddamn bar. You didn't know, Lila. None of us knew. Daniel fooled everyone. That's not true, I whispered with a sad shake of my head. I sensed things were off. The signs were there. I was even having second thoughts before we got married, but I told myself it was because I hadn't completely let go of Mace. I convinced myself that I wasn't giving Daniel a fair chance because of Mace. If that's not denial, I don't know what is. You have got to stop blaming yourself. It wasn't your fault. You fought to keep something you thought was right. That's not a weakness. That's strength. Giving up is easy, but you didn't do that. You gave your marriage every single chance, doing everything in your power to make it better before you finally threw in the towel. Not many people can say that. I'd never stopped to think of it like that. It was easier to place the blame on myself for getting into that relationship in the first place than to accept why I'd fought so hard. And I'd fought for it because I didn't want to have any regrets. I never wanted to have to say I didn't try hard enough. I was hoping the group I joined would help me get there. So you were in love with him and he broke your heart? Is that why you're hesitant to go there again? No. Well, not completely. I'll admit it was hard to let that go at first, but I think I have. I'm not bitter about it anymore. Then what is it? He almost died, Ava. I told you that. That's why I had to fly all the way to Prague, because he nearly drank himself to death. Daniel was a drunk. How stupid would I be to get tangled up in another guy with the same damn problem? She examined me closely in that way a BFF does when she can pretty much read your mind. You're scared. I'm terrified. Of what? Of Mace getting drunk and beating the hell out of you, or of taking another risk on him and being hurt again? Damn her and her stupid perceptiveness. Mace would never hurt me physically, I insisted passionately. Never. Her smile was small and full of empathy as she spoke. There you have it, honey. My head tilted in confusion. There I have what? She propped her forearms on the table and clasped her hands. Look, there's one simple way to figure this out. Answer this question for me. What's the worst outcome? That you take your shot and it doesn't work out? Or that you don't and never know if you missed out on something amazing? I knew without having to give it any thought. Instead of answering flat out, I pinched my face into a glare and said, You know, you're really freaking annoying when you're being all intuitive and shit. She grinned triumphantly and picked up her fork to spear a piece of lettuce. Don't hate just because I'm awesome like that. She didn't need to say anything else to know she'd hit the nail on the head, and being the amazing friend she was, she let it drop without pressing me any further. We finished our lunch on more pleasant conversation and spent 5 minutes hugging and going on about how much we'd miss each other before parting ways. But as I drove back to my parents' house, I kept replaying the question over and over in my head, and every single time the answer was the same. No doubt about it, it would be worse to never know. Well, shit. Chapter 27. Lila. Wiping the tears from my eyes, I looked around the circle of women to see they were all having the same emotional response to my story as I was. They all cared. They all had a stake in me taking my power back, just as I had a stake in them doing the same. I'd finally shared my story, the whole story, from Daniel to the loss of Will to nearly losing Mace to alcohol. Mace and I had returned from San Francisco a week and a half ago. This was my third meeting in that time, my fourth total, and I'd finally shared every ugly detail of my struggle and the emotional damage it had left me with. Rebecca, the woman who led the group, looked at me with a small smile. "Thank you for sharing, Lila. You've experienced so much trauma in such a short amount of time. I understand that wasn't easy for you to share. We all do. But if you take anything away from today's meeting, I hope it's that this is a safe place. We're here for you in any way you need, and most importantly, you hold no fault for what happened in your marriage." I ducked my head, shyness creeping in after everything I'd just spoken out loud. "I think I'm finally starting to realize that. It's just taking a little longer for me to accept it." The woman who'd been sitting next to me, Kate, reached out and placed a soothing hand on my shoulder, and I turned to give her an appreciative grin. "You'll get there," Rebecca said gently, "and we'll be there every step of the way to help as long as you'll let us. Thank you." Rebecca took in the other faces in the circle and finally declared, "I think that's a good place to stop for today. I hope to see you all again next week." We stood and began folding our own chairs, placing them against the back wall. Kate caught up with me as I hooked my purse over my shoulder and started out the door. "That was really brave of you sharing today. There are women in there who've been here for months and still haven't told their stories. I'm proud of you for speaking up." "Thanks. I knew it would be hard, but having all of you there while I relived what Daniel did to me helped more than I could have imagined." "Well, I'm happy we were able to give you that." She glanced at something over my shoulder and smiled a slow, knowing grin. "Don't look now, but there's a really hot dude in a ball cap watching you like a lollipop he can't wait to lick." "What?" I laughed and turned my head, everything in my body going cold at the sight of him. Kate, I have to go. I'll talk to you soon." "You okay?" "Yeah, totally," I lied. "I just forgot there's somewhere I need to be." That seemed to placate her. "Okay, but I'll see you in group next week." "I'll be here. See you then." She started in the opposite direction, and I watched for several seconds before finding the courage to turn around again. Mace was standing a foot away, his face like thunder as he asked on a growl, "What the fuck did I just hear?" Oh, God.
Mace. Lila stared with wide, panicked eyes. "Mace, please, answer the fucking question," I barked. "What the fuck did I just hear?" A couple of the women who'd come out of that room with Lila stopped and watched, all with leery expressions on their faces. She caught them staring just the same as I had. "It's okay," she said to them. "I promise it's okay. He's a close friend." Then she turned back to me, grabbed my hand, and yanked me through the double glass doors and down the sidewalk. Once she stopped, she spun on me and snapped, "You need to lower your voice. Those women in there are sensitive to loud outbursts from men, so you need to be quiet." Pulling a deep breath in through my nose, I did my best to calm the rage boiling in my blood. She'd left the house 2 hours ago saying she was going shopping with Tate and Gina. So when I walked into the rec center a few minutes before my AA meeting was about to start and saw her walking out with the girl who was telling her how brave she was for sharing her story, I was obviously surprised. Lila had already caught my attention by being there, but hearing that held it. And when I heard her tell the girl it was hard to relive what that asshole ex-husband of hers had done to her, I went on red alert. What the hell had that meant? And what did I just catch her walking out of? "I'm calm," I stated flatly. "But you need to start talking. What was that in there?" She chewed on her lip anxiously, as dread seeped into my bones, and every hair on my body stood on end. "Lila," I pushed, desperate for an answer, while terrified of hearing it all at the same time. "Why are you even here?" she bit out, getting defensive in order to avoid my question. "Are you following me?" "My meeting's here, Lila." "Shit," she hissed, raking a hand through her hair. "I didn't realize." "Stop avoiding the question. Tell me what the fuck that was in there." She hesitated for several seconds. "It's a support group." She finally whispered so quietly, it was a struggle to hear her. "A support group? For what?" Her eyes stayed downcast, but there was no missing the tear that trickled down her cheek. "For women who suffer from domestic abuse." Fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me. Every muscle and tendon in my body strung so goddamn tight, I thought I might snap right in half. I saw nothing but red. I wanted to put my fist through a fucking car window. I wanted to beat them against the cars around us until they were bloody and broken. But I couldn't do that. Fuck me. Domestic abuse? Mace, just listen. Domestic abuse? Please just... domestic fucking abuse? I shouted, making her jump. At seeing that, my rage bubbled over. "Don't be scared of me," I growled, in a low, ominous voice. "Don't ever be scared of me. Not you. I'd never fucking hurt you. I'd die before I hurt you." "I know that," she whispered. "I know, Mace. Please just calm down. I'll explain it all." "Explain what? Explain how that motherfucker put his hands on you? Explain that it wounded you in a way that you have to go to meetings to deal with it?" "Look, I know you're upset I didn't tell you, but if you'll let me..." "Damn fucking right I'm upset. That cocksucker put his hands on you. He hurt you. He beat you. You're mine. You've always been mine, and I wasn't there to fucking protect you." Lila sucked in a shocked gasp. "Mace," she said quietly. "Honey." She reached out to touch my hand, but I shot back a step. "Don't. You don't want to touch me right now, Lila." I saw her honey eyes glisten with tears beneath the harsh glare of the lights illuminating the parking lot. "Please," she continued to plead, her voice cracking. "Please just let me come to you. Let me touch you." "Not right now," I ordered, moving back again. "You don't want to be around me right now, Goldie." "You're wrong." "No, I'm not. You just walked out of a meeting with a bunch of other abuse victims, and all I want to do is hunt that fucker down and beat him to death. You do not want to be around me right now." "I know it's a lot to process right now, but if you'll give me time to explain everything, you'll understand why I kept it from you." That gave me pause. "You think I'm pissed at you?" "Well," she swallowed audibly. "Aren't you?" I'd had all I could take. I was overflowing with fury and moments away from snapping. I needed to get out of there before I did something stupid that I'd regret for the rest of my life. "I have to go." I took another step back and began to turn when her hand shot out and grasped mine. "Mace, wait." "No. I just need to get out of here. I'll see you at home." "But..." What about your meeting? It's cool. I'll catch another one. See you later. With that, I spun around and took off toward my car, leaving a tearful Lila behind.
Chapter 28. Lila. I drove around the city for hours, too terrified to go home. Terrified that Mace wouldn't be there. Terrified he would, but that he'd be drunk. I wasn't sure what to expect, but my mind kept taking me through every worst-case scenario until I convinced myself I'd be walking into a nightmare. It got late, and I had no choice but to finally head back to the house. When I pulled into the drive, the first thing I noticed was Mace's car sitting in front of the garage. The second thing was that it looked like every single light in the house was burning bright. I wanted to bitch at him about the cost of the electric bill, but there were far more pressing things we needed to discuss first. I pulled my car in next to his and cut the engine, then moved up the front walk like I was heading for the hangman's noose, slowly and full of dread. The house was so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. "Mace?" I called out hesitantly. I got nothing for several seconds until a glass clanged from the kitchen, reverberating like a deafening boom in the otherwise silent house. I followed it and jerked to a stop just inside the entryway, my heart breaking at the sight of an open bottle of Jack and a half-full glass he was turning in his hands on the granite island. My heart hit the floor and my stomach revolted, but before I could ask, he spoke. "Nothing to freak out about," he grunted. "Haven't had a drop, only poured it." "Then why is it sitting in front of you?" He kept his focus on the amber liquid in the glass, like the swirling wavy pattern was too mesmerizing to look away from. "To prove to myself I could." My throat felt like it was closing, but I still managed to get out one simple word. And I can. The tension in my muscles started to release until he continued talking. "I want nothing more than to pick this glass up and down the whole goddamn thing in one go, but I'm not going to." I blew out a breath of relief, but still. "I'm glad you're not going to drink that, honey, but you think you could do me a favor and dump it if that's the case?" He slid the glass across the counter and I grabbed it and the bottle, carrying both to the sink and pouring them both down the drain. Once I finished, I set the glass down and tossed the bottle in the recycling bin before turning to face him and placing my hands on the cool stone of the counter across from him. "He was a drunk, wasn't he?" My head jerked up, eyes wide as I whispered, "What?" "Your ex. He was a drunk. I get it now. Twice you've mentioned losing too much at the hands of an alcoholic, and twice I've tried to figure out what you were talking about. I knew Will was killed by a drunk driver, but I didn't put the rest of the pieces together until tonight. I'm right, aren't I?" I continued to whisper as I admitted, "Yes, he was an alcoholic." He didn't say anything for so long that the silence began to scare me, and I couldn't take it any longer. "So, are you still mad at me?" His gaze, which had been on the recycling can where I'd chucked the bottle, shot to me. "Why would I be mad at you?" "Because," I croaked, fresh tears spilling from my eyes. "Because I kept it from you all this time." "Jesus Christ," he grunted, scrubbing at his face before dragging his fingers through his hair and leaving it in disarray. "I'm not mad at you," he said once he finally looked back at me. "I'm mad at my fucking self." My chin jerked back into my neck as I batted away the wet on my cheeks. "What? Why?" "Because I could have stopped it," he barked, shooting up from the stool and beginning to pace the length of the kitchen. "How could you have possibly stopped it?" I asked in bewilderment. "Mace, there was nothing you could have done." "Bullshit," he snapped. "I could have prevented it from ever happening. If I hadn't been such a goddamn coward all those years ago when you told me you loved me, you never would have ended up with him.
If I'd just told you the truth, if I'd claimed what had always been mine, it would have been me and you all these years, and that fucker wouldn't have even been a memory."
"What truth?" I asked softly, as my heart threatened to burst through my ribs.
"What?"
"What truth, Mace? You said if I just told you the truth. What truth are you talking about?"
"You know," he said, narrowing his eyes curiously.
I did, or at least I suspected I did, but I needed the words. This was too big, too important. I needed to hear him say it. There wasn't any room for speculation, not when it came to something so monumental. "Tell me, Mace." We stared at each other in silence for what felt like an eternity. Then,
"I love you, Lila. Christ, I've loved you forever. I loved you that morning you came to my apartment and laid it all out in black and white. I loved you when you showed up at our concert on your birthday."
It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever heard, the words I'd longed to hear for so much of my life, but the agony in his voice as he said them kept my heart from taking flight.
"I think I've loved you since the first moment I laid eyes on you. So now you see, it's my fault you have those wounds, baby. If I just told you the truth, there wouldn't have ever been room in your life for him."
"You love me," I breathed, unable to grasp anything but that.
"Of course I do. You're mine, Goldie. You've always been mine."
"You love me," I repeated.
"Yeah."
A slow smile stretched my lips so wide my cheeks began to ache. "That's good, because I love you too." And just like that, my declaration snapped him out of the misery he'd mired himself in, and he moved, rounding the counter at a fast clip. I didn't even have time to take a step back or brace before he was on me, wrapping his long, strong arms around my waist and pulling me against him as his lips came crashing down on mine. It was merciless and urgent and demanding, the most wonderful kiss I'd ever had in my life. My arms circled his neck at the same time he palmed my ass and used the grip to lift me off the ground like I was light as a feather. I instantly wrapped my legs around his waist, holding on for dear life, not wanting to break the kiss even for a second. I sensed him moving, but kept hold of concentration of our mouths, driving my tongue against his in a battle for dominance. When I bit down on his bottom lip, he let out a growl that caused a rush of wet to drench my panties.
"Say it again,"
he gritted, his lips teasing mine as he spoke against them. "I love you," I panted, desperate, eager, needy, all for him. "God, I love you." Mace went positively feral at my declaration, nipping and sucking, his tongue tasting every inch of my mouth. The kiss was taking me so high, and I never wanted to come down. But at the same time, it wasn't nearly enough. I needed more, more, more. I felt his feet bump something and didn't have a clue what it was until we both started going down. He controlled the descent, one of his hands coming up to cushion my head as we fell onto the stairs, not having made it even 2 steps up before he took us to the floor.
"Again," he commanded, having broken the kiss in order to tear my shirt over my head.
"I love you," I said, on a sharp exhalation when he yanked the cups of my bra down and sucked my nipple into his mouth. He lapped at each one, paying them equal attention and working me into a frenzy.
"This'll be fast, baby,"
he grunted, making his way up my chest and neck, back to my mouth.
"Need you too bad."
"I don't care," I insisted, tugging at any and every article of clothing I could get to so I could feel his skin. "Need it now."
"I'll go slow later," he vowed.
Our hands went between our bodies, his working the button and zipper of his jeans, mine diving past the waistband and wrapping around his straining cock.
"Fuck me," he grunted.
"That's what I'm trying to do," I cried in desperation. Mace's eyes opened and gazed down at me with a smile.
His pupils had blown, the black consuming the crystal clear blue and making his desire known. "Pants off." I didn't bother balking at his commanding tone, just squirmed beneath him, undoing my own jeans and working them down my legs as he sat back on his haunches and fisted his rock-hard dick. My underwear went next, leaving me in nothing but my skimpy bra. He climbed back over me as soon as I kicked the scrap of lace off my foot, aligning himself with my entrance and driving in with a savagery that had me shouting in ecstasy. The edge of the steps dug into my back as he powered in and out, but I didn't care. His groans mingled with my small gasps and whimpers as it started to build inside me. "Harder," I demanded, reaching down and grabbing his ass, digging my nails into the tight flesh as he pumped into me with abandon. He wasn't fucking me, he was claiming me, and I loved every goddamn minute of it. I wanted him to own me, to mark every part of me as his from now until forever. "Yes, honey," I gasped, drawing closer and closer to that epic release I knew only he could give me. "Just like that. Don't stop." "Fuck, I love you," he snarled, the power of his thrusts increasing in speed and intensity. "So goddamn perfect." "I'm close. Oh God, Mace, I'm so close." That tightening deep in my belly grew more and more acute until I feared I'd be swallowed whole. One of his hands slid between us, and he pressed against my clit with the pat of his thumb. "Get there, Goldie." And that was all it took. With a long moan, my walls clamped down around him, and stars exploded behind my eyelids as it washed over me for what felt like hours. I finally drifted back down to earth just long enough to listen and watch and feel as he reached for his own climax. And God, it was a thing of beauty. The cords in his neck strained, his jaw clenched, and his eyes went even darker. 1, 2, 3 more drives, and then he buried himself as deep as he could and poured himself inside me as he shoved his face into my neck and let loose a long, low, gravelly growl that sent an aftershock through my body. I held on to him as tight as I could as it finally left him and the muscles in his back loosened. I got those sweet, seductive blues back once he was able to lift his head and look down at me. "Hi," I whispered, trailing my fingertips along his back beneath the cotton of his shirt. "Hi back," he whispered with a soft grin as he brushed a tendril of hair from my forehead and tucked it behind my ear. "You love me?" "I do. You love me?" He dragged the tip of his nose along the side of mine and answered, "I do." We watched each other just like that as 1 minute ticked into the next. Finally, he broke the silence by asking, "What's on your mind, Goldie?" To which I answered, "You really shouldn't leave so many lights on. Your electric bill is going to go through the roof." He burst into laughter, and that was almost as beautiful as how he looked when he came. Chapter 29. Lila. It was morning, but still too early for the sun to be making its appearance on the horizon. I lay in Mace's bed, my naked body flush against his, half on and half off, staring out his bedroom windows at the twinkling stars in the black sky, while my fingers drew lazy, nonsensical patterns on his chest. After making love on the stairs hours ago, we finally moved to his bedroom on the first floor for rounds 2 and 3. And, true to his word, he'd taken his time, building it up in me only to pull back over and over, torturing and teasing until I thought I'd scream or cry or beg, anything to get off. The whole experience had been nothing short of miraculous, and now that we'd worn each other out, we lay lazily, basking in the aftermath of the most intense night of my life. He was on his back, one arm resting casually behind his head, and the other wrapped around me, his fingers doing much the same as mine, and rubbing circles on my bare hip beneath the cool sheets. "What's on that mind of yours, Goldie?" I smiled and hummed. "Nothing," I murmured, bringing both my hands to his chest and propping my chin on the backs so I could look up at him. Just happy. Really, really happy. He smiled softly, brushing the hair from my face before shifting to wrap both arms around me. "I'm glad, baby." Then the smile slowly melted away. "And I hate to do this to break your happy when it's only been a handful of hours, but we gotta talk about what happened." I knew it was only a matter of time before the blissful little bubble we'd been in the past few hours would eventually have to be popped in order to let the real world in, so the blow wasn't too bad. But still, I wish we'd had a bit more time. With a heavy sigh, I laid my cheek back on his chest and stared out the window once more as I began telling my story. I started having doubts while we were still engaged. Little things that most everyone in a relationship deals with, but they weighed on me heavier than they should have. I blamed it on cold feet, but it wasn't that. Mace gave me a squeeze before he started trailing a hand through my hair, sifting the length through his long fingers, silently soothing me as I spoke, providing me with comfort without me having to ask. After we got married, it got even worse. He came from money, like serious money, but it turned out his dad acquired that kind of wealth not only by being an asshole, but an asshole so crooked he was the scum of the earth. The family company went under, and with that, their jobs. That's when Daniel started spiraling. He refused to find another job, said his skills were too good for some pathetic, low-level desk job, and he wouldn't debase himself like that. He started drinking more and more, spending his days and nights at the bar instead of job hunting or doing anything a loving, supportive husband would do for their wife. Fuck, baby. I'm sorry. I put up with it for years. I worked myself to the bone trying to make ends meet while he continued to spend, like we had a goddamn money tree in the backyard. Then he was mean, I hissed. He was a mean, bitter drunk. I finally had enough. I decided I was done, so I started packing my shit to leave. He came home plastered and, well, that's when... I struggled to finish the sentence, swallowing down the well of emotion choking me. "It's okay, Lai," Mace said softly. "It's okay." "He put me in the hospital," I admitted on a broken whisper, struggling to pull in a breath. I blacked out after he was finished, and when I woke up he was gone. He just left me there. I managed to drive myself to Will's before passing out again. I spent that night and most of the next day in the hospital. Mace's entire body went solid as stone beneath me. I could practically feel the waves of rage rolling off him and crashing into me. Please, Christ, please tell me his ass got locked up for what he did to you. Sitting up, I wrapped the sheet around my chest. He moved as well, his strong, muscled chest and stomach rippling as he scooted up to sit against the headboard. Shame crept through my body as I said, "He was locked up for a day or two. I initially pressed charges, but when he agreed to give me what I wanted, I dropped them." His jaw ticked wildly. "What was it you wanted?" "Out. I wanted out, free and clear of all his bullshit and debt and all the filth tied to his and his family's name. I walked out of that marriage with nothing, and that was exactly how I wanted it. It was that or have my credit shot. I'd have been drowning in debt up to my ears, and more than likely would have been forced to file bankruptcy. I chose to let the charges go if it meant not having to wait 7 years to finally start repairing my life." He watched me closely as the seconds ticked by before gritting out, "He should have paid." Hey. Holding the sheet close, I scooched across the mattress on my knees. Please understand, I pleaded, placing my palm on his warm chest. It was revenge or my peace of mind. I made the only choice I felt comfortable making. Please understand that. Grasping my hand in his, he used the hold to pull me close. With the sheet still around me, I lifted one of my knees and straddled his legs, resting my behind on his thighs. I understand, he finally said, and my entire body sagged in relief. I don't like it, but I get it. And I don't blame you. Dropping my forehead against his chest, I sighed. Thank you. But he's gone, yeah? Out of the picture completely? Yes, definitely. The divorce was finalized shortly after Will died. He lifted his hands, cupping both my cheeks and sliding his fingers into my hair. I'm so sorry, baby. If I'd just... No, I insisted. Don't do that. Don't, Mace. I get why you pushed me away back then. I do. I don't blame you, and none of what happened after was your fault. He pulled me so we were nose to nose, a breath apart. He wanted me for you, he said softly. What? Will. He wanted me for you. He wanted me to take care of you and protect you, and it fucking kills me to find out I wasted so much goddamn time for nothing. I shot up straight, eyes wide. What? How do you know that? I only just found out when we went to San Francisco. I wanted to explain how I felt to your folks, to reassure them that I'd always look out for you. I told them I loved you, and they told me Will had always wanted us together and didn't understand why it never happened. My mouth dropped open in shock. You told my parents you love me? A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Yeah. My parents? You told my parents? Repeating the question won't change my answer, baby. I gaped some more. But that was a week and a half ago. You told my parents a week and a half ago, and you're only telling me now? I screeched. What the hell, Mace? His head fell back on a chuckle as he gathered me closer. I squirmed and struggled against him, but my heart definitely wasn't in it. I gave in seconds later, letting him hold me against him. His body continued to shake with laughter while I glowered up at him sullenly. I can't believe you waited this long to tell me. I'm sorry, sweetheart, he replied, his perfect white teeth shining through his grin. I was just trying to get my shit together. I wanted to prove to you that I was worth the chance you'd be taking. Honey, I said quietly, running my fingertips from his temple to his jaw. I know you're worth it. You always have been. You've been pushing me away for months. I opened my mouth, but he kept talking before I could say anything. And I get why. I got it then, but even more so now. Now that I know your ex was a drunk. I was scared, I cut in, not wanting him to beat himself up. I pushed you away because I was scared. And yes, the alcohol played a part in that, but I know you aren't him. I'm not, he asserted. I'd never ever touch you like he did. Never. You have my word. But I swear I'll never drink another drop. I don't want anything between us, baby. You're more important than everything in my life, most especially alcohol. I'll always put you first. Even before your cherished Gibson? I asked, one corner of my mouth hooking up in a smirk. He returned my smile. Even my Gibson, but that's a very close second, he laughed when I socked him in the gut, then sobered a second later. I mean it, baby. It's always been you. I know. I trust you. I swear, Lila, he insisted. No more booze. I'm done with it. That warmth that only Mace could create filled my chest, and I knew without a doubt that I'd made the right choice. It wouldn't be perfect, but no relationship was. We'd have our ups and downs. We'd fight like any normal couple. But if we stuck together, we'd make it through. So Will wanted you for me, huh? A wistful smile stretched across his face.
He did. It's bittersweet finding out now, but I guess it's better late than never, right?
You miss him.
Every goddamn day, he breathed in agreement, like I'm missing a limb. If I could just go back in time, talk to him about what I felt for you.
Don't do that, I ordered. No regrets, Mace. Will'd kick your ass if he knew you were beating yourself up like this.
He really would,
Mace chuckled deeply. I let out a little yawn and collapsed fully against him.
You tired, baby?
Laying my head back on his chest and snuggling deeper into him, I answered, Exhausted. You wore me out tonight.
Me? He asked incredulously. You were a goddamn wild woman. I could barely keep up.
I rolled my eyes to the ceiling.
You're exaggerating. Like hell I am. Jesus, I nailed you on the stairs, and the second we cleared the bedroom door, you fell on my dick again. Think I'm suffering from dehydration right now.
He wasn't completely wrong about that. Now that the seal had been broken and I love yous shared, I hadn't been able to get enough. I'd all but pounced on him when we entered his bedroom, and again once he came back from the bathroom with a damp rag to clean me up. But in my defense, we'd been so ravenous for each other the first 2 times that I hadn't had the chance to taste him, and I really wanted to taste him. So I'd taken my time doing just that the last time, at least until he got impatient, jerked me up, flipped me over, and took control of the situation. It had been glorious. But now it was time to sleep. We'd gotten through some extremely heavy stuff tonight, and I was worn out, not just physically, but emotionally as well. Wrapped in Mace's arms, I burrowed deeper and murmured, "Whatever." Then I fell asleep seconds later to the warm cadence of his chuckle. Chapter 30. Lila. "So you two are like together? Ava asked. It had been 2 weeks and 3 days. Yes, I was counting, since the night Mace and I laid it all on the line, and every minute of those 2 weeks and 3 days had been bliss. Yes, teenaged Ava, I giggled through the phone. We're together. She squealed so loudly I had to pull the phone from my ear. Oh my God! You can't see it right now, but I am totally doing my I told you so dance. Please tell me you aren't doing that dance in public. You know you don't have any rhythm, I teased, while propping the phone between my ear and shoulder so I could continue rummaging around the top of the dresser in search of my watch. It wasn't there, and I couldn't find it in any of the other places I usually put it. The morning after what I'd dubbed the night of the stairs, Mace had gotten out of bed and proceeded making one trip after another between our rooms, officially moving me into his. It was a wonderful gesture, but a few of my things had gone missing in the shuffle. The watch Will had given me as a graduation present was just the latest of many things that had disappeared. So far, I'd managed to lose my favorite hair tie, a tube of lip gloss, and 3 pairs of expensive panties. Besides the watch, the panties were what I was most pissed about, because without them, the matching bras were just a waste. I have rhythm, Ava argued. You just refuse to appreciate my mad dancing skills. I rolled my eyes and gave up my search on the dresser, moving into the master bathroom to dig around on the vanity. If you say so. So happy for you, babe, she said, her voice suddenly dropping several octaves as she grew serious. Over the freaking moon. I paused in my search, my eyes suddenly growing blurry. Thanks, honey, I replied, my voice just as soft and quiet. That means a lot. One of us is making a trip soon. I'm missing my girl something fierce. I lifted my head and smiled at my reflection in the mirror. It was like looking at a different person. I couldn't remember the last time my eyes shone so brightly. My cheeks held a constant rosy glow that was only partly because of whisker burn from Mace's scruff, and mostly because I couldn't contain the blush that heated my face every time I thought about how happy I was. It was like I was staring at a new and improved Lila. It's a deal, but I'm thinking this time you should come here so I can show you everything Seattle has to offer. Sounds like a plan. Ooh, you better take me to where they filmed the Twilight movies. Honey, most of those were filmed in Oregon. That's a totally different state. Son of a bitch, she snapped. Why can't they film movies where they're actually based? I laughed into the phone before saying, well, there is an actual Forks, but it's about 4 hours away. We could make a mini road trip out of it if you want. No thanks, she instantly replied. I've been trapped in a car with you for long periods of time before, and I'm not willing to do it again. You're a slob. Am not, I cried in offense. Babe, you totally are. I spent the whole time curled in the passenger seat, too afraid to put my feet on the floor because I was worried your mess had attracted bugs. Whatever, I grumbled. If you're quite finished with the insults, I gotta go. I'm meeting Gina for drinks and I'm running late. Yeah, she chided, but I could hear the smile in her voice. I'll let you go, but call again soon, huh? I miss you. Miss you too, sweetie, and I will. I hung up and resumed the search for my watch. I dug through drawers and jewelry boxes, even rummaging through all my purses to see if I'd dropped it in one before switching them out. Nothing. It was as if the watch had grown legs and walked away with the rest of my missing shit. Everything else I could have easily brushed off, but that was important to me. Will had worked some serious overtime and saved up to buy that watch. It was expensive and beautiful, and it meant everything to me. A low whistle from the doorway caught my attention, and I spun around to find Mace with his shoulder against the door jamb. God damn, baby, that's one hell of a dress. His eyes smoldered as he trailed his gaze down my body. With the watch suddenly forgotten, my nipples instantly hardened and my pussy clenched. You like it? I asked breathily, rubbing my hands down my hips. The dusky blue color complemented my hair and skin coloring perfectly, and the stretchy material hugged every inch of my body, hinting seductively at what lay beneath. He stalked slowly into the room like the sexiest predator on the planet. I could tell from the look in his eyes exactly what he wanted, and that knowledge took my breath away at the same time it drenched my panties with arousal. For every step he took forward, I took one back, the enticing game of cat and mouse too thrilling to ignore. Oh, I more than like it, Goldie. He prowled closer, moving me back until I re-entered the bathroom. How long you got till you have to meet Gina? He asked in a rough, craggy growl. I hadn't looked at the time in a while, so I couldn't be sure, but I had a distinct feeling I was already running a few minutes late. However, depends. How fast can you be? With that, he lunged, spinning me around to face the mirror and pinning me between the counter and his long, hard body. Oh, baby, you know better than that. I take my time when it comes to you. Always. His hands came up and spanned my ribs, his thumbs brushing the underside of my breasts before he trailed them down my sides slowly, so very slowly, over my waist and hips, my outer thighs. Wanted you for too goddamn long, he said softly against my neck, before dragging his lips across the sensitive flesh. My whole body trembled with need and goosebumps broke out along my arms. All this smooth, creamy skin, he continued, still speaking in a hushed tone. All these curves. One hand came back over my belly until he was cupping my breast, his thumb rubbing across my tight nipple. And this, Christ, he grunted as his other hand slipped beneath my skirt and his fingertips scraped tantalizingly between my thighs. Everything about you is so fucking perfect, and it's all mine. I'd been watching him touch me, the desire in my blood growing stronger with each stroke of his fingertips. It was better than any porn I'd ever seen, but it was quickly becoming too much. My head fell back against his shoulder as my eyes closed. "Mace," I moaned. "God, Mace." "What do you need, baby?" My hand went to his between my legs, pressing his fingers harder against the gusset of my panties. "You," I panted, circling my hips in desperation. "I need you. I always need you." "How do you want it?" he asked, continuing to tease me until I thought I might lose my mind. "You want my cock or my fingers?" One long, deft finger shoved the lace to the side and plunged inside me. "God, please, fuck me, Mace." I grinded against his hand. I could feel it coming, and I couldn't freaking wait. "You sure? You seem pretty eager right now." He slipped the digit out before slowly sliding it back in. Every orgasm he gave me was off the charts, beyond perfect, but I didn't want to come this way. "Please, I want your cock, honey." His hand disappeared from between my legs. "Well, since you asked so nicely." The skirt of my dress was pulled up over my ass with a whoosh. My panties hit the floor, and the sound of his zipper being pulled down echoed through the room. A second later, he bent his knees and drove up, filling me so completely, so perfectly, that my head fell forward on a loud cry. "Keep your eyes up," Mace grunted as he powered in and out, each slide of his cock brushing that place inside me that set me on fire. I managed to force my head up, looking at our reflections in the mirror through hooded eyes. I'd been wrong before. This was better than porn. Every thrust of his hips made my body jolt and my breasts jiggle. Mace's dark hair was a contrast against my light, his ocean eyes the opposite of my whiskey ones, his caramel skin stark against my peaches and cream. By God, we looked perfect together, locked in the most intimate way possible. "See how amazing we are together?" he growled, his forehead glistening with sweat as he drove in and out, sending me higher and higher. "So fucking perfect. Christ, never had anything like this." The sight of him fucking me was almost as much of a turn-on as his cock, and I couldn't get enough. With one hand braced on the vanity, I used the other to pull my skirt higher so I could see our connection, see his dick glistening with my juices. "There's my girl," he said with a wicked smile. "Watch me take you, baby. Watch me fuck you." "Yes," I groaned. "Don't stop." "Never, baby. I'll never stop." "I'm close." "Fuck, love this, Lila. Fucking love this. Touch yourself. Let me see you." The hand holding my skirt drifted farther in. I sucked in a breath as my index finger brushed my clit. "That's it, Goldie, just like that. Keep circling." I did as he ordered, coming with his name a low moan on my lips as my pussy clamped around him. Fuck, Mace. Oh, God, yes. Yes, fuck me, don't stop. Eyes open, he snapped when they drifted closed again. Jesus, fuck, so hot. So goddamn tight. He powered in twice more before shoving his face in my neck and groaning out his own climax. And just like always, it was the most beautiful sight in the world. "Love you, baby," he whispered into my hair as his hands wandered soothingly over my body. "I love you too," I panted with a smile into the mirror. He pulled out a second later and squatted to the floor, reaching for my panties. "Step," he ordered, tapping my right ankle. I lifted my foot so he could fit my heel through one leg hole, and then he tapped the other, going through the same process before standing and sliding them up my legs and settling them where they should be. "Don't want you cleaning up," he said. "Want you walking into that place with me still between your legs, dripping out of you so if any fucker tries to hit on you, you'll still be able to feel me there." That sent a tremor through my body. I liked that. I really liked that. Turning around, I gave him a kiss and pulled away, using my thumb to brush my lip gloss off his lips. "Then you don't get to clean up either. I want you to smell me while I'm gone. I want it to drive you crazy, so when I get home, you can't keep your hands off me." An animalistic sound vibrated from his throat as he grabbed me by the back of my neck and pulled me against him to kiss me fast and hard and deep. "You got a deal, baby." I moved out of the bathroom and back to the dresser where my gold hoop earrings and bangles sat. I picked up the hoops and started putting them in my ears as I looked back at him. "Have you seen my watch?" He stepped out of the bathroom while doing up his jeans. "Last time it was on the dresser. Is it not there?" "No." I chewed on my bottom lip with unease. "I've looked everywhere and can't find it. Will gave me that watch for graduation. It's important to me." He came close and took my face in his hands. "Then we'll find it. I promise it'll turn up. Don't worry." "Okay." "Okay." He gave me one last kiss before patting me on my ass. "Go have fun with Gina." "What are you and Kill gonna do tonight?" He took my hand and began leading me down the hall. "The Xbox is queued up and ready to go." A giggle bubbled past my lips as I grabbed my purse off the entryway table. Grown men and their video games. I'll never understand that. "Not for you to understand," he grinned. "You've got your thing, like having to go to the bathroom with an entourage." I glowered playfully. "We don't all do that." "Sure you don't. Now kiss me before you hit the road." I rose to my toes and gave him one more kiss. "I love you, honey." "Have fun tonight, baby. I love you too." Man, I was never going to get tired of hearing that.
Chapter 31. Mace.
Mace.
Jesus fucking Christ. She was wild. If I thought regular sex with Lila was the best I ever had, then drunk sex was liable to kill me. It started when the Uber dropped her off and she walked through the front door. I went to greet her, mainly to make sure she didn't fall on her ass. But before I had the chance to grab her, she went down on her knees right there in the entryway and began tugging at my fly. She sucked me like I was the most delicious thing she'd ever tasted, and I was so goddamn turned on, I nearly collapsed. However, before I could blow my load down her throat, she popped me out of her mouth, hopped to her feet, took my hand, and led me to the couch. Once I was down, she slowly and methodically stripped to nothing but her high heels. Then she straddled my legs and drove herself down on my cock, causing me to let loose a string of curses as she cried out and began to ride me with zero inhibitions. That had been a while ago. Now she was coming around my dick, drenching me as her pussy squeezed. Losing control, I grabbed her hips and flipped her to her back so I could power in and out of her.
"Oh, God. Yes, baby. Just like that. Fuck, just like that."
She screamed as another climax came over her. Or maybe it was the same one, just a really fucking long one. Whatever the case, it was enough to send me right over the edge. I threw my head back on a guttural moan as I poured myself into her. Fucking perfect. Once I came down, I took my weight on my forearms and lifted my head to look at her gorgeous face.
"Hi,"
she said with a tipsy grin. "Hi. You have fun tonight?"
"It was a blast. But I think the welcome home just now was a million times better."
Oh yeah. Fucking perfect.
Lila. I wasn't sure what woke me or what had the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. It was the middle of the night, the room black with the exception of the thin slash of moonlight filtering in. My eyes still hadn't fully adjusted to the dark when I rolled over and caught sight of something that made me gasp and sit up. "Mace," I whispered urgently, shaking him as I held the sheet to my naked chest. "Mace, wake up." He let out a grumble and rolled to his back.
"What is it?"
"I think someone's outside," I hissed, continuing to speak in a hushed voice. He shot up, his eyes bouncing between me and the window.
"What?"
I looked back to the window, seeing nothing but the shadows of the trees and branches swaying in the wind. I could have sworn I saw something. Someone standing outside the window. Mace threw the covers back and climbed out of the bed, reaching for his boxer briefs on the floor and yanking them up his legs before moving to the dresser and pulling on a pair of drawstring pajama pants. "Where are you going?"
"To check it out," he answered,
shooting a quick glance over his shoulder at me.
"Stay here. Grab your phone. If I'm not back in 2 minutes, call 911.
"What? No!" I jumped from the bed and grabbed at his arms in an attempt to stop him. "Mace, you can't go out there by yourself."
"Shh."
He cupped my cheek and whispered.
"It'll be okay, baby. Just relax. I'll be right back, I promise. Now get your phone, yeah? 2 minutes. If I'm not back by then, you call 911. Don't delay."
Then he was gone. Rushing around the side of the bed, I grabbed my phone off the bedside table and yanked it off the charger. Panic had set in, making the blood in my veins cold as ice. With it clutched tightly in my trembling hands, I paced the length of the room, the sheet like a long dress around my body, and counted to 60 twice. I was on number 35 of the second round when Mace's shadowed figure appeared in the doorway.
"It's all good."
He flipped the switch, bathing the room in light. At some point between here and the back door, he'd grabbed a baseball bat from somewhere. He propped it against the wall and came to me, pulling me into a tight hug.
"There's no one out there. No sign there was anyone by the window. Are you sure you saw a person standing there?"
No. Truth was, I wasn't sure. I'd been half asleep when I saw what I thought was a person. I guess not. It was dark and I only saw a shadow. "I'm sorry I freaked out for nothing," I confessed, feeling all kinds of stupid.
"Hey."
His arms tightened around me.
"Nothing to apologize for. It was a simple mistake. You gonna be able to get back to sleep?"
I hadn't realized until just then that my whole body was shaking like a leaf. The adrenaline that had been pumping through my veins the past few minutes was quickly starting to leave my system. "Yeah, I think so." He looked down at me, concern etched into his gorgeous face.
"You sure?"
I managed a small smile as I wrapped my arms around his waist. "Yeah, I'm sure." He dropped his arms and placed a quick kiss on my lips.
"Climb back in bed, Goldie. I'll hit the lights."
I did as told, and a second later, the bedroom light went out. I scooted across the mattress to my side, making room for Mace to settle in. The bed finally depressed with his weight, and a second later his arm looped my waist and yanked me back into his body. His knees bent into the crook of mine, and his face burrowed into my hair.
"You good?"
he asked quietly into the darkness. I wasn't. I was still shaken, but I didn't want him to know that. I'd already freaked him out enough for one night. "Yeah, all good."
"Okay, baby. Sleep good," he whispered.
"You too," I returned. I lay there wide awake, staring at nothing as the minutes ticked by. I knew the moment Mace finally found sleep when his limbs grew lax and his breathing steadied, fanning out against my neck and back. About a half hour after Mace fell asleep, I drifted off as well, Only my sleep was plagued with nightmares that I thought had finally become a thing of the past.
Mace. Lila had a rough night. There was no doubt about it. She tried to keep it from me, tried to hide the fact that she'd tossed and turned all night long, jolting out of one nightmare, only to fall back asleep and get sucked into another. But I knew, and I fucking hated it. I stepped into the kitchen to find her wearing nothing but my tea, while she stood at the stove with a spatula in hand. Leaning against the counter across from her, I crossed my ankles and folded my arms over my chest as I watched her. "Hey," she shot me a smile over her shoulder, before turning back to finish scrambling the eggs she'd cracked into a skillet. "You hungry? Bacon's done, eggs are scrambling, and the biscuits are in the oven. I can make cream gravy if you want. Just let me know." "Sweetheart, turn that off and come here." "Just a sec," she replied, eyes to the stove. "I don't want the eggs to burn." "Baby, just turn it off and come here." She let out a bewildered laugh and looked at me. "Honey, these'll burn." "I don't give a shit about the eggs. Please, Lila, just come here." Hesitating for only a second, she flipped the burner on the stove off, shifted the skillet to the side, and dropped the spatula on the counter before coming to me. As soon as she got into reach, I shot an arm out and grabbed her, pulling her body flush against mine. Those honey eyes of hers were full of concern as she looked up at me. "What's the matter?" she asked, as she placed her palms against my chest. The simple touch of her hands on my bare skin was enough to make me hard, but there were more important things than my dick to deal with at the moment. "You had a bad night," I stated, making her body going tight. "You want to talk about it?" She cast her eyes to the side and over my shoulder, refusing to meet my gaze. "It was no big deal. Like I said, it was just a shadow or something." When she tried to pull away, I tightened my hold on her. "I'm not talking about that. You had nightmares, all damn night." "It's no big deal," she replied, doing her best to play it off. "Seriously, I'm fine." "You have to be exhausted, yet here you are, making me breakfast first thing in the morning, when you're the farthest thing from a morning person that exists. Like I said, don't tell me you're fine. Baby, you aren't fine. You're trying to pretend you are, but I know better. Talk to me. Why are you having so many nightmares?" She pulled back once again, and this time I let her go. If she needed a bit of distance, I'd give her that, just as long as she remained in my sight. "I don't know." "You're lying. This is the second time I've been with you and you've had a dream shake you like that. I let you blow it off the first time, but not again. How long has this been going on?" I could tell she'd given up on lying to me when her shoulders sagged, and she used the counter behind her to brace herself. "Not long, and not often. They're sporadic. It's like they crop up just when I think they're gone for good." My blood started to heat, because I had a feeling I knew what those goddamn dreams were about. "They're because of him, aren't they?" I grumbled, doing my best to keep myself in check and not explode. "They're because of what that motherfucker did to you." She gave me a tiny smile and quipped, "Well, I'm not a dream analyst, so I don't want to assume." "I'm being serious," I snapped, and all her humor vanished. "They're just nightmares," she said softly, coming close and placing her hands on my chest again. "Yes, they're about Daniel, but I meant it when I said I was fine. They'll go away again. Maybe they'll pop back up. I don't know, but eventually they'll disappear for good." Dropping my head on a heavy exhale, I closed my eyes and wrapped my fingers around her wrists, pressing her hands deeper into me. "I fucking hate that he left you with that. What can I do to take those wounds away, baby?" Her face gentled as her arms looped around my neck. "The only thing that'll heal them is time, honey. But being with you makes the healing process easier every single day." It wasn't what I wanted to hear. I wanted to be able to take all her suffering away at once. But knowing I was helping was something at least. And I'd break my back from here on out to make sure each day was a little better than the last for her.
Chapter 32. Lila. It had been a month without another nightmare, and even though I could tell the weight hadn't completely lifted off Mace's shoulders, we'd been able to move past it and get back to being us. My group had been a large part of helping me move on from those nightmares, and I was so glad I'd taken the girls' advice and found a support network of my own. After months of darkness, I was finally living in the light, and every day was better and brighter than the last. I had a great family, great friends, and an unbelievable man. Life was good, and I couldn't ask for any better. "Do you, Ian, take Corinne to be your lawful wedded wife?" The minister's voice yanked me back into the present, and I turned my attention back to the altar where Corinne and Ian were currently saying their I do's. After months and months of planning, their day was finally here. Corinne was one of the most beautiful brides I'd ever seen. Her dress was the palest of pinks and hugged her from bust to hips before exploding in a sea of feathers and fringe. It was something a 20s-era flapper would wear, and it was so totally her. And Ian, my God, what could I say about Ian? The mountain of a man had only ever had one facial expression and one tone of voice in all the times I'd been around him. Bored disinterest. But seeing him right now took my breath away. His eyes radiated love and adoration as he stared at his soon-to-be wife like he was the luckiest man on the planet. As they repeated their vows to one another, my eyes drifted down the line of groomsmen until they landed on one in particular. Mace's gaze locked on mine the instant I looked at him. He gave me a sexy wink that made my belly flutter and my nipples harden. God, he was beautiful. I'd seen him in a suit. I'd seen him in faded jeans and tees. I'd had the luxury of seeing him in absolutely nothing at all, but seeing him in a tux was nothing short of breathtaking. All that naughty bad boy rocker wrapped up like that was enough to make me shiver. "I do," he answered in that deep baritone voice of his, snapping me back to the present. "And do you, Corinne, take Ian to be?" "Hell yeah," she cried in excitement before he had a chance to finish, making everyone laugh. The minister smiled, and a few seconds later announced that it was time to kiss the bride. We all shot to our feet, hooting and clapping loudly as Ian bent Corinne over his arm and planted a kiss on her that bordered on indecent. The music kicked in a moment later, and they made their way back down the aisle as husband and wife, the perfect flapper bride in her feathers and fringe holding onto her mountain of a husband. Absolutely perfect. The party was in full swing. The champagne was flowing freely. The dance floor was packed to the gills, and the air radiated with happiness and celebration. I had to hand it to Corinne. The woman could throw one hell of a party. "Ugh, remind me to kill Corey for putting my fat ass in heels," Gwen grumbled as she plopped down in one of the seats at the table Tate and I had commandeered. My head shot in her direction, and my eyes narrowed in a severe scowl. "You aren't fat. You're pregnant." "Whatever," she grumbled, kicking off her shoes and propping her feet up in an empty chair. Once she was settled comfortably, she put her hands on her protruding belly and began to massage. She still had a couple months, but I wasn't sure there was much room left for that baby to grow. "I need this thing out of me yesterday," she continued to complain. "The other day, Garrett thought it would be funny to sneak up from behind and tickle me, and I swear to God, as soon as I started laughing, I peed myself a little bit." Gina had chosen that moment to wander up, and her eyes nearly bugged out of her head. That really happens? I have something the size of a bowling ball sitting on my bladder, Gwen deadpanned. What the hell do you think? Oh my God, she whispered in horror. I'm never having babies. Tate let out a snort laugh and said, I don't think that's something you need to worry about. G. Killian's a big dude, but Garrett's a freak of nature. Of course his baby would be abnormally huge. She had a point there. Then something hit me and I breathed, Holy shit. What? Gina asked as they all looked at me. If Gwen's this miserable, can you imagine the kind of hell Corey's gonna go through? We all shot our eyes to the dance floor where Corinne was slow dancing with her new hubby, staring up at him with all the love in the world. Garrett was huge, but Ian was the size of a freaking grizzly bear. Oh, damn, Gwen said softly. Any baby of Ian's is gonna split her right in half. With that, we all busted out laughing. What's so funny? I lifted my head to see my guy standing over me. Nothing you'd understand or appreciate, honey. He gave me a quizzical look. That right? It's a girl thing. Ah, in that case, I'll let it go. Smart man. Pulling his hands out of his pockets, he extended one to me. Come on, baby. Let's take a couple spins around the floor. I couldn't think of anything better at that moment than Mace holding me as we danced together, so I grabbed his hand and let him lead me onto the dance floor. The song ended and the DJ started another, keeping it slow with a soft romantic ballad by Camden Knight. Mace and I began to sway as Camden's voice crooned through the speakers of the reception hall. Lost in the moment, I pressed my cheek against his chest and closed my eyes, letting everyone around fade away until it was only us. His deep, raspy voice vibrated through his chest as he asked, You having a good time? The best, I replied, lifting my head to smile up at him. I really love you in this tux. I smoothed my hands down the lapels of his jacket. A low hum rumbled up his throat. Not as much as I love you in that fucking dress. And those shoes. God damn, baby. I was glad to hear that he liked my outfit. I'd picked it out with him solely in mind earlier in the week. The dark fabric held a bit of a sheen, making the color look more of a gunmetal than a simple gray. It was totally strapless and hugged from the bust all the way to the tops of my hips, before flaring out a bit in a loose, flowy skirt that hit just below mid-thigh. The shimmery silver sandals I found complemented the dress perfectly. They were made for impact, not comfort, with a whole mess of complicated straps and a zipper at the back. But I'd take the pain of the sky-high heel any day of the week if it meant I got that dark, needy look from Mace. And sure enough, when I'd come sauntering out of our bedroom hours ago, he hit me with that very look. I'm glad you approve, I murmured, lowering my lids to half-mast. Oh, I more than approve. When we get home, I'm stripping you naked and fucking you in nothing but those heels. A tremble worked its way to my core, and my panties nearly went up in flames. I can get on board with that. We'd lapsed back into silence as the song continued to play, and I thought we'd spend the rest of the dance just like that until he spoke again, asking a question I hadn't been expecting. What would you want your wedding to be like? Big and elaborate or small and intimate? My chin jerked back in surprise. Not a hard question, baby, he chuckled when I remained speechless. Would you want to do it up big like this or have just friends and family? I pulled my bottom lip between my teeth and bit down uncomfortably. Well, I've already done the whole big wedding thing. Mace's body suddenly stopped swaying to the music. Shit, he hissed. I'm sorry, Lila, I wasn't thinking. I just forgot for a second. It's okay, I said, cutting him off before he could beat himself up too badly. I forget, too. His head jerked back in surprise. You do? Yeah. Now that I'm with you and I'm so happy, the fact that I was ever married before slips my mind sometimes, and it's been happening a lot more often lately. He lowered his forehead and rested it against mine, closing his eyes tightly as he whispered, Christ, baby, I love hearing that. And to answer your question, small and intimate, definitely. You sure? He questioned, skepticism heavy in the furrows of his brow. Absolutely, I declared. I wanted my wedding to be small and private, but Daniel and his folks just had to show off to their friends, so it blew up into something I never wanted. I hated every minute of it. He remained quiet for several seconds as he studied my expression. You know I'll give you anything you want, right? My heart lodged itself in my throat as he continued. One day, really goddamn soon, I'll give you a diamond to wear on your finger. Then shortly after that, I'll give you my name. You want to do it up like this? He said, tipping his chin up to indicate the elegantly decorated room that held Corrine and Ian's 200 wedding guests. It's yours. Just say the word. My eyes started to water, and my nose burned as I struggled to keep from bursting into tears at the beauty of everything he just said. Small, I managed to croak out. Just our closest friends and family. On a beach somewhere. I want to wear a flowy gown that blows in the breeze coming off the ocean. I want to wear my hair loose with big messy curls and feel the sand between my bare toes. Mace's face stretched into the most brilliant, blinding smile. My belly swooped and flipped as he leaned in and pressed a kiss to my lips. If that's what you want, that's what we'll do. That's what I want, I whispered emotionally. Then I guess I need to get on finding that ring, huh? Oh, crap, I was going to cry. Yeah, I sniffled through a grin. I guess you do. His arm around my waist tightened as the last notes of the song faded in the air. Love you, Goldie. Love you too, honey.
Mace. It was well past midnight by the time I pulled my car into the driveway. We'd only made it halfway home before Lila had succumbed to the good food, expensive champagne, and hours upon hours on the dance floor, and fell asleep with her head resting against the passenger window. I was thinking of the most creative way I could go about waking her up so she'd be willing to suck me off once we got inside, when my headlights hit the side of her car, and all the blood drained from my face. What the fuck? At my growl, Lila shot awake and sat up. What's the matter? God damn it. I raged as I killed the engine. By the time I was out and rounding the hood, Lila had pushed her door open and climbed out. Oh my God, she gasped when she finally got a good look at her car. The front and back tires of the driver's side were completely flat, and not just from running over a nail or something. No, those fuckers were slashed. An inch-long gash in the sidewall of each of them. Who would do something like this? She asked, turning wide eyes to me. My guess, fucking neighborhood kids. You'd be surprised how many spoiled, privileged motherfuckers live in this development. But why? Who knows why punk-ass kids do what they do. But when I find them, you can bet your ass I'll never fuck with anything that belongs to me again. And that includes my woman and all her shit. Her head jerked around to me, and she did the last thing I would have thought possible after finding her car had been vandalized in the middle of the goddamn night. She burst into a fit of laughter. I glared at her while she slowly worked to get control of herself. Not sure what you're finding funny in this situation, baby. Then you aren't standing where I am, 'cause if you were, you'd be laughing your ass off too. My glare deepened into a severe scowl. This isn't Funny, Goldie. Oh, come on, honey. She closed the passenger door and came toward me, wrapping her arms around my neck. First of all, you're not going to find whoever did this. It's impossible. Secondly, if, and that's a big if, you find the kids who did this, you aren't going to do anything to them, and you know it, because, I'll repeat, they're kids. I wanted to argue, but I couldn't, because beating the shit out of a bunch of teenagers would probably cause some serious legal issues that would make Tate's head explode. Before I had a chance to let my anger build into something bigger, she took my hand and began pulling me toward the house. Come on, Mace. If you come inside and promise not to beat up any of the neighborhood children, I'll make it worth your while. The slashed tires were all but forgotten. Oh, yeah? What exactly do you have in mind? Well, she bit the corner of her bottom lip and gave me a seductive look. It involves me wearing nothing but these shoes while on my knees. That was all it took. Bending at the waist, I threw her over my shoulder and lumbered toward the house as she laughed hysterically. Then she got down to making it worth my while.
Chapter 33. Lila. A week and a half had passed since the wedding, and life was perfect. Absolutely, ecstatically perfect. Mace, I called as I pushed through the front door. I'd spent the afternoon getting coffee with Tate before attending another group meeting. I'd been giving a lot of thought to what I wanted to do with my life, and after how much my group had helped, I'd decided I wanted to try and help women the same way my group had helped me. So come the fall semester, I was going to start taking graduate classes in order to become a grief counselor. I'd talked about it in the meeting today, and the other women thought it was a great idea. I couldn't wait to share my revelation with Mace. Mace, honey, you home? I dropped my purse on the table near the door and noticed a piece of paper with his handwriting scrawled across it. Goldie, on a run with Deck. Be back soon. Love you, M. I smiled at the note and folded it in half, carrying it with me as I headed for the kitchen. The moment I stepped through the threshold, I jerked to a complete stop and sucked in a gasp at the huge arrangement of hydrangeas and daisies beautifully arranged in an exquisite crystal vase smack dab in the center of the island. I moved to throw the note away so I could inspect the flowers more closely when something in the recycle bin caught my eye. What the hell? Reaching into the bin, I pulled out an empty bottle of Jack Daniels, and just like that, my perfect world imploded. It was partially buried beneath the other recyclables, as if someone had tried to hide it, and my stomach plummeted to the floor. Just then, the front door creaked open, and Mace's voice resonated through the house. Yo, baby, where you at? I couldn't answer. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. All I could do was hurt, as the betrayal burned in my chest. Hey, he said once he reached the kitchen. You're here. Didn't you hear me? I slowly turned around to face him with the bottle held aloft. The smile slowly melted from his face when he saw my expression and read the feel of the room. What's wrong? I lifted the bottle higher. What the hell is this? What? What the hell is this? I repeated, the pitch of my voice rising higher with every word. Mace looked from me to the bottle and back again, no less confused than the first time I asked. But it was Declan, who'd come back from the run with him, who spoke first. Should I maybe go? How could you? I continued, as if Deck hadn't said a word. You were doing so well. How could I what? He asked. It's an empty bottle of Jack, I shouted, slamming it down on the counter so hard it was a wonder it didn't break. Mace's face grew hard as he snapped. I see that, Lila. What I want to know is why you're jumping up my ass about it. I narrowed my eyes into vicious slits as I hissed, "You're kidding me, right?"
"Not even a fucking little," he snapped in return. "If I was kidding, that'd mean I knew what the fuck you were pissed about."
"It was in our trash, Mace."
"Oh, fuck," Declan grunted, at the same time Mace's already hard expression turned to thunder.
"What?" he gritted out through clenched teeth. At the viciousness of that one word, all my anger fled and I took a step back. "It's not yours?" I whispered in shock.
"Of course it's not fucking mine," he barked. "I haven't had a goddamn drink in months. You really think I'd ruin that? That I'd do that to you?"
Dread suddenly created a rock in the pit of my stomach. Then where did it come from? How'd it get here?"
"That's a good fucking question, and one I'd like an answer to myself."
It was then that Declan chimed in, asking the question Mace and I were both too ill-tempered to think of.
"You have anyone in the house lately?"
"No," I shook my head. "Not anyone besides you guys."
"Well, none of us would bring that into your house. We all know how hard Mace has worked, and we wouldn't do anything to jeopardize that. So we need to figure out who the hell's been in here to put that bottle in the trash, and who brought in those flowers."
I looked at the massive bouquet on the island. "What are you talking about? Mace bought those for me." His chin jerked back in surprise.
"No, I didn't."
"That's not... But..." That rock in my stomach grew wider and heavier. "Those are my favorite flowers. Who could have known? How else could they have gotten in here?" This wasn't right. None of this was right, and something instinctive was telling me it was very, very bad. Everything started to come together like pieces of a puzzle to form an unpleasant picture. "The tires on my car," I whispered. "All the stuff that's gone missing over the past several weeks. Do you think it could be the same person?"
"What stuff?"
Declan asked, his voice hard with concern.
"Her watch went missing a while back. Couldn't find it anywhere," Mace answered for me.
"Well, that along with some other stuff." Mace's head shot around at that and he snapped,
"What?"
"I didn't think it was that big a deal. I just thought I misplaced some things." Declan seemed to be getting just as pissed as Mace.
"What things?"
"Well, a hair tie, a tube of my favorite lip gloss, and..." I caught myself, knowing the next thing I said was liable to make their heads explode, and that was the last thing I wanted at a moment as tense as this one.
"What else?"
Mace demanded on a growl. "Well, it's just..."
"What else?"
At his bark, I jumped and spit out. Some of my panties disappeared. The air sparked and crackled, and a bolt of electric rage shot through the atmosphere.
"What?"
"Mace." I tried, but it was too late. Grabbing the crystal vase around its center, he launched it across the room with the force of a professional baseball player. It crashed into the wall and exploded into a million tiny pieces.
"Mason," Declan barked, "calm the fuck down. Get on the phone. You call Ian and get his ass here now. Someone's been breaking into my fucking house and stealing my girl's goddamn underwear."
Declan fished his phone out of the pocket of his basketball shorts and hit a couple buttons before putting it to his ear. "Mace," I whispered, fear taking hold of my throat and squeezing, making it hard to breathe. "What's happening?"
"I don't know," he growled, "but you can goddamn bet I'm gonna find out."
"Are you kidding me?" I spat, my jaw clenched so tight it was a wonder all my molars hadn't cracked. It had been 2 hours since Deck called Ian and ordered him to get over to our house, and an hour and a half since the big beast of a man showed at our front door. In that time, he'd been making quiet, secretive phone calls as word spread, and the rest of the guys, with their girls in tow, had shown. Gwen, Tate, Gina, and Corrine had all fretted over me, while Garrett and Killian had joined Deck and Mace in their brooding. Ian had connected with a security company that was in charge of manning the gate around the perimeter of our development, and somehow talked them into handing over their security footage. Then he'd gone back to the dates we'd given him of when we noticed things missing, and to the night my car had been vandalized. It had taken a while, and we had to fast-forward through tons of boring, grainy black-and-white footage. But now I knew who was behind it all, and I was no longer scared. I was pissed. "Baby, calm down," Mace tried to order, but it was too late for that. I spun around on him and spit. "Calm? Screw calm," I shouted. "You be calm. I'm gonna be pissed." The corner of his mouth twitched up like he was trying to fight a smile, and I nearly lost my mind. Are you laughing?" "Never," he replied, that twitch getting more distinct. "Oh my God, you are laughing. This is not funny." "You're right, baby. The situation certainly isn't funny, but how you're acting is all kinds of cute. I just couldn't help myself." Killian stood up from where he'd been hunkered over Ian's laptop screen and stated, "That dude looks familiar. Why does he look so familiar?" "Because you met him before," Mace replied as he pulled me into his embrace. "He came with Lila to a concert in San Fran years back. That's her fucker of an ex-husband." Tate clapped her hand over her mouth, and Declan looked at her curiously, but I was too busy losing my shit to notice. "I don't get it," I cut in, pulling at Mace's hold so I could look up at him. "Why is he here? He shouldn't be here. I have a restraining order." "Why the hell do you have a restraining order against this guy?" Garrett growled. "For a restraining to be valid in a new state, you have to take it to the police to get it registered," Ian rumbled. "Yours was filed in California. Unfortunately, since you didn't bring a copy to give the cops in Washington, it doesn't hold any clout here, for the time being. But the bright side is I'm getting that shit fixed tomorrow." "Why do you need a restraining order against this guy?" Garrett semi-repeated, growing angrier. "I didn't think of that," I told Ian, choosing to ignore Garrett's question, mainly because I was too scared to answer it. "I should have gone to the police station when I moved here." "We can take care of that first thing in the morning," Ian told me, a gentle, well, as gentle as Ian could manage, look on his face. "Guys," Garrett snapped loudly, "I know I'm not invisible. Will someone answer my goddamn question?" Before I had a chance, Mace got there first. "That motherfucker beat her. Put her in the hospital when she tried to leave him." If this had been a movie, thunder and lightning would have cracked through the night air, and the skies would have opened up, rain pouring down on everything. As it was, this wasn't a movie, but the mood suddenly filling the room was so thick it was suffocating. Well, shit. Chapter 34. Lila. Needless to say, the guys lost their shit. If Mace had given me a chance to speak, I would have gone much gentler than he had, but there was no turning back. The only saving grace was that the girls already knew, and they could help talk their men down. Hopefully. "He hit you?" "Garrett," Gwen started, hoping to contain the blonde Viking's rage. "That motherfucker put you in the hospital?" That was from Killian, and he sounded just as threatening as Garrett had. Gina put her hand on his arm in an attempt to soothe. Declan looked at Ian and ordered, "You track that cocksucker down. I want him found and brought here so we can fucking kill him." "Enough," I snapped, having reached the end of my rope. I pulled completely out of Mace's arms and spun to face everyone. Yes, Daniel beat me, and yes, it was bad enough that Will had to rush me to the hospital. It's not my fondest memory, and I'd really like to stop reliving it if necessary. I worked to soften my tone and calm my anger. I know you guys care about me, and I love you for that, and I'm sorry this isn't something I shared with you sooner. But you know now. What he did then is in the past. This is now. I finally started moving on from what he did, and that asshole rears his ugly fucking head again to try and ruin things when I finally have something to be happy about. I'm not going to let that happen. I won't let him win. He isn't taking another thing from me. Of course not, Tate stated firmly, shooting a silencing look at her Declan. I'll get the restraining order taken care of so it's valid here. I have some connections in the police department, and I'll get that ASAP. In the meantime, I put a call to a buddy of mine in Virginia. His name's Lincoln Shepard. He can be here in a couple of days to install a new security system in the house. But we already have a system, I said. Not like this guy can provide. He's an expert in his field. Best I've ever met. He'll make it safer here. Set it up, Mace answered firmly. I don't give a shit what it costs. Just get him here. You got it. With that, Ian disappeared into some corner of the house to resume his secretive phone calls. With everything that could be handled that night taken care of, our friends eventually headed out. It was late. Everyone was tired and overly emotional. I loved them all dearly for caring as much as they did, but I was exhausted, so when they left, I was grateful. That meant I could sleep, hopefully without any nightmares. But I wasn't holding my breath for that. After the day I'd had and the ugly reminder that I'd married a narcissistic prick, I was sure my sleep would be plagued for God knew how long. Fortunately, I had the best man in the world to help me beat those nightmares back and heal my wounds. He might not think that was enough, but I knew better.
Mace. Taking Lila's hand, I led her into the bedroom and stopped at the foot of the bed. Stay here. I'm going to check the doors and windows. Be right back. I lifted her hand and placed a kiss on her knuckles before dropping it and heading back out. A storm was brewing beneath the surface, and I had a tenuous hold on the violent rage churning in my stomach. I needed a few minutes to get a grip before heading back to her. She deserved that much. I went through every single inch of the house, upstairs, downstairs, and basement. I checked every door and window, double and triple checking the locks before finally going to the panel at the front door and setting the alarm. When I finally thought I could go in without exploding all over the place, I headed back to our room. She sat at the foot of the bed, a hesitant smile on her face as she asked, "You okay?" "You're asking me if I'm okay." Slowly standing to her feet, she came close and placed her hands on the sides of my neck. "You just look like you want to rip the head off someone is all." I appreciated her attempt at making a joke, but I wasn't able to draw up a smile just yet. I do. Someone's head in particular. That smile, as fake as it was, fell from her gorgeous face, and I hated that I was the one who'd taken it away. "Come on," I said softly, as I led her toward the bathroom. Turning the tap of the tub on, I tested the temperature before pushing the stopper down, then went back to Lila. I undressed her slowly before divesting myself of my own clothes. "What are you doing?" Climbing into the tub, I grabbed her waist and hefted her in with me, guiding her down until she was sitting between my legs with her back pressed against my chest. "We're gonna take a nice, relaxing bath. Then we're going to bed, and I'm gonna hold you until you fall asleep." Her shoulders sagged in obvious relief, and her body finally melted into mine. "That sounds perfect." Dunking a washcloth into the water, I slowly dragged it over her shoulders and arms. The soothing gesture was just as much for me as it was her. We stayed in the bathtub until the water eventually turned cool, and I was just about to get us out when she spoke again. "I'm sorry." "For what, baby?" "For today. Lila, what that bastard's doing isn't your fault. You don't need... That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the bottle. I saw it and automatically thought the worst of you. I looped my arms around her and pulled her tighter against me. There was an empty bottle of booze in our house, Goldie. What else were you supposed to think? I should have believed in you. I should have trusted that you wouldn't do something like that. I don't blame you, so get it out of your head. I commanded on another squeeze. Let it go, baby. I mean it. She turned to look at me over her shoulder, a sincere smile finally stretching across her face. Sir, yes, sir. And just like that, I had my girl back.
Lila, you didn't really think you could get away from me that easily, did you? My eyes shot open just as Daniel's hand closed over my throat and squeezed, cutting off my air. You stupid bitch, he hissed, leaning into my face as his grip tightened. The rancid smell of the whiskey on his breath filled my nostrils as I struggled, thrashing on the bed and clawing at his hand and arm. I couldn't breathe. God, I couldn't breathe. I fought to pull air into my lungs, but it wouldn't come. Please stop, I rasped, somehow managing to push the words out by sheer will. You'll never get away, he continued as I gasped. Never. I'll always be here. Lila, wake up. I shot up with a sharp cry, sucking in one huge lungful of air after another as I slapped at the hands trying to grab me. Baby, stop. It's okay. You're okay. It was just a nightmare. Calm down. Breathe, baby. Breathe. I stopped fighting as the horrid dream loosened its clutches and reality sank back in. I didn't realize I was crying until Mace took my face in his hands and wiped at the tears pouring down my cheeks. Shh, it's okay. I'm here. He pulled me into his lap and held on. Mace, I panted, clutching him tighter as I tried to shake off the fear. I'm here. I'm here, baby. I'm not going anywhere. A sense of desperation stronger than I'd ever felt before consumed me. I needed Mace more in that moment than I ever had before. Shifting in his lap so I was straddling his legs, I pulled his face to mine, planting frantic kisses anywhere I could reach. I need you, I pleaded anxiously. Need you, Mace, please. He fisted the material of my nightie in his hands. What do you need? Everything. I need everything. Just take it away. Please, honey, make it go away. I'll give you everything you need. All you have to do is take it. And I did exactly that. Lifting up, I pulled my panties down my thighs and shifted to yank them all the way off. Jerking the drawstring on his pajama pants, I untied it and pulled his cock out. Lining it up with my opening, I drove myself down onto him, crying out as his thick length stretched me. Take it, Lila, he grunted, snapping his hips to force himself deeper. Take everything you need from me. Bracing my hands on his chest, I rode him hard and fast, pushing myself closer and closer to that precipice. It was coming fast and strong, threatening to overwhelm me. So good, I panted, rocking my hips back and forth, grinding my clit against the base of his shaft. Always so good. Mace shot to sitting, wrapping one arm around my waist and tangling the other in my hair. He used his hold to force my face down and took my mouth in a hard, claiming kiss. Love you, Lila. Love you too, I breathed, only seconds away from exploding. Do it, baby. Let go. On one last downward glide, I detonated, throwing my head back on a long moan as I came. I was still coming as Mace took over, flipping me to my back and powering into me.
He followed closely after the same way he always did, burying his face in my neck as he groaned out his release. It took a few minutes for us to come down from the blissful high, and once we did, Mace lifted his head to look into my eyes. "I'll always give you what you need, baby. Never doubt that." I reached up to brush the hair off his forehead. "I know," I said softly, "and that's only part of the reason I love you so much." After I cleaned up and came back to bed, Mace pulled me against his body and held tight as the minutes ticked back. And as always, with him holding on to me securely, I fell asleep feeling safe and complete. Chapter 35. Lila. After the stress of the past couple of days, Mace had been in desperate need of a meeting. He wouldn't admit it, but I could see how badly he was struggling, and after 2 days, I finally put my foot down. He argued, not wanting to leave me alone with Daniel still out there, but I wouldn't take no for an answer. We finally reached a compromise that made him feel better. One of Ian's guys would stay with me whenever Mace wasn't around. And it was for that reason that one of the stoic, monosyllabic security dudes was sitting in the kitchen like a statue that very moment while Ian's buddy Lincoln installed our new security system. I'd been sitting on the couch, curled up with my forearms resting along the back and my chin propped on my hands, as the huge dude with sandy blonde hair and electric green eyes used every power tool in existence to install cameras and motion sensors and glass break sensors and everything else you could think of all over the house, inside and out. Now he was fiddling near the front door, putting up a complicated-looking panel that I seriously doubted I'd ever get the hang of. The whir of the impact driver finally went quiet, and I asked, "Is all this really necessary?" Lincoln looked over his shoulder at me with a smirk that could only be described as sinful. Then again, there wasn't much about him that wasn't. It was like there was an unwritten rule somewhere that any man who worked in security had to be abnormally good-looking. And he was no exception. At least 4 inches over 6 feet, the dude was built like a freaking brick house. He was all man, and the kicker was he obviously knew it, using his size, good looks, and alpha magnetism to his benefit. It was like it was ingrained in him to exude masculinity with his every move and breath. Don't get me wrong, I didn't think he was as fine as Mace, but if Mason Keller wasn't in the picture, this was definitely a man I'd trip over my own feet to get to. "From your point of view, I'm guessing not," he answered. "But seeing as I'm a guy and I can relate to your man better than you can, I'd say, hell yeah, it's necessary." I snorted with a roll of my eyes. What is it with you guys being all alpha and pissing around your territories? A deep, rumbly chuckle worked its way up his throat. "It's not about marking our territory, darling. Any man worth a shit'll do everything in his power to keep his woman safe." His gaze skated along my face and to what parts he could see from over the couch. "You were my woman, I'd break my back to protect you." Mace was it for me, but that didn't mean a man with Lincoln's particular charms didn't have an effect on me. A tremor worked its way through my body as I found the strength to mutter, "Inappropriate." "Just stating the truth. You don't have a man willing to do that, then you picked wrong, and you need to get rid of his ass and find one who will. From what I can see, your dude's willing to do just that." "What makes you say that?" I asked with curiosity. "You only met him for like 2 seconds. "Sweetheart, a man who doesn't care wouldn't shell out what I cost. Not even men with the kind of money your guy has." My eyes nearly bugged out of my head. Seriously? One corner of his mouth quirked up. "Absolutely, darling." Wow. Ian said you were the best at this stuff, but I couldn't wrap my brain around what I just heard. Seriously? "Come on," he said with a chuckle. "Let me show you how this system works." I stood up and rounded the couch. "Something tells me you're going to need to leave a very detailed instruction manual." That sinful smirk returned, and my knees wobbled. "You'll get it. Don't worry. It's not as hard as it looks." Yeah, he was so full of it. "You don't have to stick around." Jeff, the guy Ian had put on me, seemed determined to enter the rec center with me. That wasn't going to work, not only because these meetings were private, but because there were still women in my support group who were leery around all men. Add Jeff's brawn and bulk into the equation, and they'd be scared. I wasn't cool with that. "Rule is, I'm supposed to keep you in sight the whole time." I stopped us just outside the doors of the rec center. It was bad enough that he'd tailed me the whole way there, but now he wanted to go in? Nope, not happening. These meetings are very personal. You can't hover just inside the door, freaking the women out. They're entitled to their privacy, and I'm not gonna let you take that away from them. So you have two choices. You can either wait in your car out in the parking lot, or you can go do your own thing, and I'll call you when I'm ready for my shadow. He paused for a moment, and I thought he was going to give me more trouble, but then he sighed. "Fine, I'll be back in an hour." I wouldn't do that, I warned. It's a meeting with nothing but women. We tend to run late more times than not. Jeff looked like he was dangerously close to having an aneurysm. "Fine," he grunted, "but you call me the minute the meeting's over." "I will." "I'm serious, woman, the minute it's over." I quickly traced an X over my heart and held my index and middle fingers up in the air. Cross my heart and hope to die, a needle in the eye and all that jazz. I'll call the minute the meeting ends. He stayed out on the sidewalk as I headed inside. Once the glass door closed behind me, I turned and gave him a wave over my shoulder. Then I spun around and went into my meeting, putting all ugly thoughts of Daniel and intricate security systems and 24/7 guard duty out of my head. At least for now. "I'm nervous," Kate admitted sheepishly. "It's been forever since I've gone on a date. I'm totally out of practice." I folded my chair and stacked it against the wall before looking back at her with a kind smile. "This is a good thing. You deserve to be happy, honey." She was going out on her very first date since getting out of an abusive relationship that had spanned over a decade. After being physically and mentally beaten down for so many years, it was a wonder she had the courage to try again. Fortunately, she was unbelievably strong. "I know, it's just hard," she said, as we started out the door of the room where the group was held and down the hall toward the glass doors leading out to the parking lot. "What if—" She swallowed thickly. "What if I'm not good enough?" "Hey now, stop that," I ordered, grabbing hold of her shoulders and turning her to me. "You are good enough. Never, ever doubt that. You have nothing to prove to this guy. He asked you out because he liked what he saw. And honey, everything there is to see about you is all good." She gave me a shy smile. "You're just saying that 'cause you're my friend." "No," I stated firmly. "I'm your friend because everything about you is good. Just remember one thing when this guy picks you up tonight. He's the lucky one because you said yes, babe. You're the prize here, Kate." Leaning in, she pulled me into a tight hug. "You're the best, you know that?" I returned her embrace and pulled back. "You are who you're friends with." "All right. Well, I guess I better get going. I have a date to get ready for." "Shit," I hissed, looking from the darkness outside to the time on my cell phone. I forgot to call Jeff. He was going to kill me, and as soon as he was done, he'd find a way to bring me back to life so Mace could kill me a second time. "Who's Jeff?" I thought you were seeing a guy named Mace. I am. Jeff is a friend of his. I was supposed to call him when the meeting ended. No biggie, she said with a shrug. Can't you just call him now? Yeah, I'll call him when I get to the car. Kate gave me one last hug before starting down the hall in the opposite direction, walking backward as she spoke. Enjoy the rest of your evening, Lai. See you next week? Definitely. And you better be ready to fill me in on how tonight goes. I turned and headed out of the building toward my car as I fished my keys out of my purse. Bleeping the locks, I pulled the driver door open and climbed in, closing myself inside before going back to my phone. Scrolling down to Jeff's name, I hit call and lifted it to my ear, only for every muscle in my body to seize when something cold and metallic pressed against the side of my head.
Don't even think about it.
Ice slithered up my spine at the sound of Daniel's voice coming from my back seat. I moved to turn and face him, but the metal at my temple pushed in deeper.
Don't move, he hissed. I've got a gun to your head right now, and I won't hesitate to pull the goddamn trigger if you do anything stupid.
I should have been scared. I should have been out of my mind and nearly peeing my pants in fear. But for some odd reason I doubted I'd ever be able to explain. I wasn't scared. Oh no. What I was feeling wasn't terror at all. It was pure, unadulterated rage. So help me God, if this asshole thought he was going to ruin one more thing for me, Mace wouldn't get his chance to beat the holy hell out of him. Because I was going to kill him myself. Chapter 36. Lila. Daniel, you stupid son of a bitch. What the hell do you think you're doing?
Shut up,
he snapped, spittle hitting the side of my face at the same time he jammed the gun deeper into my temple.
What did I say about doing anything stupid?
Jeez, Dan, you're getting spit all over me. Knock it the hell off.
I said shut up. Now hang up the phone.
Not wanting to push my luck, at least not so soon, into whatever this jackass had planned, I did as he demanded and ended the call, tossing my phone into the passenger seat.
Good to see you can still take orders,
he said snidely. Oh, go to hell, asshole. He reared back and planted his foot into the back of my seat.
Shut your goddamn mouth. Now start the car. Time to get the hell out of here.
Shoving the key into the ignition, I twisted and the engine turned over. Putting the car into drive, I chanced a peek in the rearview mirror and noticed for the first time that Daniel looked like complete and utter shit. He looked and smelled like he hadn't bathed in days. His hair was disheveled and in need of a cut weeks ago, and he hadn't shaved in just as long if the patchy, uneven beard on his jawline was anything to go by. And where exactly am I supposed to be driving? The longer I was stuck in his presence, the more pissed off I was becoming. Are you fucking kidding me? You don't know where we're going? Did you think this attempted kidnapping out at all?
It's not a kidnapping, he barked. You can't kidnap your wife. I'm simply taking back what's mine.
Jesus Christ, I grumbled, rolling my eyes. You really don't have the simplest concept of the law, do you? Clue in, genius. I'm not your wife, and haven't been since I got smart enough to scrape your ass off. It also stands to be said that when you stow away in someone's back seat, put a gun to their head, and order them to go somewhere they don't want to go, that's the very definition of kidnapping, no matter who it is.
You pushed me to this extreme. I told you I wasn't going to let you go. You just had to rub it in my face. Now drive. I won't tell you again.
I backed out of my spot and started through the parking lot when he commanded,
Take a left out of the lot, then stay straight until I tell you otherwise.
I did just that, mindful to keep my attention split between the road and his reflection in the mirror. Out of curiosity, what was it you think I rubbed in your face? I asked a minute later.
You know exactly what you did, he grunted. Take a left here.
I turned the wheel and continued my line of questioning, thinking that if I could keep his mind occupied, I could somehow get the drop on him. I didn't have the first clue what I was going to do, but whatever it was would require drastic measures. So, as I drove, I slowly and carefully pulled my seatbelt across my chest and slipped the buckle into place. If I knew, I wouldn't have asked.
You know.
I don't, Daniel.
It's bad enough you came here and shacked up with that disgusting piece of white trash, but then you had to bring him back home and flaunt the fact that you're whoring yourself out to that bastard in front of everyone. Do you have any idea how that made me look? Everyone I grew up with, all our friends were talking about how you tossed me aside for a goddamn guitar player. It was humiliating.
Oh my God, I cried in exasperation. I divorced you, Daniel. I divorced you after you bounced my fucking head off the floor. The fact that you can't see that you blame me for leaving you, just proves you're even more delusional than I thought. And I hate to break it to you, but those were never your friends. Those were blood-sucking leeches who only cared about what they could get from a person. People like that couldn't truly be a friend because they don't have the capacity to feel anything for anyone else. People like you could never really be loyal. Through the rearview mirror, I saw him drop back against the seat like a petulant child.
You never did appreciate the world I tried to bring you into. I always thought those classless, ill-bred assholes were better.
Because they are, I gritted out, my anger reaching its boiling point. They're better than you and all your friends and family combined. I don't give a shit how much money you came from. Men like them will always be better than selfish, opportunistic pricks like you. I pushed the gas pedal all the way to the floor and gripped the wheel tightly.
What the hell are you doing? Daniel cried. Slow down.
I jerked the wheel to the right, swerving into oncoming traffic and back into my lane again, making sure to toss him around in the back seat well and good.
Christ, Lila, stop!
Whipping the car to the right, I took a turn so fast I worried I'd go up on two wheels, but I couldn't stop. I only had one shot to get away from him. I took another dangerous turn and jumped the curb of the esplanade. I hated what I was about to do, but I didn't have any other choice. I just hoped that if I made it out of this alive, Stone would be able to fix my baby. Bracing myself, I straightened the car and aimed it at the light pole in front of me. A second later, the sound of screeching tires and crunching metal filled the night air. Then there was nothing.
Mace. What the fuck do you mean you left her? She was supposed to call me when the meeting ended. Ian looked to the fucker who'd fallen down on the job with almost as much hatred as I was feeling. You were told to stay with her. If you couldn't go into the meeting, your ass should have been planted in that parking lot. You never should have left. She said, "You don't get paid to listen to what she says," Ian bellowed. "You get paid to do exactly what I fucking tell you to do." Jeff looked like he wanted to continue arguing, but wisely shut up, turning to me to offer an apology. "Sir, I'm sorry. I don't want fucking apologies. I want my goddamn woman." It had been an hour and a half, a fucking hour and a half, and I was losing my goddamn mind. "Mace." Tate put a hand on my arm, trying to soothe me, but it didn't work. Nothing would work, not until I had her back. "They'll find her. It's all gonna be okay." But there was no way she could know that. One of the last things the son of a bitch who was supposed to be protecting her heard before she disconnected the call was Daniel saying he had a gun to her head and wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger. That motherfucker had my woman and had a goddamn gun to her head. And all I could do was sit on my ass at my house and hope and pray she came back to me while Ian and his team did everything they could to track her down. Word passed through the grapevine quickly, and our friend showed up not shortly after Ian received word Lila had been abducted. Gina, Gwen, and Corrine were in the kitchen cooking only God knew what. It was their attempt at doing whatever they could to provide for us and keep their minds off the situation. The guys and I were holed up in the living room with the rest of the security team. They'd brought in a police scanner, and Ian was in constant communication with his connections on the police force. "Sir?" one of Ian's men called out. "Something just came through on the scanner. A person called into 911 to report a car accident. A woman matching Lila's description was reported as driving recklessly before crashing the car into a light pole." My insides twisted into agonizing knots. "The caller say anything else?" Ian barked. There were several more calls after the crash happened, and they all reported that the woman was seen fleeing the vehicle with a man chasing her. He managed to catch her before she could get away, then used a gun to carjack another couple. They took off in that car before anyone was able to stop them. Fuck. She'd crashed the car in an attempt to escape, and that prick still got her. It was obvious he was unhinged, kidnapping her in the first place. But now that she'd tried to get away, there was no telling what he'd do to her. And he had a gun. It was like my world had come to a complete stop before crashing down around my feet. I couldn't think. I couldn't breathe. If anything happened to her, I didn't know what I was going to do. I spent years wanting her, needing her, and I only just got her. I couldn't lose her now. I wouldn't. My mind traveled to the worst possible places. In my head, I pictured him taking his hands to her, or worse. God, so much worse. "Mace." Ian's voice sounded like it was coming from deep within a tunnel. "Mace!" His deep bark pulled me out of the terrible thoughts filtering through my mind. I turned my attention to him, and he kept talking. "Just got word from my buddy on the force. The car he stole had a GPS tracker. They've tracked them to a hotel in Redmond. Police are en route now." That was the first good news we'd had since she'd gone missing. But I still couldn't breathe, and something told me I wasn't going to be able to until she was finally home safe.
Chapter 37. Lila. The motel he dragged me to was the very definition of a shithole. It looked like it was decorated in low-budget 70s porn chic, and it smelled like piss, cigarettes, and stale beer. No doubt about it. At least 50 hookers and their johns had passed through this room, more than likely getting VD on everything. And I didn't even want to think about all the disgusting stains riddling the bed he'd forced me down on before tying my hands behind my back with his belt. I was going to need a tetanus shot and some seriously strong antibiotics to ward off whatever diseases were crawling rampant all over this room. So, I started drolly, ignoring the dull, persistent ache in my head from crashing my baby into that light pole. "What do you think all those high-class friends of yours would think of this place?" He paused in his anxious pacing long enough to shoot me a scathing look that was only half as effective as he wanted it to be, thanks to the blood leaking down his face from the gash in his forehead, and spit. "Shut up." But I didn't shut up, because this asshole had pushed me to my limit. If I had my phone, I'd take a picture so they had evidence of just how far their golden boy has fallen. "I said shut up." His arm reared back and came down, the butt of the gun slamming against my temple. The hit caused me to fall to the side and roll off the bed, stars exploding behind my eyes. "I'm trying to think, goddammit, just shut your stupid fucking mouth." Slowly lifting to my knees, I blinked away the spots in my vision and turned a vicious, hate-filled glare at him. "You're pathetic," I hissed. "God, you're a fucking joke." Daniel bent at the waist and grabbed me by the throat.
I told you to shut the fuck up.
I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of cowering to him. Not this time. Never again. He wanted a fight? I'd damn well give him one. I might not win. Honestly, I'd probably lose, but I'd make goddamn sure I left my mark so he'd never forget. I used to call Ava and Tate. We'd talk for hours and hours about what a shitty lover you were.
Fucking slut.
He backhanded me in the cheek, making me stumble once more, but I fought through the pain and sat back up. They laughed their asses off when I told them how tiny your dick is. My God, they laughed so hard they couldn't breathe.
You bitch.
Mace is the best I've ever had, I continued with a low moan. The way he touches me, the way he fucks me. God never had better in all my life. He gets me off every single time.
If you won't shut up, I'll fucking make you,
he snarled, grabbing me by the hair hard enough to make my eyes water. I used to have to fake it with you. Always had to fake it. I can't remember the last time you actually gave me an orgasm. I used to lie there while you flopped around on top of me like a fish, just waiting and praying for it to end. Luckily, you were a minute man, so the annoyance never lasted too long. That got the exact reaction I'd been hoping for. Grabbing me beneath my arms, he yanked me to my feet and spun me around, undoing the belt binding my wrists together. He was going to attempt to do something horrible, something so despicable it hurt to imagine, but the only way I had a chance was if my arms were free.
You won't shut up on your own, I'll fucking make you.
Daniel shoved me onto the bed, but before he could follow me down, I rolled to the side and gained my feet. You son of a bitch, I shouted, grabbing the remote control off the bedside table and throwing it at his head with all my might. I only managed to clip him, but it was enough to catch him off guard. Yanking the lamp up next, I lunged at him, ripping the cord out of the wall as I smashed it into the side of his head. I screamed and raged the whole time, hoping someone in one of the other rooms would hear and call the cops. He hunched over and cupped his head, and I attempted a kick to his stomach, but he caught my foot before it found purchase. He wrestled me to the ground, pinning me to the grimy carpet with his weight.
Filthy whore. You like to be fucked dirty? I'll show you dirty.
Daniel tore at my shirt as I shouted and struggled, kicking my legs and clawing at his neck and face. I'd die fighting before I let him touch me like that. I'll kill you, I screamed in his face as I grabbed a handful of his hair and pulled as hard as I could. He arched back with a shout of pain, and I took the opening he gave me to use a move I'd only ever seen on TV, and punched him square in the throat. His eyes bugged out and his face turned red as he coughed and choked, rolled off me as he fought to pull in a breath. Climbing quickly to my feet, I reared my right leg back and kicked him in the ribs. Stupid prick. Another kick. Think you're tough? I kicked again and again. Not so tough now, huh? I landed another kick to the exact same spot and got a sick sense of pleasure at the sound of his ribs cracking. He howled in agony, but I didn't stop. Now you know how it feels, asshole. Kick. Hurts like a bitch, doesn't it? I went for one more kick, but was lifted into the air and spun around before I got the chance. Let me go, I screeched, fighting the unseen man holding me back. I'm not done with that motherfucker. Shh, Goldie, rein it in. At the sound of Mace's voice, I instantly stopped struggling, and my whole body drooped. My feet hit the floor, and I was turned to face him.
Jesus, baby, thank God. Thank fucking God.
Before I could say a word, he yanked me into him and held so tight my ribs creaked in protest, but I didn't care. He was here. He was here, and I was safe. The pain didn't matter. My cheek was smooshed into his strong chest, my eyes pointed in the direction of Daniel's body curled in the fetal position on the motel room floor. A rush of police officers circled him, guns drawn. One of them knocked the pistol Daniel had been holding me hostage with out of his reach, and once they discovered he was no longer a threat, another jerked him up. An infinitesimal smile stretched across my face when Daniel cried out in agony as the cops thrashed him around like a rag doll before cuffing him and reading him his rights.
Fuck, baby. I've been so scared. So goddamn scared.
I pulled at Mace's embrace, forcing his arms to loosen so I could look up at him. "I'm okay," I said softly, reaching up to cup his cheek. "I'm here and I'm okay. It's over now." His eyes traveled over my face, growing dark with rage as he took in the cuts and bruises blooming thanks to Daniel. True, some of them were due to the crash, but the way I was looking at it, the crash was Daniel's fault as well. So, by default, well, you get the picture.
"I'm sorry, ma'am," a young officer interrupted, "but we're gonna have to ask you to come down to the station so we can ask you some questions."
"Can't they wait till tomorrow?" Mace grumbled, still refusing to let me go. "No, it's fine," I answered. "We can do it tonight. I want to get this over with." His concerned gaze shot back to me.
"You sure?"
"Absolutely. The sooner we get this done, the sooner it'll be behind us."
"All right,"
he relented in a soft voice.
"But you're pressing charges this time."
My face fell into a sharp scowl that sent slices of pain through my recently acquired wounds. "Oh yeah, I'm pressing charges. That bastard's gonna pay. He made me wreck my baby." He reached up and brushed his thumb beneath my sore cheekbone, careful to avoid the bruises.
"That's my brave girl."
"Come on," I whispered, stepping back and taking Mace's hand in mine. "Let's do this."
Mace. Shadows danced along the ceiling as I lay on my back, staring up into nothingness. Lila had been snuggled into me for hours now, her chest rising and falling with each gentle breath. The only sound in the room was her soft snores. She was at peace, enjoying a deep, dreamless sleep. But I couldn't manage to do the same. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her beautiful face covered in cuts and bruises. I heard that bastard's voice saying he had a gun to her head. They were memories that would plague me for the rest of my life. That hour and a half she'd been missing, plus the additional 30 minutes it took to reach her, would be burned into my brain for a lifetime. I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to recover from the wounds those 2 hours left in their wake. Lila's whispered voice suddenly cut through the quiet. "I can practically hear your mind churning. You can't shut it out, can you?" I flipped to my side so we were facing each other, tucking a few loose strands of her silky hair behind her ear. Even in the moonlight I could make out the worst of the cuts, and the bandage covering the deep gash at her temple from where that motherfucker pistol whipped her, twisted my gut into knots. "Don't think I'll ever be able to shut it out, baby. Not what happened today." With the gentlest of smiles, Lila took my hand and pressed it to her chest, right over her heart. "I'm here, honey. I'm right here with you. I'm safe and alive. So don't hang on to this. If you do, then he wins." "That's easier said than done, Goldie," I said, keeping my voice hushed and quiet. "I lost you for 2 hours. In those hours, I wasn't sure I'd ever get you back, and it scared the hell out of me. I can only imagine how terrifying it was for you." Lila's forehead creased as her brows dipped into a V. "I wasn't scared, Mace." My head jerked back in shock. "What?" "I was never scared. Not even for a second. Not even when he threatened to rape me." "Fuck me." I screwed my eyes shut against the pain lancing through my chest. Having to listen as she recounted everything he'd done to her in that hotel room for the cops was like dying 1,000,000 times over, and hearing her say it now was just as bad. Baby, I think you're just in shock. No, I'm not. I wasn't scared. I was pissed. That asshole held me at gunpoint and forced me to crash my car into a light pole, and I love my car. I can only hope Stone's able to fix the damage, but if he can't, I'm going to be even more pissed, because that car was the first thing I bought all on my own after I left his ass. And Will spent hours and hours putting in the work to get it in excellent condition. But, baby, your face, he hurt you again. Her smile was so big and bright, it nearly lit the entire room. So I got a couple bumps and bruises. So what? Just when I thought she couldn't shock me any more, she went ahead and proved me wrong. So what? Yeah, so what? Did you get a look at him? I'd say I was the one who came out on the winning side of that particular fight. And bonus, the cops found the watch Will gave me in that STD-infested motel room. I'll have to get it professionally disinfected, but at least I have it back. I couldn't help it. She was just so goddamn cute and funny that a bark of laughter burst past my lips. This is true. And Jesus Christ, you kicked his ass. If I hadn't been so goddamn pissed, I'd have been proud. She let loose a tiny giggle. Well, get over being pissed and be proud. I didn't just kick his ass. I made him my bitch. 3 broken ribs, a lacerated scalp that required stitches thanks to my handiwork with a car and lamp, and his face and neck looked like they'd been shoved through a plate glass window. Oh, and let's not forget about the throat punch. I mean, seriously, I punched the guy in the throat. That's pretty badass, if I do say so myself. I had no choice but to agree, mainly because it was badass. You're right. Everything you're saying is right. But this is gonna haunt you, baby. It's not, she argued determinedly. It will. You might not think it now, but it will. It'll give you more nightmares. With a glare, she placed her palms in the center of my chest and pushed me to my back, throwing a knee over my hip so she could straddle me. Stop it, she snapped, pressing harder on my chest. Stop making this worse than it is. I wasn't scared because I knew down to my bones that I'd end this night right here in this bed with you. I gave him the power to hurt me once before, but I refused to allow him to do it again. But he did hurt you, I stated, reaching up to brush against the bandage. They're superficial, she insisted. He didn't hurt me here. Taking my hand once more, she pressed it over her heart again. Those wounds healed a long time ago. You saw to that, and in a matter of days, these will fade away into nothing. Christ, this woman undid me. Her strength and courage were mesmerizing. You really think it's that easy? I know it is, because I have you. As long as you're with me, everything is that easy. Tangling my fingers in her hair, I pulled her down until her lips brushed against mine as I murmured, I love you, baby. More than life. You know that? I do, she whispered back. Because I love you just as much. A sexy grin tugged at her lips before she said, Now why don't we see if I can wear you out enough to take the bad thoughts away? Then she went about doing exactly that, and by the time she was done, I barely had enough strength to lift my head, let alone hold on to the bad thoughts. Oh yeah, I thought, as sleep finally started tugging at my senses. My girl's perfect in every single way.
Chapter 38. Lila. 3 months later. I'd healed physically. Mace had healed emotionally and mentally. We were whole and absolutely freaking perfect. Life was spectacular. Every morning I woke up with Mace was better than the one before, and considering my strong disdain for mornings, that was really saying something. The nightmares were gone, the wounds on the surface and beneath were completely gone, and we were moving on. I think it helped both of us tremendously that Daniel saw serious jail time for aggravated kidnapping and assault, battery, grand theft auto, assault with a deadly weapon, and a whole litany of other charges that came thanks to his stupidity that night. Needless to say, but worth it anyway, Daniel Logan was never going to be a problem again, and after this last and final blow to their reputation at the hands of their son, Mommy and Daddy Logan weren't feeling too generous. They refused to scrape together even a penny for his defense, and let him rot with a public defender that was fresh out of law school and didn't know his ass from his elbow. The Logans were done, ruined. With Daniel in jail, the elder two packed up and moved to parts unknown, and no one was sad to see them go. We were all too happy to move on like they never existed. Time went on and Mace and I fell back into our comfortable routine. Only now, without anything hanging over our heads, it was even better than before. The black hole in my chest that had been prominent since the loss of Will finally began to shrink until it became nothing more than a distant memory. I would always miss my brother. I'd remember him every day for the rest of my life, but I'd do it grateful to have had such an amazing brother for as long as I did. It got easier learning to live without him. Mace saw to that, and I finally reached the point where I could go to the storage unit and go through his things. My parents joined Mace and I in that task, and we spent the better part of a weekend clearing it out, going through everything and separating it into things to donate and things we wanted to keep for ourselves. We were 3/4 of the way through when I stumbled on a box I hadn't thought about in ages. I hadn't looked at it since the day I buried it up on a shelf of my closet. It went through every move with me, but only as an item that was stuffed into a bigger box and eventually tucked away somewhere else, forgotten once again. My chest squeezed at the sight of it, and my hands trembled as I pulled the lid off and looked inside. It was all there, everything I'd packed away, perfectly preserved all these years later. "What's that?" Mace asked, coming up behind me and wrapping his arms around my waist as he stared into the shoebox over my shoulder. "It's you," I answered on a whisper. "Huh?" With a smile, I picked up the box and turned, forcing him to lower his arms so he could see. "It's you. It's everything you ever gave me. I kept it all." He looked back down, lifting a hand, and began rummaging through the tattered shoebox. Snack-sized chip bags, candy bars, that tiny frame with the picture of our whole crew, even the beautiful leather-bound journal. It was all there. My heart soared. He picked up the picture frame, his face slowly stretching into a smile as he looked at the photo inside. I remembered it clear as day. Will was standing in the middle of Garrett and Killian, their arms thrown over each other's shoulders as they hammed it up for the camera. Declan was to the far left, standing with Tate in front of him, his arms around her waist, the same way Mace had just been holding me seconds ago. Both of them beaming. Mace was at the right end, with me, but it was the way he was holding on to me that made the photograph so special. Both his arms were locked around my shoulders, pinning me against his side, and I was hugging his stomach. I was staring at the camera with the biggest grin on my face, but he was looking down at me with a soft, beautiful smile on his face. Christ, he grunted, his ocean eyes brimming with emotion as he studied the picture closely. Jesus Christ, look at you, Goldie. So goddamn beautiful. Even back then I knew what I was holding in my arms. I'm taking that box home, I said, my voice thick with emotion. And that picture's going on my bedside table. I want it to be the second to last thing I see every night for the rest of my life. What's the last thing you want to see? He asked, turning his gaze from the frame to me. You, I answered honestly. I want you to be the last thing I see before I fall asleep every night. He dropped the pewter frame back into the box and grabbed me, bending his arms around me. You already know. I'll give you anything you want, baby. I'm counting on it, I replied with a huge grin, pushing up on my tiptoes to press a kiss against his lips. Think you two can go more than 5 seconds without groping so we can get this done? At my dad's grumble, we both turned his way and laughed as Mom smacked him upside his head. Shut it, John. Can't you see they're having a moment? Yeah, and that moment's gonna give me a hernia if I'm forced to move this desk by myself. Get your ass over here, son. Let's empty this thing out so we can load it up. The desk, along with several other pieces, were going into the back of a big moving truck set for a women's shelter on the other side of town. They'd been in desperate need of new furniture, and the woman on the phone had been beside herself with joy when I called to inquire about their needs. I was glad my big brother's stuff was going somewhere where it was needed, and he would too. Will was just that kind of guy. Better get over there before your dad skins me alive, Mace muttered, before leaning in to give me one last kiss. Once he had Dad descended on the desk, I closed up my shoebox, held it tight to my chest, and carried it back to Mace's car so I could tuck it in carefully to take the trip back to Seattle with us. It amazed me how much life had changed since the last time I saw it. When I packed it up, I was young and heartbroken, convinced I'd never have what I truly wanted. And now? Well, now I'd like nothing more than to go back in time and tell that girl to hold on, that her time was coming, and it was so totally going to be worth the wait. Love you, big bro, I whispered toward the heavens. Always and forever. Then I shut the car door and got back to work.
Mace. The bottom drawer of the old desk was a bitch to get open. It was like the damn thing was sealed shut with superglue. John had headed to his car for a crowbar to pry the sucker open, but I wasn't giving up. Placing my boot in the center, I gave the drawer one last firm kick, finally shaking it loose. About damn time, I mumbled to myself as I bent and yanked it open. What I saw sitting on top stopped me in my tracks. I blinked, my heart rate kicking up at the sight of my name scrawled across the front of a white envelope. I'd know that handwriting anywhere. It was the same shitty handwriting I'd had to learn to read back in high school in order to copy off Will's tests in algebra and history. Holding my breath, I reached into the drawer and plucked the envelope out. The back flap hadn't been sealed, and I quickly flipped it over and pulled out the single sheet of paper. When I unfolded it and saw it was a letter from my best friend addressed to me, all the air expelled from my lungs. Brother, bet you're wondering why I'm writing you a letter like a chick instead of just calling your ass and saying what needs to be said. Well, the truth is, this is a love letter. And I feel that putting my feelings to you down on paper would be easier than admitting them to you out loud. I'm just fucking with you. But admit it. I had you going there for a second, didn't I? Dude, I'd love to see your face right about now. Bet you look freaked as all hell. I paused to laugh at Will's typical twisted sense of humor. Christ, I missed him. The real truth is, I have a lot of shit I need to say to you. And trying to get your ass on the phone while sober is damn near impossible. First off, get your head out of your ass, man.
You're drinking yourself to death, wasting the gift God saw fit to bestow on you by wrecking your body and mind. It's time this shit stops. I know you, man. You're better than this. Don't make me drive to Seattle and kick your ass straight, because you know I will. Second, and pay attention, bro, because this is the most important part. Make a move on Lila, for Christ's sake. If you've been waiting for a written invitation to go after my baby sister, consider this it. I know you have it twisted in your head that you aren't good enough for her, but let me set you straight. You're dead wrong, man. There's no one on this planet better for my lie than you. She's crazy about you, brother. Has been all her life, and I know you feel the same. Go for it. Make a move. If not for her, then for you, because I can promise you'll never have a better, stronger, more protective and loving woman than her. You take that chance, and I know to my bones she'll make you happy for the rest of your life. And that's all I ever wanted for you, Mace. You deserve it, whether you're willing to admit it or not. So, go for it. I guess that's all I got for now. This letter writing shit's actually pretty cool. Maybe I'll take it up regular. Now let's see if I actually get off my ass in order to buy stamps and mail it, huh? Anyway, until the next one, your buddy, Will. I hadn't realized I'd been holding my breath the entire time I read that letter, until my lungs began to burn, desperate for oxygen. I pulled in a necessary lungful of air and squeezed my eyes shut as I sent a silent prayer to the heavens. Thank you, brother. I promise. I won't let you down. Everything all right? I folded the paper and stuffed it back into the envelope, tucking the letter into my back pocket as I turned and smiled at my woman, the love of my life. Everything's perfect, baby. I leaned down to give Lila another kiss, then got back to work.
Epilogue. Lila. 1 year later. I do. As I said those 2 words, the most important words I'd ever spoken in my life, the sea breeze blew off the water, whipping my flowy dress around my bare feet and sending my messy curls swaying. The minister continued speaking, but I was too wrapped up in my man's stunning eyes the very same color as the beautiful water only feet away, to notice. Then Mace said 2 of the most beautiful words I'd ever heard, second only to when he told me he loved me. I do. A few seconds later, it was done. The minister announced us man and wife, and as my husband pulled me into his arms and laid a kiss on me that made my knees quake, the salty breeze disappeared. In its wake was the scent of soap and motor oil, and I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that my brother was there with us, watching as the 2 people he loved most in the world tied themselves together for eternity. And he was happy. Always and forever. 3 years later. Why? Gwen lamented loudly at the heavens. Why do I keep doing this to myself? Gina, Tate, Corrine, and I all burst into laughter at our friend's misery, none of us feeling all that sorry for her. After all, Garrett had only mentioned wanting another baby. It had been Gwen who jumped all over the suggestion. Then a month later, she was knocked up with baby number 3. At least this time you're not alone, Gina offered, patting her itty-bitty baby bump. Gwen shot her an evil glare. Don't talk to me, she grumbled. You can barely tell you're pregnant, while I'm growing a baby elephant in my uterus. I bit my lip to keep from laughing out loud, since pregnancy hormones were making Gwen all kinds of crazy lately. Well, all I know is I'm done, Corrine muttered, holding her little boy to her chest as he slept soundly. I gave birth to a 10-pound, 7-ounce giant. There's no coming back from something like that. Never again, Mark my words. Somehow I doubt that, Tate said with a giggle. All Ian's got to do is give you that look and you'll be pregnant again. I looked across Gwen and Garrett's huge living room at where Liddy was playing with her little brother, Gabe and Tate, and Declan's daughter, Katrina. On the outside, they looked like 3 well-behaved kiddos, but I knew the truth. They were too quiet, so they were up to something, and it was just a matter of time before we discovered what that something was. While my girls tried to outdo each other on who had the toughest pregnancy, I sat in Gwen's glider, rocking my little bundle while giving him his bottle. Little Will was 4 months old today, and every one of those 4 months had been a blessing. "Look at her," Gina said, the smile in her voice forcing my attention to my friends. "Have you ever seen a woman as blissed out as our girl Lila there?" Gwen grinned. "Never." "It's a great look on her," Tate replied. "Someone got laid this morning, that's for sure," Corrine added, making everyone burst into laughter. "Mommy, look!" At the sound of Liddy's voice, we all turned in that direction. "Me and Kat gave Bubby a haircut. Doesn't it look awesome?" Sure enough, both girls were holding a pair of child-safe scissors, and poor Gabe looked like someone had cut his hair with a weed whacker. "Sweet, merciful hell," she gasped, then bellowed, "Garrett, come get your hoodlums before I lose it." It sounded like a herd of buffalo coming up the stairs from Garrett's basement studio where the guys had been locked up most of the day, working on a new album. "You summoned?" Garrett quipped, as he and the rest of the guys rounded into the living room. "Yeah. Why don't you have a look at what yours and Declan's daughter did to my poor baby boy's hair?" Garrett looked across the room at his son and barely managed to conceal his wince. "Oh, hell." "Don't sweat it." Killian slapped him on the back and rounded the couch, moving to the chair his wife was sitting in. He lifted her, plopping down in her seat and pulling her into his lap before placing his hands firmly on her belly, holding mother and child in the only way he could, until their little bundle finally joined the world. "We'll say it's the latest trend or something. Give it a week and all the other kids in his daycare will have the same raggedy cut." Gwen scowled and muttered, "Not helping," as Garrett jumped over the couch and curled up beside her, hooking his arm over her shoulders. Declan kicked back on the love seat next to Tate. The two of them snuggled together in blissful happiness. I'd let my eyes travel through every one of my friends, my heart filling to the brim with love for this ragtag group, when a gentle touch on my shoulder pulled my attention away. "You doing okay, Goldie?" I lifted my head and gave my husband a smile. "I'm doing absolutely great," I replied with complete honesty. He touched the soft, downy hair on Will's head. "And how's our little guy?" Looking down at my son, a sense of completion washed over me just as it did every time I stared at him. "He's perfect." He finished his bottle just then, and I pulled the nipple from his mouth and sat it on the table beside my chair. "Here, let me take him." Mace reached over the couch and scooped our boy into his arms. "Hey there, my little man." God, I didn't think I'd ever get used to how sexy my guy looked with our little baby in his arms. It was my favorite sight in all the world. It even toppled how hot he was when he came. There was nothing better than the look on his face when he gazed at our son. I knew he would be an amazing father before Will came into the world, but he surpassed even that, being totally and completely hands-on. He watched him whenever I was seeing clients at the counseling center or heading up a meeting for the support group I ran. He took him into the studio most days he and the guys were recording. Barely an hour passed in the day when Will wasn't in his big, strong arms. Life was perfect. Totally, unequivocally perfect. I had my family, a career I loved, and the best support system a woman could ask for. Daniel was still suffering his way through his jail time, and despite Mace's fears, I hadn't had a single nightmare in the past 4.5 years. And I knew exactly why. It was all because of him, my protector, my best friend, my Mace.
Mace. 5 hours later. "Night, buddy," I whispered, pressing a kiss to my son's soft forehead. After sucking down an entire bottle, he was finally down for the count, and as I placed him in his crib, I prayed he'd sleep the whole night through. Don't get me wrong, I loved my little man more than life, but I was in serious need of some alone time with my woman. I moved to the door and flipped off the light, pulling the door so it was open just a crack. Then I moved down the stairs, through the hall, and into our bedroom. I stopped in the doorway, propping my shoulder against the jamb. Then I did what I'd done every night for the past 4.5 years. I looked to that picture on her nightstand, feeling that familiar swell in my chest at the sight of it. Then I turned my gaze to her and watched as she lay on her stomach, stretched across our bed with her feet kicked up in the air while she scrawled in that old leather-bound journal I'd bought her years ago. It was something she'd done every night since we found it in a box in that storage building, taking a few minutes to herself to recount her day on paper. It was her own personal quiet time that she loved, and I always made sure to give her the privacy she needed to do it. As if sensing my presence, she turned her head and hit me with a beaming smile. "Hey." "Hey, baby. Am I interrupting?" "Nope," she answered, using the ribbon to mark her page and flipping the journal closed. "All done? We'll go down okay?" "Out like a light." She bit her bottom lip and lowered her eyelids to half-mast as she pushed up and sat back on her haunches. The pale purple nightie she was wearing teased at all the beauty that lay beneath. "Perfect, 'cause I'm in the mood to play." And just like that, my cock started to thicken behind my fly. "Oh yeah?" I asked, pushing off the door frame and coming to a stop at the side of the bed. "What is it you're wanting?" Placing her hands on my chest, she slowly slid them up and wrapped them around my neck as she whispered against my lips, "Everything." A growl worked its way up my chest as I grabbed hold of my wife and pulled her tight against me. "Christ, I love you." "I love you too, honey." Then she got down to business, and just like everything else about her, it was absolutely fucking perfect. This concludes Ravage by Jessica Prince, narrated by Alexandra Shawnee and Chris Chambers. Copyright 2018 by Jessica Prince. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jessica Prince and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.